different. He had realized something while arcing in slow circles toward the earth. Risks weren't that scary once you took them. His colleagues told him what he expected to hear. He was throwing it all away. He was an attorney on his way to the top. What the hell did he want? Hans didn't know exactly what he wanted, but he had tasted it. On the other hand, he did know what bored him to tears, and he was done with it. No more passing days as the living dead. No more dinners where his colleagues compared cars, riding on the sugar high of a new BMW purchase until someone bought a more expensive Mercedes. It was over. Immediately, a strange shift began. Hans felt for the first time in a long time at peace with himself and what he was doing. He had always been terrified of plane turbulence, as if he might die with the best inside of him, but now he could fly through a violent storm sleeping like a baby. Strange indeed. More than a year later, he was still getting unsolicited job offers from law firms, but by then he had started Nexus Surf, a premier surf adventure company based in the tropical paradise of Florianopolis, Brazil. He had met his dream girl, a carioca with caramel-colored skin named Tatiana, and spent most of his time relaxing under palm trees or treating clients to the best times of their lives. Is this what he had been so afraid of? These days, he often sees his former self in the underjoyed and overworked professionals he takes out on the waves. Waiting for the swell, the true emotions come out. God, I wish I could do what you do. His reply is always the same. You can. The setting sun reflects off the surface of the water, providing a zen-like setting for a message he knows is true. It's not giving up to put your current path on indefinite pause. He could pick up his law career exactly where he left off if he wanted to, but that is the furthest thing from his mind. As they paddle back to shore after an awesome session, his clients get a hold of themselves and regain their composure. They set foot on shore and reality sinks its fangs in. I would, but I can't really throw it all away. He has to laugh. The power of pessimism. Defining the nightmare. Action may not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness without action. Benjamin Disraeli, former British Prime Minister. To do or not to do? To try or not to try? Most people will vote no, whether they consider themselves brave or not. Uncertainty and the prospect of failure can be very scary noises in the shadows. Most people will choose unhappiness over uncertainty. For years, I set goals, made resolutions to change direction, and nothing came of either. I was just as insecure and scared as the rest of the world. The simple solution came to me accidentally in 2004. At that time, I had more money than I knew what to do with, and I was completely miserable, worse than ever. I had no time and was working myself to death. I had started my own company only to realize it would be nearly impossible to sell. Oops. I felt trapped and stupid at the same time. I should be able to figure this out, I thought. Why am I such an idiot? Why can't I make this work? Buckle up and stop being such a insert expletive. What's wrong with me? The truth was, nothing was wrong with me. Critical mistakes made in the company's infancy would never let me sell it. I could hire magic elves and connect my brain to a supercomputer. It didn't matter. My little baby had some serious birth defects. This turned out to be yet another self-imposed limitation and false construct. Brain Quicken was acquired by a private equity firm in 2009, which I discuss more in Real World MBA. The question then became, how do I free myself from this Frankenstein while making it self-sustaining? How do I pry myself from the tentacles of workaholism and the fear that it would fall to pieces without my 15-hour days? How do I escape this self-made prison? A trip, I decided. A sabbatical year around the world. So I took the trip, right? Well, I'll get to that. First, I felt it prudent to dance around with my shame, embarrassment, and anger for 6 months, all the while playing an endless loop of reasons why my cop-out fantasy trip could never work. One of my more productive periods for sure. Then one day, in my bliss of envisioning how bad my future suffering would be, I hit upon a gem of an idea. It was surely a highlight of my don't happy, be worry phase. Why don't I decide exactly what my nightmare would be, the worst thing that could possibly happen as a result of my trip? Well, my business could fail while I'm overseas, obviously. Probably would. A legal warning letter would accidentally not get forwarded, and I would get sued. My business would be shut down, and inventory would spoil on the shelves while I'm picking my toes in solitary misery on some cold shore in Ireland. Crying in the rain, I imagine. My bank account would crater by 80%, and certainly my car and motorcycle in storage would be stolen. I suppose someone would probably spit on my head from a high-rise balcony while I'm feeding food scraps to a stray dog, which would then spook and bite me squarely on the face. God, life is a cruel, hard bitch. Conquering fear equals defining fear. Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, "Is this the condition that I feared?" Seneca. Then a funny thing happened. In my undying quest to make myself miserable, I accidentally began to backpedal. As soon as I cut through the vague unease and ambiguous anxiety by defining my nightmare, the worst-case scenario, I wasn't as worried about taking a trip. Suddenly, I started thinking of simple steps I could take to salvage my remaining resources and get back on track if all hell struck at once. I could always take a temporary bartending job to pay the rent if I had to. I could sell some furniture and cut back on eating out. I could steal lunch money from the kindergartners who passed by my apartment every morning. The options were many. I realized it wouldn't be that hard to get back to where I was, let alone survive. None of these things would be fatal, not even close. Mere panty pinches on the journey of life. I realized that on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing and 10 being permanently life-changing, my so-called worst-case scenario might have a temporary impact of 3 or 4. I believe this is true of most people and most would-be, "holy shit, my life is over" disasters. Keep in mind that this is the 1-in-a-million disaster nightmare. On the other hand, if I realized my best-case scenario, or even a probable case scenario, it would easily have a permanent 9 or 10 positive life-changing effect. In other words, I was risking an unlikely and temporary 3 or 4 for a probable and permanent 9 or 10. And I could easily recover my baseline workaholic prison with a bit of extra work if I wanted to. This all equated to a significant realization. There was practically no risk. Only huge, life-changing upside potential. And I could resume my previous course without any more effort than I was already putting forth. That is when I made the decision to take the trip and bought a one-way ticket to Europe. I started planning my adventures and eliminating my physical and psychological baggage. None of my disasters came to pass, and my life has been a near fairy tale since. The business did better than ever, and I practically forgot about it as it financed my travels around the world in style for 15 months. Q&A. Questions and actions. I am an old man and have known a great many troubles, but most of them never happened. Mark Twain. If you are nervous about making the jump, or simply putting it off out of fear of the unknown, here is your antidote. Write down your answers and keep in mind that thinking a lot will not prove as fruitful or as prolific as simply brain vomiting on the page. Write and do not edit. Aim for volume. Spend a few minutes on each answer. 1. Define your nightmare. The absolute worst that could happen if you did what you are considering. What doubt, fears, and what-ifs pop up as you consider the big changes you can or need to make? Envision them in painstaking detail. Would it be the end of your life? What would be the permanent impact, if any, on a scale of 1 to 10? Are these things really permanent? How likely do you think it is that they would actually happen? 2. What steps could you take to repair the damage or get things back on the upswing, even if temporarily? Chances are it's easier than you imagine. How could you get things back under control? 3. What are the outcomes or benefits, both temporary and permanent, of more probable scenarios? Now that you've defined the nightmare, what are the more probable or definite positive outcomes, whether internal, confidence, self-esteem, etc., or external? What would the impact of these more likely outcomes be on a scale of 1 to 10? How likely is it that you could produce at least a moderately good outcome? Have less intelligent people done this before and pulled it off? 4. If you were fired from your job today, what would you do to get things under financial control? Imagine this scenario and run through questions 1 to 3 above. If you quit your job to test other options, how could you later get back on the same career track if you absolutely had to? 5. What are you putting off out of fear? Usually what we most fear doing is what we most need to do. That phone call, that conversation, whatever the action might be. It is fear of unknown outcomes that prevents us from doing what we need to do. Define the worst case, accept it, and do it. I'll repeat something you might consider tattooing on your forehead. What we fear doing most is usually what we most need to do. As I have heard said, a person's success in life can usually be measured by the number of uncomfortable conversations he or she is willing to have. Resolve to do one thing every day that you fear. I got into this habit by attempting to contact celebrities and famous business people for advice. 6. What is it costing you, financially, emotionally, and physically, to postpone action? Don't only evaluate the potential downside of action, it is equally important to measure the atrocious cost of inaction. If you don't pursue those things that excite you, where will you be in 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years? How will you feel having allowed circumstance to impose itself upon you and having allowed 10 more years of your finite life to pass doing what you know will not fulfill you? If you telescope out 10 years and know with 100% certainty that it is a path of disappointment and regret, and if we define risk as the likelihood of an irreversible negative outcome, inaction is the greatest risk of all. 7. What are you waiting for? If you cannot answer this without resorting to the BS concept of good timing, the answer is simple. You're afraid. Just like the rest of the world. Measure the cost of inaction. Realize the unlikelihood and repairability of most missteps, and develop the most important habit of those who excel and enjoy doing so. Action.
Productivity is for robots. What humans are going to be really good at is asking questions, being creative, and experiences. Kevin Kelly. Kevin Kelly, Twitter, @Kevin2Kelly, kk.org, is senior maverick at Wired magazine, which he co-founded in 1993. He also co-founded the All Species Foundation, a nonprofit aimed at cataloging and identifying every living species on Earth. In his spare time, he writes best-selling books, co-founded the Rosetta Project, which is building an archive of all documented human languages, and serves on the board of the Long Now Foundation. As part of the last, he's investigating how to revive and restore endangered or extinct species, including the woolly mammoth. He might be the real-world most interesting man in the world.
Behind the scenes. I attended the very first Quantified Self meetup on September 10, 2008, at Kevin's picturesque wood cabin-style home. From that small 28-person gathering, QS has grown into a pop culture term and international phenomenon, with organizations in more than 20 countries. Sit, sit, walk, walk, don't wobble. Quote, the Zen mantra is sit, sit, walk, walk, don't wobble. It's this idea that when I'm with a person, that's total priority. Anything else is multitasking. No, 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 no. The people to people, person to person, trumps anything else. I have given my dedication to this. If I go to a play or a movie, I am at the movie. I am not anywhere else. It's 100%. I am going to listen. If I go to a conference, I am going to go to the conference. End quote. Tim Ferriss. This is very similar to Derek Sivers' don't be a donkey rule. In a world of distraction, single tasking is a superpower. The Death Countdown Clock. Quote, I actually have a countdown clock that Matt Groening at Futurama was inspired by, and they did a little episode of Futurama about it. I took the actuarial tables for the estimated age of my death for someone born when I was born, and I worked back the number of days. I have that showing on my computer. How many days? I tell you, nothing concentrates your time like knowing how many days you have left. Now, of course, I'm likely to live longer than that. I'm in good health, etc. But nonetheless, I have 6,000-something days. It's not very many days to do all the things I want to do. I learned something from my friend Stuart Brand, founder of the Whole Earth Catalog, president of the Long Now Foundation, who organized his remaining days around 5-year increments. He says any great idea that's significant, that's worth doing, for him, will last about 5 years, from the time he thinks of it to the time he stops thinking about it. And if you think of it in terms of 5-year projects, you can count those off on a couple hands, even if you're young. End quote. Tim Ferriss. One massively successful private equity investor I know uses an Excel spreadsheet to display his own death countdown clock. Memento mori. Remember that you're going to die. It's a great way to remember to live. One manual project that every human should experience. Quote, you need to build your own house, your own shelter. It's not that hard to do, believe me. I built my own house. End quote. Write to get ideas, not to express them. Quote, what I discovered, which is what many writers discover, is that I write in order to think. I'd say, I think I have an idea, but when I begin to write it, I realize I have no idea, and I don't actually know what I think until I try and write it. That was the revelation. End quote. The problem with being Nostradamus. Kevin has an incredible track record of predicting tech innovations and trends. It's a blessing and a curse. Quote, the dilemma is that any true forecast about the future is going to be dismissed. Any future that is believable now is going to be wrong, and so you're stuck. If people believe it, it's wrong, and if they don't believe it, where does it get you? End quote. Tim Ferriss. One of his tools for coming up with unbelievable, yet ultimately accurate predictions is making a list of what everyone thinks is true or will be true and asking, what if that weren't true, for each, brainstorming the ramifications. Can you flip the deferred life plan and make it work? Quote, many people are working very hard trying to save their money to retire so they can travel. Well, I decided to flip it around and travel when I was really young, when I had zero money and I had experiences that basically even $1 billion couldn't have bought. End quote. You don't want premature optimization. Quote, I really recommend Slack. Productive is for your middle ages. When you're young, you want to be prolific and make and do things, but you don't want to measure them in terms of productivity. You want to measure them in terms of extreme performance. You want to measure them in extreme satisfaction." End quote. The ideas you can't give away or kill. Quote, "I became a proponent of trying to give things away first. Tell everybody what you're doing. You try to give these ideas away, and people are happy because they love great ideas. I'll give it to them and say, hey, it's a great idea. You should do it. I try to give everything away first, and then I try to kill everything else. It's the ones that keep coming back that I can't kill and I can't give away that make me think, maybe that's the one I'm supposed to do." End quote. Tim Ferriss. Kevin Rose does exactly the same thing. I've seen him do it dozens of times. Create a new slot. Quote, "The great temptation that people have is they want to be someone else. They want to be in someone else's movie. They want to be the best rock star. And there are so many of those already that you can only wind up imitating somebody in that slot. To me, success is you make your own slot. You have a new slot that didn't exist before. That's, of course, what Jesus and many others were doing. That's really hard to do, but I think that's what I chalk up as success." End quote. True Films. On truefilms.com, Kevin has reviewed the best documentaries he's seen over decades. The Counterpart book series, True Films 3.0, contains the 200 documentaries he feels you should see before you die, and it is available as a PDF on kk.org. 3 docs we both love are The King of Kong, Man on Wire, and A State of Mind. The Worst Case. A Sleeping Bag and Oatmeal. Quote, "One of the many life skills that you want to learn at a fairly young age is the skill of being an ultra-thrifty, minimal kind of little wisp that's traveling through time, in the sense of learning how little you actually need to live, not just in a survival mode, but in a contented mode. That gives you the confidence to take a risk because you say, what's the worst that can happen? Well, the worst that can happen is that I'd have a backpack and a sleeping bag and I'd be eating oatmeal. And I'd be fine." End quote.
Is this what I so feared? Our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify. A man is rich in proportion to the number of things which he can afford to let alone. Henry David Thoreau, Walden. Fear setting, page 463, is one instrument in the toolbox of conquering fear. Another of my favorites is fear rehearsing, regularly microdosing myself with the worst-case scenario as inoculation. One exchange with Jocko Willink, page 412, explains the value of planned exposure to the bad. Tim, how do you prepare people and condition them so that they can actually function when the shit starts hitting the fan? Jocko, the SEAL teams do a very good job of desensitizing you to horrible situations so that you can deal with it when it comes. The following is an excerpt from On Festivals and Fasting, Letter 18 from the Moral Letters to Lucilius, which Seneca wrote to his pupil Lucilius. The source text is the Loeb Classics translation by Richard Mott Gummier of Seneca's Moral Letters to Lucilius, Volume 1, Harvard University Press, 1917. I reread Letter 18 often. Half of the time you will realize that the horrible isn't so horrible, and when it is, you can make it less so with repeated exposure. After Seneca's writing, I've included a few examples of how I personally implement this. On Festivals and Fasting. I am so firmly determined to test the constancy of your mind, Lucilius, that drawing from the teachings of great men, I shall give you also a lesson. Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself, the while, Is this the condition that I feared? It is precisely in times of immunity from care that the soul should toughen itself beforehand for occasions of greater stress, and it is while fortune is kind that it should fortify itself against her violence. In days of peace, the soldier performs maneuvers, throws up earthworks with no enemy in sight, and wearies himself by gratuitous toil in order that he may be equal to unavoidable toil. If you would not have a man flinch when the crisis comes, train him before it comes. Such is the course which those men have followed who, in their imitation of poverty, have every month come almost to want, that they might never recoil from what they had so often rehearsed. You need not suppose that I mean meals like Timon's or paupers' huts, or any other device which luxurious millionaires use to beguile the tedium of their lives. Let the pallet be a real one, and the cloak coarse. Let the bread be hard and grimy. Endure all this for 3 or 4 days at a time, sometimes for more, so that it may be a test of yourself instead of a mere hobby. Then, I assure you, my dear Lucilius, you will leap for joy when filled with a pennyworth of food, and you will understand that a man's peace of mind does not depend upon fortune. For even when angry, she grants enough for our needs. Seneca. Tim Ferriss. How might you put this into practice? Here are a few things I've done repeatedly for 3 to 14 days at a time to simulate losing all my money. Sleeping in a sleeping bag, whether on my living room floor or outside. Wearing cheap white shirts and a single pair of jeans for the entire 3 to 14 days. Using Couchsurfing.com or a similar service to live in hosts' homes for free, even if in your own city. Eating only A, instant oatmeal, and or B, rice and beans. Drinking only water and cheap instant coffee or tea. Cooking everything using a Kelly kettle. This is a camping device that can generate heat from nearly anything found in your backyard or on a roadside. For example, twigs, leaves, paper. Fasting. Consuming nothing but water and perhaps coconut oil or powdered MCT oil. Accessing the internet only at libraries. Oddly, you might observe that you are happier after this experiment in bare-bones simplicity. I often find this to be the case. Once you've realized, and it requires a monthly or quarterly reminder, how independent your well-being is from having an excess of money, it becomes easier to take risks and say no to things that seem too lucrative to pass up. There is more freedom to be gained from practicing poverty than chasing wealth. Suffer a little regularly, and you often cease to suffer.
If something offends you, look inward. That's a sign that there's something there.
Whitney Cummings. Whitney Cummings, Twitter, @WhitneyCummings, WhitneyCummings.com, is an LA-based comedian, actor, writer, and producer. She is executive producer and, along with Michael Patrick King, co-creator of the Emmy-nominated CBS comedy Two Broke Girls. She is headlined with comics including Sarah Silverman, Louis C.K., Amy Schumer, Aziz Ansari, and others. Her first one-hour stand-up special, Whitney Cummings, Money Shot, premiered on Comedy Central in 2010 and was nominated for an American Comedy Award. Her second stand-up special, Whitney Cummings, I Love You, debuted on Comedy Central in 2014, and her latest special, Whitney Cummings, I'm Your Girlfriend, premiered on HBO. Spirit animal, hummingbird.
Little-known fact. Both Whitney and Josh Waitzkin recommend the book The Drama of the Gifted Child by Alice Miller.
In order for art to imitate life, you have to have a life. In intensive therapy, similar to trauma therapy, I had to replace a negative thought with a positive thought for 28 days. I got really worried. I was talking to my therapist and a bunch of people in my program, and I said, I'm just really afraid that I'm not going to be as funny if I'm not as dark and in pain all the time. It turned out to be the opposite, because I waste so much time trying to manage unhealthy relationships and having low self-esteem, and my perfectionism can be paralyzing. Perfectionism leads to procrastination, which leads to paralysis. I could go a couple of days without getting any writing done because my self-esteem was too low. I didn't think I was good enough. Just these old, obsolete messages and survival instincts. Doing the work and therapy has given me so much more mental energy, physical energy. I have much more balance in my life now, and I'm much more productive and much more vulnerable. As a writer, you have to be vulnerable. Before, I was so overworked, I was such a chronic workaholic that I didn't have a life. And in order for art to imitate life, you have to have a life.
Tim, that's a really profound statement.
For me, art was imitating art because all I was doing was working. People-pleasing is a form of assholery.
Whitney wrote, produced, and starred in Whitney, which aired on NBC from 2011 to 2013.
I was so apologetic and afraid of people not liking me that I slowed down the writing process and confused employees. In the room, people would pitch jokes and I would just say yes to all of them because I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I'd have to go later and change them, and then all of a sudden the script comes out and their jokes aren't there and they feel betrayed and lied to. When I first went into Al-Anon, support group for addiction, I heard someone say, people-pleasing is a form of assholery, which I just loved. Because you're not pleasing anybody. You're just making them resentful because you're being disingenuous. And you're also not giving them the dignity of their own experience and assuming they can't handle the truth. It's patronizing.
Tim Ferriss. After this conversation with Whitney, I reread Lying by Sam Harris. The types of white lies Whitney describes can be hugely destructive, and Sam makes a compelling case for stopping the use of a wide spectrum of half-truths.
Codependence is often used incorrectly. It's when you look to other people to decide how you are feeling.
Start with, I love you. During the first few minutes of our interview at a friend's kitchen table, I noticed very faint tattoos on Whitney's arm. It turns out they were done with white ink.
I have a white tattoo on my lower left forearm that says, I love you. And I don't think anyone has ever noticed it without me having to point it out. I was struggling a little bit with patience and compassion. Again, I'm codependent. I grew up in an alcoholic home. How we survived as children was by exerting control whenever possible, as though if I could just organize my drinks in the right row, I'm going to be fine. As an adult, I found myself getting frustrated with people not doing things my way. I don't like the way you're doing things. I don't like the way you're saying that. I don't like the way you're sitting. Ugh, just everything. Is he wearing flip-flops to work? It was just a way to not focus on myself. And I think ultimately, sometimes when we judge other people, it's just a way to not look at ourselves, a way to feel superior or sanctimonious or whatever. My trauma therapist said every time you meet someone, just in your head say, I love you, before you have a conversation with them. And that conversation is going to go a lot better. It's just an interesting little trick. For 28 days, when I met someone, whether it's the lady at the DMV who's making me wait 2 hours or someone else, I would just assume everybody is doing the best they can with what they have, which is really hard for a lot of us to accept.
It's all material.
When I first had money, I grew up without any money, I got a car. It was a Lexus hybrid, and the first day I got it, I filled it up with diesel fuel. I destroyed it. It was awful. I got this great joke out of it, though, a 7-minute bit that probably paid for all the damage. So now I'm in this place where when something bad happens, I think, oh, good, I can use that.
Tim Ferriss. I recently spotted a t-shirt in Manhattan that read, Bad decisions make good stories. Look for the silver lining, or at least consider sharing the dark lining. It might pay for your Lexus. Break your heart open. Buy a house.
There's a difference between getting your heart broken and getting your heart broken open. When it gets broken open, that's where the meat is. That's where you write great characters. That's how you get vulnerable, and it's important as comedians. We pride ourselves on how tough we are, but we're porcupines. Under there, it's all marshmallow, and that's where the gold is. I remember sharing in an Al-Anon meeting something that really hurt my feelings. I said, he did this, and then he did this, and people started laughing. I realized, oh my God, this is funny because it's happened to other people, and people are relating, and it's resonating. When you tell the truth about your embarrassing moments and show your shadow, a catharsis happens, which is what laughter is. I promise, if you just tell the truth and get your heart broken as a comedian, you will have a house.
The material is 10% of it. Tim, if you had 8 weeks to get someone ready to do 5 minutes on stage at an open mic, what would you do?
I would get them on stage the first night, and every night for all of the 8 weeks, whether they have material or not. The material is like 10% of it. Being comfortable on stage is all of it. So I would say just get on stage. The first year and a half, 2 years of stand-up is just getting comfortable on stage. Your material doesn't matter. It took me a long time to realize that as soon as you get on stage, you need to address what the audience is already thinking. I don't know who said this quote, but comedians become comedians so they can control why people laugh at them. The first couple of years, I had to address the last name Cummings in the beginning. Everyone was then like, cool, we don't have to think about this anymore. Because people were like, did she just say Cummings? Is her last name Cummings? And then they're distracted. So you have to take it off the table. Can we move on here? Okay, my last name is Cummings. Now, let's get to some other stuff.
Tim Ferriss. See Neil Strauss's related strategy for hater-proofing. What pisses you off? To develop new material.
What I do first is figure out what pisses you off. So, people's limitations piss you off. The airport bathrooms piss you off. What pisses you off? Comedy is, for the most part, just an obsession with injustice. This isn't fair. So, what pisses you off? Louis C.K. says, if you think about something more than 3 times a week, you have to write about it.
Whitney's definition of love.
My definition of love is being willing to die for someone who you yourself want to kill. That, in my experience, is kind of the deal.
Equine therapy. One of the most fascinating things Whitney introduced me to was equine therapy, which entails walking a horse across an enclosure with no bridle, solely using body language and intention. She did this at The Reflective Horse in the Santa Monica Mountains in Southern California.
The first thing you do is pick a horse. There are 4 horses, all with various degrees of damage. She tells you about each one, and you choose your horse, which already says everything that she needs to know about you. It's like a Rorschach test. Then the first objective is to get the horse from one end of the corral to the other, which is probably half a football field. So I'm thinking, how do you get a horse with no reins from one end to the other without controlling it? You can't use treats, I can't use charm, I can't use humor, I can't use intelligence. I can't use any of the things I rely on a daily basis to manipulate and beguile people. Essentially, you have to use your intention. So you let them know, we're going to the other end. You can use words if you want. As long as you're saying something and meaning it, they're going to buy it. It's a way to practice being present and connected and having a consistent intention with these animals that are basically a mirror for your psyche. I've almost learned more from that than any other book or therapy I've ever done. Equine therapy is so fascinating because of what comes up. The way that we relate to horses says so much about how we try to run businesses, marriages, relationships. It's a metaphor for everything, because the way you do anything is the way you do everything.
Making coffee like a slave.
I do it with almond milk and all-natural sugar. I had this woman come in and take all the carcinogens out of my house. So I'm making my own almond milk like an Amish slave these days.
Damn, that Neil Gaiman's good. Whitney and I both love Neil Gaiman's Make Good Art commencement speech, which he gave at Philadelphia's University of the Arts. I've watched the video dozens of times on YouTube during rough periods. Our mutual favorite portion is, the moment that you feel that just possibly you're walking down the street naked, exposing too much of your heart and your mind and what exists on the inside, showing too much of yourself, that's the moment you may be starting to get it right. And yes, I know I've mentioned this before, it bears repeating. Who does Whitney think of as a stand-up comedy monster, a true master? Bill Burr. Underrated comedians to pay attention to. Sebastian Maniscalco. Totally clean, no cursing, all performance. Jared Carmichael. Natasha Leggero. Tig Notaro. Chris D'Elia. Neil Brennan, co-creator of Chappelle's Show with Dave Chappelle.
Happiness is wanting what you have. Penguins are basically feathered sausages for polar bears. Brian Callen. Brian Callen, Twitter, @BrianCallen, BrianCallen.com, is a world-class comic and prolific actor. He travels the globe performing stand-up for sold-out audiences and regularly appears on shows like Kingdom and The Goldbergs, as well as in films such as Warrior, The Hangover, and The Hangover 2. He hosts a top iTunes podcast called The Fighter and the Kid with former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub. Twitter, @Brendan Schaub. Spirit animal, Forest hen.
The 3 things you can't fake. Quote, there are 3 things you can't really fake. One is fighting, the second is sex, and the third is comedy. It doesn't matter who your publicist is or how famous you are, man. If you don't bring the money, it gets quiet in that room fast. End quote. Asking personal questions for longevity in comedy. Quote, I think the way to write stand-up, if you want longevity in this business, at least for me, is to start by asking yourself personal questions. I write from this. I ask myself what I'm afraid of, what I'm ashamed of, who I'm pretending to be, who I really am, where I am versus where I thought I'd be. If you watched yourself from afar, if you met yourself, what would you say to yourself? What would you tell you? End quote. Impactful books. Brian is one of the best-read humans I know. He is voracious, and I often ask him for book recommendations. Illusionist David Blaine credits Brian with being the first person to get him to read extensively. They met when Blaine was in theater school, and Brian told him, the difference between the people you admire and everybody else is that the former are the people who read. Here are a few of Brian's favorites. Quote, I remember reading Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. That's good fodder for a young man. It sets these bold, stark characters. You could even call them Christ figures, and you think to yourself, I want to be that. Of course, I read Nietzsche. On the genealogy of morality, etc., where the truths and truisms are really cut and dried in a lot of ways. It's the equivalent of, I guess, intellectual red meat. But then I got into Joseph Campbell, The Power of Myth, and The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Joseph Campbell was the first person to really open my eyes to the compassionate side of life, or of thought. Campbell was the guy who really kind of put it all together for me, and not in a way I could put my finger on. It made you just glad to be alive, realizing how vast this world is, and how similar and how different we are. End quote. Most gifted or recommended books. Quote, you're going to think I'm plugging you, but I probably have recommended The Art of Learning by Josh Waitzkin and The 4-Hour Body. I'm not kidding, more than any other books. End quote. What would you say in a college commencement speech? Quote, well, I would say that if you are searching for status, and if you are doing things because there's an audience for it, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. I would say, listen to yourself, follow your bliss. And Joseph Campbell, to bring it back around, said, there is great security in insecurity. We are wired and programmed to do what's safe and what's sensible. I don't think that's the way to go. I think you do things because they are just things you have to do, or because it's a calling, or because you're idealistic enough to think that you can make a difference in the world. I think you should try to slay dragons. I don't care how big the opponent is. We read about and admire the people who did things that were basically considered to be impossible. That's what makes the world a better place to live." End quote.
When people seem like they are mean, they are almost never mean. They're anxious. Alain de Botton. Alain de Botton, Twitter, @Alain de Botton, alaindebotton.com, is many things, but I think of him as a rare breed of practical philosopher. In 1997, he turned away from writing novels and instead wrote an extended essay titled "How Proust Can Change Your Life," which became an unlikely blockbuster. His subsequent books have been described as a philosophy of everyday life and include Essays in Love, Status Anxiety, The Architecture of Happiness, The News, A User's Manual, and Art as Therapy. In 2008, Alain helped start the School of Life in London, a social enterprise determined to make learning and therapy relevant in modern culture.
Don't attribute to malice that which can be explained otherwise. Quote, "Wasn't it Bill Clinton who said that when dealing with anyone who's upset, he always asks, 'Has this person slept? Have they eaten? Is somebody else bugging them?' He goes through this simple checklist. When we're handling babies and the baby is kicking and crying, we almost never once say, 'That baby's out to get me,' or 'She's got evil intentions." End quote. Success must include peace. Quote, "The very word success has become contaminated by our ideas of someone extraordinary, very rich, etc., and that's really unhelpful. Ultimately, to be properly successful is to be at peace as well." End quote. Offense versus defense. Quote, "The more you know what you really want and where you're really going, the more what everybody else is doing starts to diminish. The moments when your own path is at its most ambiguous, that's when the voices of others, the distracting chaos in which we live, the social media static, start to loom large and become very threatening." End quote. Don't expect others to understand you. Quote, "To blame someone for not understanding you fully is deeply unfair. Because, first of all, we don't understand ourselves. And even if we do understand ourselves, we have such a hard time communicating ourselves to other people. Therefore, to be furious and enraged and bitter that people don't get all of who we are is a really cruel piece of immaturity." End quote. The problem with most modern philosophers. Quote, "Nowadays, philosophers tend to only be employed by universities. When no one will pay directly for your subject matter, that's often a sign that something's gone wrong. Philosophers generally don't tell us how to live and die anymore. There are only a few." End quote. Which philosophers would Alain suggest for practical living? Alain's list overlaps nearly 100% with my own. Epicurus, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, Plato, Michel de Montaigne, Arthur Schopenhauer, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Bertrand Russell. Most gifted or recommended books? The Unbearable Lightness of Being by Milan Kundera. Essays of Michel de Montaigne. Favorite documentary? The Up series. This ongoing series is filmed in the UK and revisits the same group of people every 7 years. It started with their 7th birthdays, 7 Up, and continues up to present day when they are in their 50s. Subjects were picked from a wide variety of social backgrounds. Alain calls these very undramatic and quietly powerful films, quote, "probably the best documentary that exists," end quote. Tim Ferriss. This is also the favorite of Stephen Dubner. Stephen says, if you are at all interested in any kind of science or sociology or human decision-making or nurture versus nature, it is the best thing ever. Advice to your 30-year-old self. Quote, I would have said, appreciate what's good about this moment. Don't always think that you're on a permanent journey. Stop and enjoy the view. I always had this assumption that if you appreciate the moment, you're weakening your resolve to improve your circumstances. That's not true. But I think when you're young, it's sort of associated with that. I had people around me who'd say things like, oh, a flower, nice. A little part of me was thinking, you absolute loser. You've taken time to appreciate a flower? Do you not have bigger plans? I mean, this is the limit of your ambition? And when life's knocked you around a bit, and when you've seen a few things, and time has happened, and you've got some years under your belt, you start to think more highly of modest things like flowers and a pretty sky, or just a morning where nothing's wrong and everyone's been pretty nice to everyone else. Fortune can do anything with us. We are very fragile creatures. You only need to tap us or hit us in slightly the wrong place. You only have to push us a little bit and we crack very easily. Whether that's the pressure of disgrace or physical illness, financial pressure, etc., it doesn't take very much. So we do have to appreciate every day that goes by without a major disaster. End quote.
Lazy, a manifesto. Tim Kreider, timkreider.com, is an essayist and cartoonist. His most recent book is We Learn Nothing, which I loved so much that I reached out to Tim and we produced the audiobook together. The essay that follows is excerpted from that audiobook. He has contributed to the New York Times, the New Yorker, Men's Journal, the Comics Journal, Film Quarterly, and others. His cartoons have been collected in 3 books by Fantagraphics. He lives in New York City in an undisclosed location on the Chesapeake Bay. He had the same cat for 19 years. Enter Tim Kreider.
If you live in America in the 21st century, you've probably had to listen to a lot of people tell you how busy they are. It's become the default response when you ask anyone how they're doing. Busy. So busy. Crazy busy. It is, pretty obviously, a boast disguised as a complaint. And the stock response is a kind of congratulation. That's a good problem to have, or better than the opposite. This frantic, self-congratulatory busyness is a distinctly upscale affliction. Notice it isn't generally people pulling back-to-back shifts in the ICU, taking care of their senescent parents, or holding down 3 minimum wage jobs they have to commute to by bus, who need to tell you how busy they are. What those people are is not busy, but tired, exhausted, dead on their feet. It's most often said by people whose lamented busyness is purely self-imposed. Work and obligations they've taken on voluntarily, classes and activities they've encouraged their kids to participate in. They're busy because of their own ambition or drive or anxiety, because they're addicted to busyness and dread what they might have to face in its absence. Almost everyone I know is busy. They feel anxious and guilty when they aren't either working or doing something to promote their work. They schedule in time with friends the way 4.0 students make sure to sign up for some extracurricular activities because they look good on college applications. I recently wrote a friend to ask if he wanted to do something this week, and he answered that he didn't have a lot of time, but if something was going on, to let him know and maybe he could ditch work for a few hours. My question had not been a preliminary heads-up to some future invitation. This was the invitation. I was hereby asking him to do something with me. But his busyness was like some vast churning noise through which he was shouting out at me, and I gave up trying to shout back over it. I recently learned a neologism that, like political correctness, man cave, and content provider, I instantly recognized as heralding an ugly new turn in the culture: plan shopping. That is, deferring committing to any one plan for an evening until you know what all your options are, and then picking the one that's likely to be the most fun, or advance your career, or have the most girls at it. In other words, treating people like menu options, or products in a catalog. Even children are busy now, scheduled down to the half hour with enrichment classes, tutorials, and extracurricular activities. At the end of the day, they come home as tired as grown-ups, which seems not just sad, but hateful. I was a member of the latchkey generation and had 3 hours of totally unstructured, largely unsupervised time every afternoon. Time I used to do everything from surfing the World Book Encyclopedia to making animated movies to convening with friends in the woods in order to chuck dirt clods directly into one another's eyes, all of which afforded me knowledge, skills, and insights that remain valuable to this day. This busyness is not a necessary or inevitable condition of life. It's something we've chosen, if only by our acquiescence to it. I recently Skyped with a friend who'd been driven out of New York City by the rents and now has an artist's residency in a small town in the south of France. She described herself as happy and relaxed for the first time in years. She still gets her work done, but it doesn't consume her entire day and brain. She says it feels like college. She has a circle of friends there who all go out to the cafe or watch TV together every night. She has a boyfriend again. She once ruefully summarized dating in New York. Everyone's too busy and everyone thinks they can do better. What she had mistakenly assumed was her personality, driven, cranky, anxious, and sad, turned out to be a deformative effect of her environment, of the crushing atmospheric pressure of ambition and competitiveness. It's not as if any of us wants to live like this, any more than any one person wants to be part of a traffic jam or stadium trampling or the hierarchy of cruelty in high school. It's something we collectively force one another to do. It may not be a problem that's soluble through any social reform or self-help regimen. Maybe it's just how things are. Ethologist Konrad Lorenz calls the rushed existence into which industrialized, commercialized man has precipitated himself and all its attendant afflictions, ulcers, hypertension, neuroses, etc., and, quote, inexpedient development, unquote, or evolutionary maladaptation brought on by our ferocious intraspecies competition. He likens us to birds whose alluringly long plumage has rendered them flightless, easy prey. I can't help but wonder whether all this histrionic exhaustion isn't a way of covering up the fact that most of what we do doesn't matter. I once dated a woman who interned at a magazine where she wasn't allowed to take lunch hours out lest she be urgently needed. This was an entertainment magazine whose raison d'etre had been obviated when menu buttons appeared on remotes. So it's hard to see this pretense of indispensability as anything other than a form of institutional self-delusion. Based on the volume of my email correspondence and the amount of internet ephemera I am forwarded on a daily basis, I suspect that most people with office jobs are doing as little as I am. More and more people in this country no longer make or do anything tangible. If your job wasn't performed by a cat or a boa constrictor or a worm in a Tyrolean hat in a Richard Scarry book, I'm not convinced it's necessary. Yes, I know we're all very busy, but what exactly is getting done? Are all those people running late for meetings and yelling on their cell phones, stopping the spread of malaria, or developing feasible alternatives to fossil fuels, or making anything beautiful? This busyness serves as a kind of existential reassurance, a hedge against emptiness. Obviously, your life cannot possibly be silly or trivial or meaningless if you are so busy, completely booked, in demand every hour of the day. All this noise and rush and stress seem contrived to drown out or cover up some fear at the center of our lives. I know that after I've spent a whole day working or running errands or answering emails or watching movies, keeping my brain busy and distracted, as soon as I lie down to sleep, all the niggling quotidian worries and big-picture questions I've successfully kept at bay come crowding into my brain like monsters swarming out of the closet the instant you turn off the nightlight. When you try to meditate, your brain suddenly comes up with a list of 1,000 urgent items you should be obsessing about, rather than simply sit still. One of my correspondents suggests that what we're also afraid of is being left alone with ourselves. I'll say it. I am not busy. I am the laziest, ambitious person I know. Like most writers, I feel like a reprobate who does not deserve to live on any day that I do not write. But I also feel like 4 or 5 hours is enough to earn my stay on the planet for one more day. On the best ordinary days of my life, I write in the morning, go for a long bike ride and run errands in the afternoon, and see friends, read, or watch a movie in the evening. The very best days of my life are given over entirely to uninterrupted debauchery, but these are, alas, undependable and increasingly difficult to arrange. This, it seems to me, is a sane and pleasant pace for a day. And if you call me up and ask whether I won't maybe blow off work and check out the new American Wing at the Met, or ogle girls in Central Park, or just drink chilled pink minty cocktails all day long, I will say, what time? But just recently, I insidiously started, because of professional obligations, to become busy. For the first time in my life, I was able to tell people with a straight face that I was too busy to do this or that thing they wanted me to do. I could see why people enjoy this complaint. It makes you feel important, sought after, and put upon. It's also an unassailable excuse for declining boring invitations, shirking unwelcome projects, and avoiding human interaction. Except that I hated actually being busy. Every morning my inbox was full of emails asking me to do things I did not want to do, or presenting me with problems that I had to solve. It got more and more intolerable until finally I fled town to the undisclosed location from which I'm writing this. Here, I am largely unmolested by obligations. There is no TV. To check email, I have to drive to the library. I go a week at a time without seeing anyone I know. I've remembered about buttercups, stink bugs, and the stars. I read a lot. And I'm finally getting some real writing done for the first time in months. It's hard to find anything to say about life without immersing yourself in the world, but it's also just about impossible to figure out what that might be, or how best to say it, without getting the hell out of it again. I know not everyone has an isolated cabin to flee to, but not having cable or the internet turns out to be cheaper than having them. And nature is still technically free, even if human beings have tried to make access to it expensive. Time and quiet should not be luxury items. Idleness is not just a vacation, an indulgence, or a vice. It is as indispensable to the brain as vitamin D is to the body. And deprived of it, we suffer a mental affliction as disfiguring as rickets. The space and quiet that idleness provides is a necessary condition for standing back from life and seeing it whole, for making unexpected connections and waiting for the wild summer lightning strikes of inspiration. It is, paradoxically, necessary to getting any work done. Idle dreaming is often the essence of what we do, writes Thomas Pynchon in his essay on sloth. Archimedes' Eureka in the bath, Newton's apple, Jekyll and Hyde, the benzene ring. History is full of stories of inspirations that came in idle moments and dreams. It almost makes you wonder whether loafers, gold brickers, and no accounts aren't responsible for more of the world's great ideas, inventions, and masterpieces than the hardworking. The goal of the future is full unemployment, so we can play. That's why we have to destroy the present politico-economic system. This may sound like the pronouncement of some bong-smoking anarchist, but it was in fact Arthur C. Clarke, who found time between scuba diving and pinball games to write Childhood's End and think up communication satellites. Ted Rall recently wrote a column proposing that we divorce income from work, giving each citizen a guaranteed paycheck, which sounds like the kind of lunatic notion that'll be a basic human right in about a century, like abolition, universal suffrage, and 8-hour workdays. I know how heretical it sounds in America, but there's really no reason we shouldn't regard drudgery as an evil to rid the world of, if possible, like polio. It was the Puritans who perverted work into a virtue, evidently forgetting that God invented it as a punishment. Now that the old taskmaster is out of the office, maybe we could all take a long smoke break. I suppose the world would soon slide to ruin if everyone behaved like me. But I would suggest that an ideal human life lies somewhere between my own defiant indolence and the rest of the world's endless frenetic hustle. My own life has admittedly been absurdly cushy, but my privileged position outside the hive may have given me a unique perspective on it. It's like being the designated driver at a bar. When you're not drinking, you can see drunkenness more clearly than those actually experiencing it. Unfortunately, the only advice I have to offer the busy is as unwelcome as the advice you'd give the drunk. I'm not suggesting everyone quit their jobs. Just maybe take the rest of the day off. Go play some skee ball. Fuck in the middle of the afternoon. Take your daughter to a matinee. My role in life is to be a bad influence, the kid standing outside the classroom window making faces at you at your desk, urging you to just this once, make some excuse and get out of there. Come outside and play. Even though my own resolute idleness has mostly been a luxury rather than a virtue, I did make a conscious decision a long time ago to choose time over money, since you can always make more money. And I've always understood that the best investment of my limited time on earth is to spend it with people I love. I suppose it's possible I'll lie on my deathbed regretting that I didn't work harder, write more, and say everything I had to say. But I think what I'll really wish is that I could have one more round of Delancey's with Nick, another long late-night talk with Lauren, one last good hard laugh with Harold. Life is too short to be busy.
Cal Fussman. Cal Fussman, Twitter, @CalFussman, calfussman.com, is a New York Times best-selling author and a writer-at-large for Esquire magazine, where he is best known for being a primary writer of the What I've Learned feature. The Austin Chronicle has described Cal's interviewing skills as peerless. He has transformed oral history into an art form, conducting probing interviews with icons who have shaped the last 50 years of world history. Mikhail Gorbachev, Jimmy Carter, Ted Kennedy, Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, Jack Welch, Robert De Niro, Clint Eastwood, Al Pacino, George Clooney, Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Bruce Springsteen, Dr. Dre, Quincy Jones, Woody Allen, Barbara Walters, Pelé, Yao Ming, Serena Williams, John Wooden, Muhammad Ali, and countless others. Born in Brooklyn, Cal spent 10 straight years traveling the world, swimming over 18-foot tiger sharks, rolling around with mountain gorillas in Rwanda, and searching for gold in the Amazon. He has also made himself a guinea pig. Cal has boxed against world champion Julio Cesar Chavez and served as a sommelier atop the World Trade Center. He now lives with his wife, who he met while on a quest to discover the world's most beautiful beach, and his 3 children in Los Angeles, where he spends every morning eating breakfast with Larry King. Spirit animal, sponge.
Preface. Writing this short profile was a real challenge. Cal's strength is long stories that last 10 to 15 minutes and then, bam, hit you like a tidal wave of emotion. He's a master. When I told my podcast listeners that I was doing a second interview with Cal, dozens replied with some variation of, "Please just let Cal talk for 3 hours. I could listen to him tell stories forever." I highly recommend listening to both of Cal's episodes. They will make your spine tingle. Dinner at the bar, a ticket across the world. Cal first felt like he'd hit the big time when he got a job at Inside Sports in New York City. There he was able to do shots with Hunter S. Thompson and trade stories with Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists. Quote, "I was only a kid. I was 22. Every night, everybody would go across the street to a bar called the Cowboy. At the time, I had no money. They would put out these little hors d'oeuvres, and that was where my dinner would be, if the guys with expense accounts weren't going out later. Inside Sports wasn't a job, it was an experience. It was an event every evening. Who's coming tonight?" End quote. Inside Sports was an artistic success, but not a commercial one. It went belly up, and Cal was out of a job and largely out of money. Quote, "I didn't know what to do, so I called up my mom and dad. I said, I think I'm going to take some time off and travel." And my mom, who's always really supportive, said, "Oh, Cal, that's wonderful." Little did she know when I said it that I wasn't coming back for 10 years, but I didn't know it either. I just bought a ticket to go over to Europe, left with a few guys, and that started a 10-year odyssey of Cal going around the world. End quote. The magic of goulash. Quote, "The trip down the aisle on a bus or train during his travels was where all the stakes were. Because as I'm going down that aisle, I've got to look for an empty seat next to somebody who seems interesting, somebody I can trust, somebody who might be able to trust me. The stakes are high because I know that at the end of that ride, wherever it was going, that person had to invite me to their home because I had no money to spend night after night in a hotel." End quote. The clincher question Cal used to get free room and board around Europe as a poor traveler was, "Can you tell me, how do you make the perfect goulash?" He would purposefully sit down next to grandmas who would then pour out their souls. After a few minutes of passionate pantomiming, people would come from around the train to help translate, no matter the country. Cal never had to worry about where he was spending the night. Quote, during one dinner party a grandma threw in Hungary to feed me goulash, one of the neighbors says, "Have you ever tasted apricot brandy? Because nobody makes apricot brandy like my father. He lives a half an hour away. You've got to come to taste the apricot brandy." That weekend, we're tasting apricot brandy, having a great time. Another party starts, another neighbor comes over to me. "Have you ever been to Kiskunhalas, the paprika capital of the world? You cannot leave Hungary without visiting Kiskunhalas." Now we're off to Kiskunhalas. I'm telling you, a single question about goulash could get me 6 weeks of lodging and meals. And that's how I got passed around the world. 10 years. 10 years. End quote. Aim for the heart, not the head. Quote, lesson number 1, when people ask me what interviewing tips I would give, is aim for the heart, not the head. Once you get the heart, you can go to the head. Once you get the heart and the head, then you'll have a pathway to the soul. End quote. Be different, not just better. Cal was able to get around 30 minutes with Mikhail Gorbachev in his prime, even after a publicist allotted him 2.5. How? Go to the heart with the first question. Here's the beginning of the story. Quote, so the publicist leads me into the room, and at this point I'm thinking, okay, if it's 2.5 minutes, just do your best. I look up, and there he is, Gorby. He's a little older than I remember, about 77 at the time. He was in town to speak about nuclear weapons and why they should be abolished. We sit down. I'm looking at him, and I just know he's expecting my first question to be about nuclear arms, world politics, perestroika, Ronald Reagan. He's just ready. So I look at him and I said, "What's the best lesson your father ever taught you?" He is surprised, pleasantly surprised. He looks up and he doesn't answer. He's thinking about this. It's as if, after a little while, he's seeing this movie of his past on the ceiling, and he starts to tell me this story. It's a story about the day his dad was called to go fight in World War II. See, Gorbachev lived on a farm, and it was a long distance between this farm and the town where Gorbachev's dad had to join the other men to go off to war. End quote. Don't panic. Let the silence do the work. This was Cal's advice to me when I mentioned that I sometimes panic and jump in if an interviewee freezes, seemingly stumped after a question. Another quote that has helped me to be calm in such situations is from Krista Tippett, host of the public radio program and podcast On Being. Listening is about being present, not just being quiet. A question Cal suggests asking people more often. What are some of the choices you've made that made you who you are? The good shit sticks. Cal once asked Harry Crews, novelist and author of A Feast of Snakes and Car, how he could remember anything given how much booze and drugs he consumed. Harry kept no diary. His response was, "Boy, the good shit sticks." This was what Cal recalled decades later when he lost an entire box of research notes in his basement. They'd been soaked by a rainstorm and the pages turned black. Cal's ultimate piece, written from memory and titled Drinking at 1,300 Feet, is incredible. It won a James Beard Award, which is akin to an Oscar in the food world. One of the starting lines in the piece is, "We all know the feeling of wanting to do something so well and so badly that we try too hard and can't do it at all." So, you want to write a book? Cal described why he sometimes gifts Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude to would-be writers. Quote, if you've never written a book and you're going to tell somebody you want to write a great book, all right, read this and know what a great book is. End quote. If you were a billionaire, I asked Cal, if you were a billionaire and could give 2 to 3 books to every graduating high school senior in the country this year, what would they be? His answer, updated since the podcast, is, quote, for everyone, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. For females, West with the Night by Beryl Markham. For males, The Right Stuff by Tom Wolfe. That's a good start for a journey. End quote. What would you put on a billboard? Quote, Listen. End quote.
Joshua Scanes. Joshua Scanes, Instagram, @SaisonSF, SaisonSF.com, has become famous for his use of fire. As chef-owner of Saison in San Francisco, 3 Michelin stars, he has classical training and loves his high-end Japanese ninnohi knives, but nothing captures his imagination quite like the open flame. The back of his business card sports 3 words, stark on ivory stock. Play with fire.
Remember the good shit sticks? Josh had to embrace Cal Fussman's philosophy when he moved his restaurant Saison in the early days. There was a sewage flood that overtook the entire restaurant the day of their move, and all of his handwritten recipe books were destroyed. Josh had to look on the bright side. Quote, "But we were moving to a new space, so there was a positive spin. I thought, fuck it, we're just going to start over. It's the same thing that we started with before opening the first time. It's all up here," in his head. End quote. He reinvented Saison with no original notebooks, but also no baggage. It became the first restaurant in San Francisco history to earn 3 Michelin stars alongside Benu. What's the best decision you've made with your new restaurant space? Quote, "We were starting over, actually. I think the best decision I made was just to say, let's really start over. Let's just completely empty our cup here and really think about what is valuable to me now, what's honest, what's sincere about what we're doing. Let's do that. That's still the driver of Saison now." End quote. Most gifted or recommended books. Cocktail Techniques by Kazuo Ueda. The Tao of Daijiquan by Tsunghua Yu.
Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin has been called the most important music producer of the last 20 years by MTV. Rick's resume includes everyone from Johnny Cash to Jay-Z. His metal artists include groups like Black Sabbath, Slayer, System of a Down, Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, and Linkin Park. He's worked with pop artists like Shakira, Adele, Sheryl Crow, Lana Del Rey, and Lady Gaga. He's also been credited with helping to popularize hip-hop with artists like LL Cool J, the Beastie Boys, Eminem, Jay-Z, and Kanye West. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Spirit animal. Polar bear.
Behind the scenes. Rick agreed to do the podcast only if we did it in his excruciatingly hot barrel sauna. I joined Rick a dozen times for sauna and ice bath sessions, but never with electronics. Extensive homework ensued, and I thought of everything, except for the mics. They got so scalding to the touch that we needed to wrap them in towels. Rick was introduced to regular sauna use by Chris Chelios, a friend and former professional hockey player. Chris had one of the longer careers of any NHL player, competing until he was 48. He played the most games of any active player in the NHL and holds the record for most games played in the NHL by a defenseman. Chris largely credits his sports longevity and general lack of illness to daily sauna use. Rick wears a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops everywhere. If a restaurant requires a different dress code, he doesn't go. Rick and Kelly Starrett were the first people to introduce me to the incredible chili pad. Adele effectively scrapped the first version of her 25 album based on, among other things, Rick's feedback. She went back to the drawing board and began again. The new and improved 25 became the world's best-selling album of 2015. The cleansing power of cold. Quote, "Often exercise will make me feel better, meditating will make me feel better, but the ice bath is the greatest of all. It's just magic. Sauna, ice, back and forth. By the end of the 4th or 5th or 6th round of being in an ice tub, there's nothing in the world that bothers you." End quote. 20 minutes of sun in the morning. Rick has lost more than 100 pounds since his peak weight. He has completely physically remodeled himself. He can kick my ass in paddleboarding and credits Dr. Phil Maffetone with many critical changes, including improving his circadian rhythm. Rick now typically wakes between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m., reversing a lifetime of nocturnal living. What did it? Quote, when I was in college at NYU, I never took a class before 3 p.m. because I knew I wouldn't go. Before meeting Dr. Maffetone, I slept with blackout blinds, and I usually didn't leave the house until the sun was setting. He said, from now on when you wake up, I want you to go outside. As soon as you wake up, open the blinds and go outside, naked if possible, and be in the sun for 20 minutes. End quote. Tim Ferriss. I now do my morning meditation outside and shirtless whenever possible. I tried naked, but nearly got kicked out of a Parisian hotel as my private courtyard turned out to be shared. Bonjour. The best art divides the audience. I first saw Rick's name in a cassette insert for the very first heavy metal album I bought, Slayer's Rain in Blood. I asked him about signing them. Quote, when we signed Slayer, there was this terrible fear. They were doing their first album for a major label, and the fear was that they were going to sell out. I always liked extreme things, and they were extreme, and I wanted to maximize it. I didn't want to water it down. The idea of watering things down for a mainstream audience, I don't think it applies. I think people want things that are really passionate, and often, the best version they could be is not for everybody. The best art divides the audience. If you put out a record and half the people who hear it absolutely love it and half the people who hear it absolutely hate it, you've done well, because it's pushing that boundary. End quote. Advice to your younger self? Quote, to be kinder to myself because I think I've beaten myself up a lot. I expect a lot from myself. I'll be hard on myself, and I don't know that I'm doing anyone any good by doing that. End quote. Tim. Something that I struggle with is, on one hand, I don't want to beat myself up, but on the other hand, I feel like the perfectionism that I have has enabled me to achieve whatever modicum of success I've had. I've heard stories about ZZ Top and La Futura, and how they worked on it with you from 2008 to 2012, and they realized the value of your wanting the art to be as perfect as it could be, or the best it could be, and taking whatever time and pains necessary to make that possible. I want to be easier on myself, but I worry that if I do that, I will lose whatever magic, if there is such a thing, that enables me to do what I do. Rick, I think, ultimately, that's a myth. I think that your take on things is specific to you and not dependent on perfectionism. It's almost like you've won the war, and to accept the fact that you've won the war, you have an audience. People are willing to hear what you are interested in, what you're interested in learning about, and what you want to share. You can do that without killing yourself, and killing yourself won't be of service, neither to you nor your audience. Need to get unstuck? Make your task laughably small. How does Rick help artists who feel stuck? Quote, usually, I'll give them homework, a small, doable task. I'll give you an example. There was an artist I was working with recently who hadn't made an album in a long time, and he was struggling with finishing anything. He just had this version of a writer's block, but I would give him very doable homework assignments that almost seemed like a joke. Tonight, I want you to write one word in this song that needs 5 lines that you can't finish. I just want one word that you like by tomorrow. Do you think that you could come up with one word? End quote. The beginning is heart work, not head work. Quote, so much of the job is more emotion and heart work than it is head work. The head comes in after, to look at what the heart has presented and to organize it, but the initial inspiration comes from a different place, and it's not the head, and it's not an intellectual activity. End quote. Learn from the greats, not your competition. Quote, going to museums and looking at great art can help you write better songs. reading great novels, seeing a great movie, reading poetry. The only way to use the inspiration of other artists is if you submerge yourself in the greatest works of all time. If you listen to the greatest songs ever made, that would be a better way to work through finding your own voice today, rather than listening to what's on the radio now and thinking, I want to compete with this. For music, search online for Mojo's 100 Greatest Albums Ever Made, or Rolling Stone's 500 Greatest Albums of All Time, or any trusted source's top 100 albums, and start listening to what are considered the greats." End quote. Who do you think of when you hear the word successful? Don Wildman. Quote, "He's 82 years old, and he did 23 pull-ups on the beach the other day. He's in the Senior Olympics. He retired because he wanted to spend his days enjoying life and exercising. He's one of the most inspiring, uplifting, great, successful people on so many levels." End quote. Tim Ferriss. Laird Hamilton, Gabby Reese, and Brian McKenzie also bring Don up constantly. I highly recommend reading an Esquire profile of him from a few years ago titled "The World's Healthiest 75-Year-Old Man." From that piece, quote, "Wildman officially retired in 1994 at age 61 after selling his company to what became Bally Total Fitness, not because he'd lost his passion for the business, but because having a job, even one in the fitness industry, made it difficult to snowboard 100 days a year." End quote.
The soundtrack of excellence. As mentioned before, more than 80% of the world-class performers I've interviewed meditate in the mornings in some fashion. But what of the remaining 20%? Nearly all of them have meditation-like activities. One frequent pattern is listening to a single track or album on repeat, which can act as an external mantra for aiding focus and present-state awareness. Here are just a few examples. Alex Honnold, free solo climbing phenom. The Last of the Mohicans soundtrack. Rolf Potts, author of Vagabonding and others. Ambitones like The Zen Effect in the key of C for 30 minutes, made by Rolf Kent, the composer of music for movies like Sideways, Wedding Crashers, and Legally Blonde. Matt Mullenweg, lead developer of WordPress, CEO of Automatic. Every Day by A$AP Rocky, and One Dance by Drake. Amelia Boone, the world's most successful female obstacle course racer. Tonight Tonight by the Smashing Pumpkins, and Keep Your Eyes Open by Need to Breathe. Chris Young, mathematician and experimental chef. Paul Oakenfold's Live at the Rojan in Shanghai. Pete Tong's Essential Mix. Jason Silva, TV and YouTube philosopher. Time from the Inception soundtrack by Hans Zimmer. Chris Sacca, Harlem Shake by Bauer, and Liftoff by Jay-Z and Kanye West, featuring Beyoncé. I can bang through an amazing amount of email with the Harlem Shake going on in the background. Tim Ferriss. Currently, I'm listening to Circulation by Beats Antique and Blackout the Sun by Seven Dust, depending on whether I need flow or a jump start. Personally, I take this repetitive monkish behavior a step further. On a book deadline, I pick 1 or 2 albums and 1 or 2 movies for late-night writing sessions, as I do my best work between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. Polling the most prolific authors I know, more than 90% do their best work when others are sleeping, whether they start after 10 p.m. or wake up well before 6 a.m. Personally, I'll play a movie on mute in the background to avoid feeling isolated and listen to 1 or 2 albums per session, repeating both the movie and the music over and over. This means that I've seen some movies literally 100 plus times, as I might play a single film 3 to 6 times per night. Toward the end of a session, when I'm getting tired, I'll also switch from default flow music to default wake-up music. Here is my filmography and discography for all of my books. The 4-Hour Workweek, Films: The Bourne Identity, Shaun of the Dead. Flow album: Gran Hotel Buenos Aires by Federico Obel. Wake Up album: 1X by 3 Days Grace. The 4-Hour Body. Films: Casino Royale, Snatch. Flow album: Luciano Essential Mix, 2009, Ibiza, featuring Deadmau5. Wake Up album: Cold Day Memory by Sevendust. The 4-Hour Chef. Films: Babe. Yes, the pig movie. It was the first thing that popped up for free under Amazon Prime. I watched it once as a joke, and it stuck. That'll do, pig, that'll do. Gets me every time. Flow album: Just Jammin', extended single track by Grammatic. Wake Up album: Dear Agony by Breaking Benjamin. Tools of Titans. Films: None. I was traveling and used people watching at late-night cafes in Paris and elsewhere as my movie. Flow album: I Choose Noise by Hybrid. Wake Up album: Over the Under by Down. Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey, Twitter, @Jack, is the co-founder and CEO of Twitter, the founder and CEO of Square, and a board member of the Walt Disney Company. He received the Innovator of the Year award in 2012 from the Wall Street Journal and was named one of the top 35 innovators under 35 by MIT Technology Review in 2008.
What book or books have you gifted most to other people? The Old Man and the Sea, Leaves of Grass, first edition. If you could have a gigantic billboard anywhere, what would it say? Quote, breathe, end quote. Do you have any quotes that you live your life by or think of often? Quote, I know nothing, end quote. What is the worst advice you see or hear given in your trade? Quote, fail fast, end quote. What is something you believe that other people think is crazy? We're born with everything we'll ever need. 3 people or sources you've learned from or followed closely in the last year. Wim Hof, Rick Rubin, Rick Owens. What are your favorite episodes of The Tim Ferriss Show? Rick Rubin and Wim Hof. What is the best or most worthwhile investment you've made? Taking the time to walk to work every day. 5 miles, 1 hour, 15 minutes.
There are only 4 stories. A love story between 2 people. A love story between 3 people. The struggle for power. And the journey. Every single book that is in the bookstore deals with these 4 archetypes, these 4 themes. The world is changed by your example, not by your opinion. Paulo Coelho. Paulo Coelho, Facebook, Twitter, @Paulo Coelho, paulocoelhoblog.com, has been one of my writing inspirations. His books, of near universal appeal, included The Alchemist and his most recent, The Spy, and have been translated into more than 70 languages. He is staggeringly consistent as a writer and averages 1 book every 2 years. As I type this, I am under the pressure of deadlines and often feel as Kurt Vonnegut did. When I write, I feel like an armless, legless man with a crayon in his mouth. There is much to learn from Paulo.
Backstory. Few people realize that The Alchemist, which has sold more than 65 million copies worldwide, was originally published by a small Brazilian publisher to the tune of 900 copies. They declined to reprint it. It wasn't until after his subsequent novel, Brida, that The Alchemist was revived and took off. Paulo was born in Brazil but now lives in Geneva, Switzerland, where he recorded the audio for my podcast. What does your morning and daily routine look like? Quote, I sit down, of course. I have the book inside of me and I start procrastinating. In the morning, I check my emails, I check news, I check everything that I could check just to postpone for the moment sitting and facing myself. For 3 hours, I'm trying to tell myself, no, later. And then, one moment, I say, just not to lose face in front of myself, I'm going to sit and I'm going to write for half an hour. And I do. Of course, this half an hour becomes 10 hours in a row. That's why I write my books very quickly, because I cannot stop. But I cannot stop procrastinating. Probably this is my inner ritual. I have to feel guilty about not writing for 3 hours or 4 hours. Then, when I'm there, I start writing, and it's nonstop. A successful writing day is a day that I suffer in the morning and I have fun in the evening. Fun by writing. I should not describe this as fun. It's also painful. I'm in a kind of trance. When I go to bed after 10 hours of working, well, the adrenaline is still circulating in my blood. It takes hours to sleep. There's this notepad by my side and I take notes, but I take notes only to take them out from my head. They will be useless the next day. I never use notes that I take, and this has happened since I wrote my first book, The Pilgrimage. I cannot change this process. I wish I could sit and write and not feel guilty for 4 or 5 hours during the day. It is impossible." End quote. Tim Ferriss. Even the best in the world struggle. I need to relearn this lesson often. For most writers who didn't start off as journalists, e.g. Malcolm Gladwell, Neil Strauss, writing is hard and continues to be hard. What makes it easier? Knowing that many of the greats are going through the same thing. It's reassuring to know that someone at the top of their game, who has seemingly beaten all of the odds, still has the daily struggle. What are the most common mistakes or weaknesses of first-time novelists? Quote, keep it simple. Trust your reader. He or she has a lot of imagination. Don't try to describe things. Give a hint, and they will fulfill this hint with their own imagination. That's why I am so reluctant to sell the rights of my books for movies, because there you have everything. The viewer does not need to think. However, if I say, like in Aleph at the very beginning, I am in my house in the Pyrenees, and there is an oak there, I don't need to explain my house in the Pyrenees. I only needed to put in the elements that are important. The oak, myself, and the person that I'm talking to. That's all. Trust your reader. Understand that he or she can fill the empty spaces. Don't over-explain. End quote. How do you capture ideas that might help your writing? Quote, I strongly encourage writers not to think about writing every time they do something. Forget notebooks. Forget taking notes. Let what is important remain. What's not important goes away. When you sit down to write, there's this process of purging, this process of cleansing, where only the important things remain. It's much easier than taking notes and overloading yourself with information. End quote. What do you find helpful when you are stuck or stagnated? Quote, there is only one thing. When I feel stagnated, I promise myself that even if I don't feel inspired, I need to move forward. I need to have discipline. In the middle of a book, there I am. I don't know how to continue the story, even if it's a nonfiction story, but then I say, you, book, are fighting with me. Okay, I'm going to sit here and I'm not going to leave you alone until I find my way out of this crossroads. It may take 10 minutes, it may take 10 hours, but if you don't have enough discipline, you don't move forward. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Several people in this book, including yours truly, have found Anne Lamott's book, Bird by Bird, a lifeline during book-related crises of faith. One friend was on the verge of returning his advance to the publisher and calling it quits. Instead, I loaned him my copy of Bird by Bird. He regained his confidence, and his book became a New York Times bestseller. Do you have a team or researchers who help you? Quote, I don't have researchers, no. No. If you overload your book with a lot of research, you're going to be very boring to yourself and to your readers. Books are not here to show how intelligent and cultivated you are. Books are out there to show your heart, to show your soul, and to tell your fans, readers, you are not alone." End quote.
Writing prompts from Cheryl Strayed. Cheryl Strayed, Facebook, CherylStrayed.author, Twitter, @CherylStrayed, CherylStrayed.com, is the #1 New York Times best-selling author of Wild, Tiny Beautiful Things, Brave Enough, and Torch. Cheryl's essays have been published in the Best American Essays, the New York Times, the Washington Post Magazine, Vogue, Salon, the Sun Magazine, Tin House, and elsewhere. She holds an MFA in fiction writing from Syracuse University and a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota. She lives in Portland, Oregon.
Every writer in this book has a slightly different process, but they all start with the same thing: a blank page. Even if you don't consider yourself a writer, I never did, putting thoughts on paper is the best way to A, develop ideas, and B, review and improve your thinking. The benefits of even 30 minutes a week of scribbling can transfer to everything else that you do. The following bullets are writing prompts that Cheryl has suggested when asked for assignment ideas for students who've read Wild. They are brilliant and make fantastic jumping-off points for any type of journaling or writing, whether morning pages, a blog post, the beginning of a novel, a letter to a friend, a diary entry, a screenplay, or a too fast, too soon Tinder message. Try for 1 or 2 pages of longhand writing. Go for uninterrupted flow and don't stop to edit. Step 1 is to generate without judging. Chances are that you'll surprise yourself. Write about a time when you realized you were mistaken. Write about a lesson you learned the hard way. Write about a time you were inappropriately dressed for the occasion. Write about something you lost that you'll never get back. Write about a time when you knew you'd done the right thing. Write about something you don't remember. Write about your darkest teacher. Write about a memory of a physical injury. Write about when you knew it was over. Write about being loved. Write about what you were really thinking. Write about how you found your way back. Write about the kindness of strangers. Write about why you could not do it. Write about why you did.
Ed Cook. Ed Cook, Twitter, @EdCook, Memrise.com, is the CEO of Memrise and a certified Grandmaster of Memory. This means he'll be able to memorize and recite A 1,000-digit number within an hour, B, a shuffled pack of cards within a few minutes, and C, 10 packs of shuffled cards within an hour. Perhaps more impressive, he can quickly train others to do the same. In 2010, he was interviewed by a journalist named Joshua Foer. Under Ed's Yoda-like tutelage, in 2011, Joshua became the very next American memory champion. It took less than a year for Ed to transform a novice into world class. The result was Foer's book, Moonwalking with Einstein. Spirit animal, jaguar.
On the magic of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Quote, Goethe is really cool. At the age of 25, he writes a novel which is extraordinarily brilliant. The Sorrows of Young Werther, about the troubles of young Goethe. It's this wonderful story of a young man who falls in love, and it doesn't really work out so well. Goethe wrote this book by locking himself in a hotel room for 3 months, imagining his 5 best friends on different chairs, and then discussing with his imaginary friends different possibilities of plot and so on and so forth. This is an example, by the way, of that spatial separation I was talking about. End quote. Tim Ferriss, Humans naturally remember faces, people, and locations or spaces well, so you can use them to construct mnemonic devices like the memory palace technique, for example. Quote, in one's own mind, we're somehow inherently boxed in and constricted, and by imagining in different spatial locations and then iterating an idea, or novel in this case, through perspectives, he was able to give himself 5 perspectives separated out and give himself a multi-dimensional playground for creating a work of art, which, by the way, is an awesome technique, end quote. Tim Ferriss. We don't need in-person mentors as often as we think. Every day, using people from this book, I will ask myself questions like, what would Matt Mullenweg do? Or what would Jocko say? Feeling like a loser, as we all do sometimes. Quote, when I was at school, I would lose a debating competition or discover that I was a loser in a more general sense. I had what I call, in a way, a mind hack. I'd be sitting on the loo or something, and I'd just think, oh, everything feels terrible and awful, it's all gone to shit. Then I'd consider, but if you think about it, the stars are really far away. Then you try to imagine the world from the stars. Then you sort of zoom in and you're like, oh, there's this tiny little character there for a fragment of time worrying about X. End quote. Tim Ferriss. This is similar to the star therapy that B.J. Miller describes. I use a combination of both each night before bed. Book recommendations. In Praise of Idleness and Other Essays by Bertrand Russell. The Joyous Cosmology by Alan Watts. Maxims and Reflections by Goethe. Quote, I was traveling around the world at the age of 18, which is what people in England do between high school and university. In my coat, I had Goethe's aphorisms, his short little thoughts in my pocket. I read and reread this book. It's actually had quite a fundamental impact on my life because these are his little snippets of wisdom on almost any imaginable topic, and all of them are brilliant. There are things like, the company of women is schooling in good manners, or boldness has genius, power, and magic. Ones you don't remember in their precise form, but which nonetheless act as little microfilters for interpreting reality. End quote. Touching the Rock by John Hull. This is about a man's slow descent into blindness over 20 years. Quote, he's a kind of theologian, but he has these wonderful reflections on how he came to enjoy the world as a blind man. One go-to example is that rain is the best thing for blind people because you can hear the world in 3 dimensions. The pattering of the raindrops on the roofs, the pavement, the lampposts, and the buildings gives you, because of the echo, a sense of 3D space, where most of the time your 3D space only goes a couple of yards in front of you and otherwise is just the void. End quote.
Looking somebody in the eye is often the antidote for what is ailing us.
Amanda Palmer. Amanda Palmer, Twitter, @AmandaPalmer, AmandaPalmer.net, first rose to prominence as one half of the internationally acclaimed punk cabaret duo, the Dresden Dolls. Her surprise hit TED presentation, The Art of Asking, has been viewed more than 8 million times. She followed up with a book expanding on the lessons, titled The Art of Asking, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Let People Help. I read it and upgraded my life in an afternoon of asking for help. Spirit animal. Sloth.
Just take on the pain and wear it as a shirt.
Amanda explains how she got the nickname and stage name Amanda fucking Palmer.
It was one of those things where Ben Folds, producer of her first solo album, had someone who was a friend of a current enemy who referred to me every time she referred to me as Amanda fucking Palmer. And so Ben, because we were working on a record in Nashville together for a month, as a joke started calling me AFP. You lose your mind in the studio, and everything devolves into toilet humor instantly. That just became the running studio joke, and that was Ben's pet name for me, and I thought it was funny enough that I started using it myself. Then it just sort of turned into a thing. I don't even know how it turned into a thing, but I think that's a good nickname. It lands on you, and then it sticks like glue.
Tim, I love it. So you disarmed the insult by adopting it completely. Amanda.
Which kind of is my life philosophy.
Tim, I love that. Amanda.
No, really. Just take on the pain and wear it as a shirt.
Tim Ferriss. This is precisely why I regularly refer to myself as a professional dilettante when I'm being interviewed by someone who views me as a dabbling generalist, which I probably am. By preemptively using the language of a critic, I remove some of their potential weapons. 2 words for conflict resolution.
My mentor's life advice to me when I'm going into a conflict or a difficult situation with my parents or an argument with Neil
Gaiman, her husband.
is say less. That's it. Just say less.
Explaining her early success as a street performer.
I treated every single patron like a 10-second love affair.
Amanda's meditation practice.
Basic Vipassana meditation. Nothing fancy, no crazy mantras, no gods or deities, just basically sitting on the earth as a human being and paying attention to your breath and your body and letting thoughts come and go, but really trying not to be attached to the drama that comes visiting.
Dropping ashes on the Buddha.
One of my absolute favorite books of all time, because it changed my life, is a book called Dropping Ashes on the Buddha. It's by Zen master Sung San, who was a Korean Zen monk. I read it when I was maybe 24, and it's a short book, just a series of letters that this really funny, very direct, very no bullshit Korean monk wrote back and forth with his students in the 1970s. It was one of those, oh my God, I think I get it books. I have given that book to probably 30 or 40 people, especially people who have told me that they are feeling kind of lost and or depressed or directionless, or younger people who are at crazy crossroads in their life and need something to hang on to. If you like it, there is a companion book that was his second collection of letters, which was called Only Don't Know.
Aim narrow. Own your own category. The following is one of my favorite excerpts from The Art of Asking, which I highlighted because it beautifully showcases the 1,000 true fans philosophy I'm so fond of.
Dita Von Teese, a star in the contemporary burlesque scene, once recounted something she'd learned in her early days stripping in L.A. Her colleagues, bleach blonde dancers with fake tans, Brazilian wax jobs, and neon bikinis, would strip bare naked for an audience of 50 guys in the club and be tipped $1 by each guy. Dita would take the stage wearing satin gloves, a corset, and a tutu, and do a sultry striptease down to her underwear, confounding the crowd. And then, though 49 guys would ignore her, one would tip her $50. That man, Dita said, was her audience.
Any quotes you live by or think of often?
Honor those who seek the truth. Beware of those who found it. Adapted from Voltaire. A reminder that the path never ends and that absolutely nobody has this shit figured out.
Eric Weinstein. Eric Weinstein, Twitter, @EricWeinstein, is managing director of Thiel Capital, a PhD in mathematical physics from Harvard, and a research fellow at the Mathematical Institute of Oxford University. Spirit animal, mirror orchid.
Behind the scenes. This is the text from Eric that catalyzed our podcast. Quote, do you want to try a podcast on the topics in our next thread, psychedelics, theories of everything, and the need to destroy education in order to save it? End quote. The most viral thing Eric has ever written is about Kung Fu Panda, his all-time favorite film. In Kung Fu Panda, how does Po end up developing the capability to be an awesome Kung Fu fighter? On Quora. Eric has also written about professional wrestling as a metaphor for living in a constructed and false reality. See kayfabe on edge.org. 2,000 to 3,000 people, not general fame. This is one of the messages Eric burned into my brain last year, and it's guided many decisions since. We were sitting in a large soaking tub talking about the world, as mathematicians and human guinea pigs do in San Francisco, and he said, "General fame is overrated. You want to be famous to 2,000 to 3,000 people you handpick." I'm paraphrasing, but the gist is that you don't need or want mainstream fame. It brings more liabilities than benefits. However, if you're known and respected by 2,000 to 3,000 high-caliber people, e.g. the live TED audience, you can do anything and everything you want in life. It provides maximal upside and minimal downside. Good question to ask yourself when tackling incumbent companies or ideas. Quote, how is their bread buttered? What is it that they can't afford to say or think? End quote. Consensus should set off your spidey sense. Quote, somehow people have to learn that consensus is a huge problem. There's no arithmetic consensus because it doesn't require a consensus, but there is a Washington consensus. There is a climate consensus. In general, consensus is how we bully people into pretending that there's nothing to see. Move along, everyone. I think that in part you should learn that people don't naturally come to high levels of agreement unless something is either absolutely clear, in which case consensus isn't present, or there's an implied threat of violence to livelihood or self. End quote. Tim Ferriss. I start nearly every public presentation I give with a slide that contains one quote. Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. Mark Twain. This isn't just for my audience, it's also a reminder for me. Change your words, change your world. Eric has an amazing vocabulary that regularly stumps me, and we speak a lot about the culture-shaping power of language. As mentioned in Reid Hoffman's profile, one of my favorite quotes is from Ludwig Wittgenstein. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. Partly as a result of my late-night jam sessions with Eric, I started experimenting with inventing new words and spreading them in pop culture. This can be for shits and giggles, but sometimes it's because a serious national conversation is in need of new words. In the former category, my first was teladultery, from a tweet on April 6, 2016. Quote, proposed new word, teladultery, noun, when a significant other secretly watches a TV series solo that you've agreed to watch together. End quote. My second experiment in the serious category was made public in my conversation with Eric. Bigoteer. There currently isn't much of a penalty for frivolously labeling people an ist, e.g. sexist, racist, misogynist, classist, despite the fact that people who are unfairly accused of such things can have their careers, marriages, etc. destroyed. This often happens with no evidence, very questionable evidence, or even strong countering evidence. The damage is hard to undo, even if there's a retraction or correction. Google and Wikipedia will at the least continue to have has been accused of, which is damning ambiguity. So what to do? I think we can fight fire with fire. This is where bigoteer comes in. Bigoteer, noun, a person who implies other people are bigots for personal gain. Let's say a writer takes the lazy route for cheap applause, i.e. sensationalizing for clicks, and haphazardly accuses others of being an ist, like sexist or racist. That mudslinger could now become labeled as a well-known bigoteer in their own Wikipedia entry, for instance. This would create a consequence and disincentive, which I don't see currently, to acting in such a cavalier and damaging way. Out-of-control political correctness and online lynch mobs are the end of free speech. Fight it. The world we live in is becoming a horrible consensus reality. Don't run over the cliff. Defining a high agency person. Eric said high agency person in passing, and I asked him to elaborate. Quote, when you're told that something is impossible, is that the end of the conversation, or does that start a second dialogue in your mind? How to get around whoever it is that's just told you that you can't do something. So, how am I going to get past this bouncer who told me that I can't come into this nightclub? How am I going to start a business when my credit is terrible and I have no experience? End quote. Tim Ferriss. Eric describes The Martian as the ultimate high agency film. What is canonical design? Quote, well, let's look at nature. There's a great virus called T4 bacteriophage. If you look it up, it's like a lunar lander. It's really cool. The genetic material is held in a capsule called a capsid that has the form of an icosahedron, 20-faced polyhedron. It's a little crazy to think that before Plato ever existed, nature had figured out this complicated 20-sided object. But because it was so natural at a mathematical level, even if it was complex, nature found the canonical design, even though there was no canonical designer. Because it was a God-given form, it didn't need to be thunk up, if you will, by any individual. Or the recent discovery of grasshoppers that use gear mechanisms for jumping. You would think we had invented gears, but in fact, gears are such a natural idea that natural selection found it long before we did. These forms really don't have an inventor so much as a discoverer. End quote. Most gifted or recommended books. Quote, for my science friends, I tell them to read The Emperor of Scent by Chandler Burr about my friend Luca Turin. It talks about a renegade scientist being stymied by the journal Nature, by various conferences, by the established research centers, and it's just a wonderful introduction to how the dissident voice is marginalized. Because Luca is such a genius of olfaction and chemistry, he's able to take a perspective which may or may not be true, but keeps pushing forward and battling. So that's one of my favorites. I have another weird recommendation, which is this book, Heraclitean Fire by Erwin Chargaff, who effectively shorted Watson and Crick. He told Watson and Crick that he didn't think that they were very good or very smart, and that they didn't know their chemistry. They weren't qualified to work on DNA, etc. It turned out that they got it right and he got it wrong. When I heard there was somebody who bet against Watson and Crick, I thought, well, this is just going to be the laugh of the century, but it turned out that just to short those guys required another genius. He writes about trying to suppress these guys and failing because they were right, and he was wrong. He has enough presence of mind to struggle with it. These are books that I think are incredibly powerful because they talk about what it's like to be one against the many. End quote. The Power of Thinking Sideways. Quote, nobody really knew how to do wheeled luggage before 1989. It's hard to imagine that the whole world had their heads wedged so far up there that they couldn't think to put in these recessed wheels with a telescoping handle. And this was the invention of a guy named Robert Plath, who was a pilot for Northwest, I think. In one fell swoop, he convinced everyone that their old luggage was terrible. So even though there wasn't a lot of growth, he created the growth because nobody wanted their old luggage. You could compare these discrete brainwave innovations across fields. For example, in table tennis in the early 50s, the worst player on the Japanese team at the Bombay Table Tennis Championships was this guy Hiroji Sato. He glued 2 foam expanses to both sides of a sandpaper table tennis bat, and nobody could cue off of the sounds because it changed the sound of the ball. End quote. Tim, like a silencer on a gun. Eric, exactly. So if you put a suppressor on your paddle, Tim, suppressor. Just the fact that you use that word makes me think that you have a bunch of firearms hiding in your basement. Eric, I can neither confirm nor deny. But the idea that the worst player on one of the lower-rated teams would be the undisputed champion simply through an innovation that was that profound shows you what the power of one of these ideas is. Tim Ferriss. These ideas equals having a secret, as described in Peter Thiel's 0 to 1, knowing or believing something that the rest of the world thinks is nonsense. Eric. The power laws are just so unbelievably in your favor if you win that it makes venturing outside the norm worthwhile. Tim. Or Dick Fosbury, who went backwards over the high jump bar for the first time in the Olympics, winning gold. Eric. 1968, you got it. Tim. Ridiculed, then mimicked, and eventually made standard. Eric. In the case of the poorly designed standard umbrella. I would, for example, immediately think about, let's say, the Japanese and their love of origami and the mathematics of paper folding. That would be a place that I might see whether I could mine that silo of expertise for any application to the umbrella. Very often it's a question of being the first person to connect things that have never been connected before, and something that is a commonplace solution in one area is not thought of in another. For deep fucking creative work. Tim. If you are trying to do deep creative work that requires a lot of synthesis, or as Naval Ravikant might say, orthogonal thinking, what would your work cycle look like? Eric. I use a weird technique. I use coprolalia. It sounds pornographic. Tim. A little bit. Eric. You know the strings of obscenities that Tourette's patients involuntarily utter? That's coprolalia. So, I find that when we use words that are prohibited to us, it tells our brain that we are inhabiting unsafe space. It's a bit of a sign that you're going into a different mode. When I'm going to do deep work, very often, it has a very powerful, aggressive energy to it. It's not easy to be around. It's very exacting, and I think I would probably look very autistic to people who know me to be social, were they ever to see me in work mode. Tim. How do you incite that? Do you just start trying to string together as many obscenities as possible, like an incantation? Eric. I have my same sequence. It's like an invariant mantra that I have to say. Tim. Can you share it, or is that top secret? Eric. No, you can't share your meditation word. Tim. Well, just some hints then. How long is it? Eric. It probably takes me 7 seconds to say it. You also have to decamp from normal reality where you start thinking about things like, well, how am I negatively going to impact my neighbor? No, this is your time. You're stealing the time, and the act of creation is itself a violent action. Tim Ferriss. This odd technique does seem to quickly produce a slightly altered state. Try it. Write down a precise sequence of curse words that takes 7 to 10 seconds to read. Then, before a creative work session of some type, read it quickly and loudly like you're casting a spell or about to go postal. Eric also finds late nights around 3 a.m. to be ideal for deep creative work. Eric. When the phone stops ringing, when you have no FOMO, fear of missing out, because everybody's asleep, it's a Monday night and it's just you and an expansive whiteboard, that's when the magic happens. Old habits die hard. The watch smile. Quote, in almost every advertisement for wristwatches, the watches are set to 10:10. Until you see that, you can't really believe that it's true, but afterwards you realize that the world has just pulled one over on you because 10:10 looks like a smile to watch advertisers. End quote. Tim. Oh, I guess it's very symmetrical, isn't it? Eric. Yeah, but what's funny is that the wisdom has crept in to the point that sometimes you'll see digital watch ads and they'll still be set to 10:10, even though it doesn't look like a smile. On starting to use psychedelics after age 40. For his entire life, Eric believed that using psychedelics was like pouring acid on your brain and leaving it as Swiss cheese. That has changed in the last several years. Quote, It wasn't until I started meeting some of the most intellectually gifted people in the sciences and beyond, I realized that this was sort of the open secret of what I call the hallucinogenic elite, whether it's billionaires or Nobel laureates or inventors and coders. A lot of these people were using these agents either for creativity or to gain access to the things that are so difficult to get access to through therapy and other conventional means." End quote. Learning disability or teaching disability. Quote, "This is where we run into the trouble, which is we don't talk about teaching disabilities. We only talk about learning disabilities. And a lot of the kids that I want are kids who have been labeled learning disabled, but they're actually super learners. They're like learners on steroids who have some deficits to pay for their superpower, and teachers can't deal with this. We label those kids learning disabled to cover up from the fact that the economics of teaching require that one central actor, the teacher, be able to lead a room of 20 or more people in lockstep. Well, that's not a good model. I want to get as many of my dangerous, in a good way, kids out of that idiom, whether it requires dropping out of high school, dropping out of college, but not for no purpose. Drop into something. Start creating, building. Join a lab. Skip college." End quote. Eric's morning routine. Quote, "Each morning is basically a struggle against a new day, which I view as a series of opponents who must be defeated. I'm not a morning person, so every morning I get out of bed. I'm just astounded that I've done it. It was Julian Schwinger, the great Harvard physicist, I think, who was asked if he would teach the 9 a.m. quantum mechanics course, and he stopped for a second. The person asking said, 'Well, what's the problem, Professor Schwinger?' And he answered, 'I don't know if I can stay up that late.'" End quote. Advice to your 30-year-old self. Quote, "When I was 30, I guess I was still struggling to stay in or get out of academics. What I didn't realize is that the structure of the universities was either hitting steady state or growing very little or shrinking. That was not a healthy place to be because most of the good seats in the musical chairs competition, e.g. tenured positions, had already been found in the 60s, and they had occupants. I think what I needed to do was decamp and realize that technology was going to be a boom area. And even though I wanted to do science rather than technology, it's better to be in an expanding world and not quite in exactly the right field than to be in a contracting world where people's worst behavior comes out. In the latter, your mind is grooved in defensive and rent-seeking types of ways. Life is too short to be petty and defensive and cruel to other people who are seeking to innovate alongside you." End quote. Parting advice? Quote, "What I would really like is for those of you who have been told that you're learning disabled, or you're not good at math, or that you're terrible at music or something like that, to seek out unconventional ways of proving that wrong. Believe not only in yourselves, but that there are ways, tools, methods powerful enough to make things that look very difficult much easier than you ever imagined." End quote.
Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg. Seth Rogen, Twitter, Facebook, @Seth Rogen, is an actor, writer, producer, and director. Evan Goldberg, Twitter, @Evan Goldberg, is a Canadian director, screenwriter, and producer. They've collaborated on films such as Superbad, which they first conceived of as teenagers, Knocked Up, Pineapple Express, The Green Hornet, This Is the End, Funny People, Neighbors, and Sausage Party. They have also written for The Ali G Show and The Simpsons. Spirit Animal, Seth, Sloth, Evan, Bonobo.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. I visited the production of Neighbors 2 in Atlanta to observe Seth, Evan, and their team in action. One day I sat in on a writer's room brainstorm. The script was put up on a huge screen, one person manning the keyboard. everyone started throwing out ideas which were typed in at hyperspeed. Evan and others said fuck or fucking at least once a sentence, and it all went on the screen. I asked afterward, doesn't it take a lot of time to polish the script? To which Evan responded with a smile, quote, you can always defuck the script later, end quote. The important thing was to brainstorm freely and not self-edit. That came afterward. Why Superbad worked. Superbad worked because Seth and Evan wrote about exactly what they were experiencing at the time. Evan explains, at the time, all we knew was that we really wanted to get laid, we weren't getting laid, and we weren't super cool. It pays to write what you know. Seth started doing stand-up when he was 13 years old. He adds, that's something that came from stand-up comedy. There's a comic named Daryl Lennox who still performs, who is great. I remember he saw me perform. I would try to mimic other comedians like Stephen Wright or Seinfeld, like, what's the deal with Crazy Glue? And he said, dude, you're the only person here who could talk about trying to get a hand job for the first time. Talk about that. Lessons from Judd Apatow. Evan, I would say the biggest thing we learned from Judd is don't keep stuff to yourself. You're surrounded by smart people. Bring them in. Get other people's opinions. Share it with them. And most importantly, emotion is what matters. It's an emotional journey. Seth, I remember one time we were filming a scene in Knocked Up and improvising, or maybe he was even 40-year-old virgin, and the direction he screamed at us, because he screams direction from another room a lot, which is hilarious, was less semen, more emotion. I think that is actually a good note to apply across the board. Tim, you also mentioned that every character has to have a wound of some kind. Evan, that's a big Juddism. Tim Ferriss, Judd recommended they read The Art of Dramatic Writing by Lajos Egri. Evan, if you're a writer, 60% of it is useless and 40% of it is gold, which Judd said was Woody Allen's favorite writing book. Weed for creative work. Evan and Seth are both serious marijuana connoisseurs, and they use different strains for different purposes. For writing and other creative sessions, Evan considers Jack Herrera to be a good working weed. It's described by Leafly online as, quote, a sativa-dominant cannabis strain that provides the perfect pairing of cerebral elevation and full-body relief, end quote. Any parting thoughts or advice? Evan, in the end, Superbad was a success, but make no mistake, for 10 years it was a failure. And the first 5 drafts, if you read them, you'd think, this is the worst thing I've ever read in my life. Seth, people told us over and over again, I don't think anyone's going to make this movie, and it didn't even occur to us to listen to them. It wasn't even a conversation of, should we stop? We literally didn't even have that conversation. It was just like, fuck those people, let's go to the next one. Evan, to picture Stephen King writing his first book and then being like, man, I'm stumped, I'm going to be something else. You just keep going. Seth, blind belief in yourself.
8 tactics for dealing with haters. Life is a full-contact sport, especially on the internet. If you're going to step into the arena, bloody noses and a lot of scrapes are par for the course. The sharp elbows and body checks can take many forms. Here is one of the first Amazon reviews I ever received for the 4-Hour Workweek, while I was still a wee lad finding his Bambi legs on the web. This book is mistitled. The subtitle should be Escape 9 to 5, Live Anywhere, Join the New Rich, and Become the World's Biggest Jerk. Don't buy it. He'll probably use your money to set a Guinness Book record for the most kittens strangled in 1 minute. Ah, welcome to town, kid. Want a tissue? That was 2007. Over the last decade, I've collected a handful of rules and quotes that help me keep my sanity and reputation largely intact. Here they are. Number 1. It doesn't matter how many people don't get it. What matters is how many people do. Even if your objective is to do the greatest good for the greatest number of people, you only need to find, cultivate, and thrill your first 1,000 die-hard true fans. Page 292. These people become your strongest marketing force, and the rest takes care of itself. The millions or billions who don't get it don't matter. Focus on the few who do. They are your Archimedes lever. Number 2. 10% of people will find a way to take anything personally, expect it, and treat it as math. Particularly as you build an audience, this 10% can turn into a big number. Mentally prepare yourself before publishing anything. Oh, I have 1,000 readers now. That means that 100 are going to respond like assholes. Not because I'm bad, not because they're bad, but because that's how the math works. If you anticipate it, it will throw you off less. On top of that, I assume that 1% of my fans are completely batshit crazy, just like the general population, which helps me handle the far scarier stuff. If you wrongly assume that everyone is going to respond with smiles and high fives, you are going to get slapped. You'll respond impulsively and you'll triple the damage. And you are not exempt from Crazy Town just because you covered non-offensive material. Here is a real verbatim comment left on my blog. You are showing a grave example of the white horseman to our children. Shame on you. You're an evil one who has gained the world and lost your soul. He proceeded to threaten to deliver me on Judgment Day. It became a real FBI-worthy threat. This was not in response to my post about clubbing baby seals. I don't have one. It was in response to a blog post I wrote to help raise funds for high-need public school classrooms in the U.S. through DonorsChoose.org that lack sufficient funding for books, pens, pencils, etc. Anticipate, don't react. Number 3. When in doubt, starve it of oxygen. Here are my 3 primary responses to online criticism. Starve it of oxygen. Ignore it. 90%. Pour gasoline on it. Promote it. 8%. Engage with trolls after too much wine and really regret it. 2%. I'm not going to cover option number 3, but the first 2 are worth explaining. The reason that you would want to starve 90% of oxygen is because doing otherwise gives your haters extra Google juice. In other words, if you reply publicly, worst case scenario, you put something on another site with high page rank and link to the critic. All you're going to do is gift them powerful inbound links, increase traffic, and ensure the persistence and prominence of the piece. In some cases, I've had to bite my tongue for months at a time to wait for something, infuriating BS that I could easily refute, to drop off the front page or even the second page of Google results. It's very, very hard to stay silent, and it's very, very important to have that self-control. Rewatch the hold scene from Braveheart. But what about pouring gasoline on 8% of the negative? Why would anyone ever do that? First off, we must realize that not all critics are haters. Let's look at a real-world example. Eric Cargelotto wrote a post called, "Is Tim Ferriss acting like an asshole?" in response to a spec design competition I held, which had caused a firestorm. I don't agree with all of his arguments, but he did have some well-thought-through points that I felt contributed to a more interesting discussion. So I promoted his piece. For me, doing this 8% to 10% of the time accomplishes 2 things. It shows that I'm open to criticism, and it shows that I don't take myself too seriously. Both of these things tend to decrease the number of real haters who come out of the woodwork. Number 4. If you respond, don't over-apologize. There are times to apologize when you truly screw up or speak too soon. But more often than not, acknowledgement is all that's required. Some version of "I see you" will diffuse at least 80% of people who appear to be haters or would-be haters. They'll even sometimes do an about-face and become your strongest proponents. Just present the facts or wish them luck, and let them come to their own conclusions. I often use something along the lines of, "Thanks for the feedback. I'm always trying to improve. In the meantime, I hope you find what you're looking for." Number 5. You can't reason someone out of something they didn't reason themselves into. Number 6. Quote, trying to get everyone to like you is a sign of mediocrity. You'll avoid the tough decisions, and you'll avoid confronting the people who need to be confronted. End quote. Colin Powell. Number 7. Quote, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. End quote. Epictetus. Cato of ancient Rome, who Seneca believed to be the perfect Stoic, practiced Epictetus's maxim by wearing darker robes than was customary and by wearing no tunic. He expected to be ridiculed, and he was. He did this to train himself to only be ashamed of those things that are truly worth being ashamed of. To do anything remotely interesting, you need to train yourself to handle, or even enjoy, criticism. I regularly and deliberately embarrass myself for superficial reasons, much like Cato. This is an example of fear rehearsing. Page 474. Number 8. Living well is the best revenge. George Herbert. During a tough period several years ago, Nassim Taleb of the Black Swan fame sent me the following aphorism, which was perfect timing and perfectly put. Robustness is when you care more about the few who like your work than the multitude who hates it. Artists. Fragility is when you care more about the few who hate your work than the multitude who loves it. Politicians. Choose to be robust.
I really love the user-friendly quality of the word fuck.
Margaret Cho. Margaret Cho, Twitter, @MargaretCho, margaretcho.com, is a polymath. She is an internationally acclaimed comic, actress, author, fashion designer, and singer-songwriter. She's on the big screen and in TV series such as Sex and the City and 30 Rock. In 1999, her off-Broadway one-woman show, I'm the One That I Want, toured the country and was made into a best-selling book and feature film of the same name. Her first album, Cho Dependent, was nominated for a Grammy for Best Comedy Album.
How to handle hecklers from the stage. Margaret is known for being very good at shutting down hecklers. She learned a lot from the legendary Paula Poundstone.
Really try to find out what they're trying to say. It's really going deeper and finding out why this person has chosen to disrupt a performance that everybody is paid for and that everybody is there for and agreed to sit for. Why did somebody want to rebel against that? I'm curious about it. I usually give them quite a lot of time. There's the potential to create a whole show around them. Then I can ask them about who they're with. I can ask the person they're with things like, why are they like that? Are they like this all the time? Is this a special thing? You can also talk to other people around them, people who are seated next to them. What was this person like before the show? Or what were they saying? What led us to this?
Tim Ferriss. This is pure genius. Sometimes the best way to diffuse or defeat attackers is to ask short questions and keep them talking. Even a simple, why do you say that? Why do you ask? Or why would you say something like that? Can do the trick. Online, I'll sometimes let famous people answer my hecklers in the form of quotes. If someone is outraged over something ridiculous on social media, for instance, one of my favorite replies, especially after some wine, is, "Those who are offended easily should be offended more often." Mae West.
Andrew Zimmern. Andrew Zimmern, Twitter, @AndrewZimmern, andrewzimmern.com, is a 3-time James Beard award-winning TV personality, chef, writer, and teacher. As the creator, executive producer, and host of the Bizarre Foods franchise on Travel Channel, including Bizarre Foods with Andrew Zimmern, Andrew Zimmern's Bizarre World, Bizarre Foods America, and the new Bizarre Foods Delicious Destinations, Andrew has explored cultures in more than 150 countries, promoting impactful ways to think about, create, and live with food. It hasn't all been roses. Now sober for more than 20 years, Andrew was once a homeless heroin addict. He turned his life around with the help of a friend at the Hazelden Clinic in Minnesota. Spirit animal. Old and wise sea turtle.
The most important thing is to be you, not your inner actor. Tim. I'm looking at some notes I took after one of our first therapy sessions to help me prepare for a TV show. One of the recommendations was that the most important thing is to be you, not your inner actor. The line that really stuck with me was how episode 1 is how you're going to have to be. Andrew. Episode 1, moment 1. You can never take that back. I think I told you the story of episode 1, show 1 of Bizarre Foods. It was actually the pilot. I went to the Asadachi, which is a restaurant in Tokyo. The translation for the name means morning erections. True. It's a getemono bar, the kind of place where businessmen close deals and drink a lot. If you eat snake bile, I'll eat snake bile, and then the deal will be done, sort of thing. There was a part of me that had all the funniest lines for making fun of their name, and sure, you can make fun of these people. It's the easy go-to. You see people do it all the time on TV. A little voice inside my head said, don't do it, because if you do that, you're going to have to come up with those lines all the time. You're going to be someone you're not. Quite frankly, the person that I am is very respectful of other cultures. Don't do it. Don't give in to the fast, easy, cheap temptation, which we always do. It's the easiest way. So all I did was walked up and turned and said some benign line and walked in the door. The moral of the story being, I didn't have to make fun of the people, make fun of their food, make fun of the name. It has turned out to be the best decision I ever made because people always talk about the respect that I pay to other people within the show, which pleases me. And I think it's an important thing for all of us when we are travelers. And it is so much less work just to be yourself. If you had to choose 3 herbs or spices to cook with for the next year, quote, the world of herbs and spices is great, but before that, there are some other building blocks that I would prefer to have in my kitchen or my desert island. Hot chilies, shallots, and lemon. Sure, I can pick cumin or cilantro or things like that, but they have fairly limited use. With the lemon, chilies, and an allium or shallot, I can do anything. I can do ceaseless variations on them. Salt can act as an acid, and citrus is an acid. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Hence, some chefs say, I use citrus like others use salt. Quote, and there is an incredible amount of acid in all the alliums. There's an incredible amount of acid in all of the chilies. It's no secret why those things are food-changing, food-altering, technique-inspiring ingredients to use. Much more versatile in the kitchen than basil or thyme or something like that. End quote. Finding the right recipe for the kitchen or life. Look for details and doers. Quote, if you go on the internet, there are 20 recipes for pound cake. I go with the one that even describes to 1/4 of an inch the size of the pan, because if someone is describing that level of detail, you know they have gone through it. The person who writes a recipe that says, grease the cake pan, without specifying the size, you know they haven't made it. It's a tip-off right away that something is wrong. End quote. What is the best or most worthwhile investment you've made? Quote, the best thing I ever did, besides getting sober 25 years ago, was shelving my restaurant career in 2002, selling my shares in my restaurant, and working for free for a local radio station, magazine, and TV station in an effort to create my own media syllabus. I wanted to create a product with a massive platform and try to make a difference in the world, and I couldn't do it without becoming a 40-year-old intern, learning everything I needed, and rebooting my career. End quote.
Cynicism is a disease that robs people of the gift of life. Rainn Wilson. Rainn Wilson, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, @Rainn Wilson, soulpancake.com, is best known for playing Dwight Schrute on NBC's Emmy-winning TV show, The Office. He has also acted in Super, Cooties, Juno, Monsters vs. Aliens, and The Rocker, among other movies. He co-founded Soul Pancake, a media company that seeks to tackle life's big questions. He's a board member of the Mona Foundation and co-founded Lide Haiti, an educational initiative in rural Haiti that empowers young, at-risk women through the arts. He is the author of The Bassoon King, Spirit Animal, Sloth.
Behind the scenes. For those of you who'd love to kick me in the face, Rainn saved you the trouble. Just search Rainn Wilson kicking Tim Ferriss in the face. Long story. What advice would you give your 30-year-old self? Quote, at 30, I was a starving New York theater actor, just going around trying to get acting work and barely making $17,000 a year doing theater. I did a bunch of side jobs. I was a man with a van. I had a moving company. I think what I would talk to myself about is, you have to believe in your capacity. You have to believe that your capacity is greater than you could probably imagine. To me, this is a kind of divine question. God has given us talents and faculties, and it's up to us to discover them, expand them to their maximum, and use them for maximum service in the world. I had a lot more capacity at 30 than I thought. I thought of myself as, well, I could get some acting work, and maybe I could do an occasional guest spot on Law & Order and make enough money to just get by as an actor so I don't have to drive this damn moving van. That was the extent of where my imagination was for myself. So I would just say, believe in yourself more deeply. You're bigger than that. Dream bigger, I would say, end quote. Getting to normal. This was extremely refreshing to hear from Rainn, as I often feel the same. Quote, I'm in my head a lot, and it kind of sucks. So there are certain tools that I have to use to get by. I've learned in my life that there are certain things I have to do to just be out of my head and get to normal. I'm not talking about being really super effective. Just to get to normal, I have to do meditation. I have to do some exercise. If I can get into nature, great. If I can play some tennis, better. And acting is that same way. Acting, rehearsing, playing characters, these are the things that get me out of my head and out of analyzing every goddamn thing that comes down the pike and leaves me miserable and making really bad choices, end quote. On being the best version of yourself. As Oscar Wilde is thought to have said, be yourself. Everyone else is taken. Quote, I was cast in a Broadway show when I was about 29 or 30 years old. It was my first Broadway show, and I sucked. I bombed. Again, I was very in my head. I was very stuck, cerebral, and stiff. I couldn't get out of it. And I tried, but I was just terrible at the part. But after I finished that show, I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm never doing that again. I can't. Life is too short. I'm too miserable, and I've got to be me as an actor. I have to bring who I really am as a human to my acting. So I'm offbeat, and I'm odd. I'm a weirdo. I buy shirts at the thrift store, and this is who I am. And this is who I have to be. It really changed me as an actor and as an artist. I never would have had the success that I had in LA and on TV and film in doing odd characters if I hadn't gone through that terrible, terrible ordeal, end quote. Any final thoughts? Quote, I don't want to sound like a pretentious asshole, but I would ask people to dig deeper. We can make the world a better place. We can ask more of ourselves. We can do more for others. I think that our life is a journey. Dig deep on your journey, and the world will benefit from it. End quote.
The most important trick to be happy is to realize that happiness is a choice that you make and a skill that you develop. You choose to be happy, and then you work at it. It's just like building muscles. Naval Ravikant. Naval Ravikant, Twitter, @Naval, startupboy.com, is the CEO and founder of AngelList. He previously co-founded Vast.com and ePinions, which went public as part of Shopping.com. He is an active angel investor and has invested in more than 100 companies, including many unicorn mega successes. His deals include Twitter, Uber, Yammer, Postmates, Wish, Thumbtack, and OpenDNS. He is probably the person I call most for startup-related advice. Spirit animal: owl.
Backstory. Naval was raised poor in an immigrant family. Quote, "We came to this country from India when I was 9 and my brother was 11. We had very little. My mother raised us as a single mom in a studio apartment. She worked a menial job by day and then she went to school at night, so we were latchkey kids. A lot of growing up was watching the ideal American lifestyle, but from the other side of the window pane, with my nose pressed against the glass, saying, 'I want that too. I want that for myself and my kids.' I grew up with a very dark view of the world on the other side of the tracks." End quote. Naval's name roughly means new man in Sanskrit. His son is named Neo, which means new in Greek, is an anagram for one. Naval pointed this out to me and, of course, is well featured in The Matrix. Many years ago, Naval and I first met because he saw me hitting on his then-girlfriend, unbeknownst to me, at a coffee shop in San Francisco. He sauntered up with a huge grin and introduced himself. His brother Kamal is the person who convinced me to retire from early tech investing. Successful and happy. Different cohorts? Quote, "If you want to be successful, surround yourself with people who are more successful than you are. But if you want to be happy, surround yourself with people who are less successful than you are." End quote. Handling conflict. Quote, "The first rule of handling conflict is don't hang around people who are constantly engaging in conflict. All of the value in life, including in relationships, comes from compound interest. People who regularly fight with others will eventually fight with you. I'm not interested in anything that's unsustainable or even hard to sustain, including difficult relationships." End quote. The three options you always have in life. Quote, "In any situation in life, you only have three options. You always have three options. You can change it, you can accept it, or you can leave it. What is not a good option is to sit around wishing you would change it but not changing it, wishing you would leave it but not leaving it, and not accepting it. It's that struggle, that aversion, that is responsible for most of our misery. The phrase that I probably use the most to myself in my head is just one word: accept." End quote. The 5 chimps theory. Quote, "There's a theory that I call the 5 chimps theory. In zoology, you can predict the mood and behavior patterns of any chimp by which 5 chimps they hang out with the most. Choose your 5 chimps carefully." End quote. Lessons from physics and the Russian mob. Quote, "I learned the importance of honesty from a couple of different places. One is, when I grew up, I wanted to be a physicist and I idolized Richard Feynman. I read everything by him, technical and non-technical, that I could get my hands on. He said, 'You must never, ever fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool.' So the physics grounding is very important because in physics, you have to speak truth. You don't compromise. You don't negotiate with people. You don't try and make them feel better. If your equation is wrong, it just won't work. Truth is not determined by consensus or popularity. Usually it's quite the opposite. So I think the science background is important. A second is, I grew up around some really rough and tumble kids in New York, some of whom were actually in the Russian mob. I once had an encounter where I watched one of them threaten to kill the other. The would-be victim went and hid, and then finally, he let the aggressor into his house after the aggressor promised him, 'No, I'm not going to kill you.' Honesty was such a strong virtue between them that even when they were ready to kill each other, they would take each other's word for things. It went above everything. Even though it was honesty in a mob context, I realized how important that is in relationships." End quote. Honesty is a core foundational value. Here's a brief story for comedic relief, and keep in mind that we both happily live in San Francisco. Tim, You never hesitate to say what's on your mind. I can see how that might be misinterpreted by people who are used to polite, nod conversation. I remember once you and I were both invited to a dinner and there were a lot of people neither of us had met. You were standing in a group chatting over wine and I showed up with this pretty unusual getup. I had on this turquoise long-sleeved shirt which I never wore. I don't know if you remember this. Naval. I do not. Tim. I had jeans on and these brown, odd-looking dress shoes that kind of looked like bowling shoes. You looked at me, smiled, and asked, "Why are you dressed like a gay banker?" Then this woman that neither of us had ever met started defending me, and I was like, oh God, here we go. Naval. The honesty thing is a core foundational value. Tim. In fairness, I totally did. Embarrassed into starting his first company. Quote, I was working at this tech company called At Home Network, and I told everybody around me, my boss, my coworkers, my friends, in Silicon Valley, all of these other people are starting companies. It looks like they can do it. I'm going to go start a company. I'm just here temporarily. I'm an entrepreneur. I told everybody, and I wasn't meaning to actually trick myself into it. It wasn't a deliberate, calculated thing. I was just venting, talking out loud, being overly honest, but I actually didn't start a company. This was 1996. It was a much scarier, more difficult proposition to start a company then. Sure enough, everyone started coming up to me and saying, "What are you still doing here? I thought you were leaving to start a company." "Wow, you're still here. That was a while ago that you said that." I was literally embarrassed into starting my own company. End quote. Now, use that technique on purpose. Quote, tell your friends that you're a happy person, then you'll be forced to conform to it. You'll have a consistency bias. You have to live up to it. Your friends will expect you to be a happy person. End quote. 90% fear, 10% desire. Quote, I find that 90% of thoughts that I have are fear-based. The other 10% are probably desire-based. There's a great definition I read that says, enlightenment is the space between your thoughts, which means that enlightenment isn't this thing you achieve after 30 years sitting in a corner on a mountaintop. It's something you can achieve moment to moment, and you can be a certain percentage enlightened every single day. End quote. Naval's best $100 or less purchase? Quote, the teppanyaki grill. It's a little tabletop grill. Search Presto 22-inch electric griddle. What I learned is that for food, the freshness and quality of the food going straight from the grill to your mouth is way more important than what you do with it. For example, in most recipes, we sauce the heck out of everything. We cream it, we over-prepare it, and we over-process it because it's sitting under a heat lamp for 10 minutes. End quote. What would you put on a billboard? Quote, I don't know if I have messages to send to the world, but there are messages I like to send to myself at all times. One message that really stuck with me when I figured this out is, desire is a contract you make with yourself to be unhappy until you get what you want. I don't think most of us realize that's what it is. I think we go about desiring things all day long and then wondering why we're unhappy. So, I like to stay aware of that because then I can choose my desires very carefully. I try not to have more than one big desire in my life at any given time, and I also recognize that as the axis of my suffering. I realize that that's where I've chosen to be unhappy. I think that is an important one. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Naval first encountered a variation of this message on a now extinct blog called Delusion Damage. Naval's Laws. The below is Naval's response to the question, are there any quotes you live by or think of often? These are gold. Take the time necessary to digest them. Quote, these aren't all quotes from others. Many are maxims that I've carved for myself. Be present above all else. Desire is suffering, Buddha. Anger is a hot coal that you hold in your hand while waiting to throw it at someone else, Buddhist saying. If you can't see yourself working with someone for life, don't work with them for a day. Reading, learning, is the ultimate meta skill and can be traded for anything else. All the real benefits in life come from compound interest. Earn with your mind, not your time. 99% of all effort is wasted. Total honesty at all times. It's almost always possible to be honest and positive. Praise specifically, criticize generally. Warren Buffett. Truth is that which has predictive power. Watch every thought. Always ask, why am I having this thought? All greatness comes from suffering. Love is given, not received. Enlightenment is the space between your thoughts. Eckhart Tolle. Mathematics is the language of nature. Every moment has to be complete, in and of itself. End quote. A few of Naval's tweets that are too good to leave out. What you choose to work on and who you choose to work with are far more important than how hard you work. Free education is abundant all over the internet. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. If you eat, invest, and think according to what the news advocates, you'll end up nutritionally, financially, and morally bankrupt. We waste our time with short-term thinking and busy work. Warren Buffett spends a year deciding and a day acting. That act lasts decades. The guns aren't new. The violence isn't new. The connected cameras are new. And that changes everything. You get paid for being right first, and to be first, you can't wait for consensus. My one repeated learning in life: there are no adults. Everyone's making it up as they go along. Figure it out yourself and do it. A busy mind accelerates the passage of subjective time. Monkeys on a spinning rock. On why Naval no longer has a quest for immortality. Quote, if you study even the smallest bit of science, you will realize that for all practical purposes, we are nothing. We're basically monkeys on a small rock orbiting a small, backwards star in a huge galaxy, which is in an absolutely staggeringly gigantic universe, which itself may be part of a gigantic multiverse. This universe has been around for probably 10 billion years or more and will be around for tens of billion years afterwards. So, your existence, my existence, is just infinitesimal. It is like a firefly blinking once in the night. Nothing that we do lasts. Eventually you will fade, your works will fade, your children will fade, your thoughts will fade, this planet will fade, the sun will fade, it will all be gone. There are entire civilizations that we remember now with just one or two words, like Sumerian or Mayan. Do you know any Sumerians or Mayans? Do you hold any of them in high regard or esteem? Have they outlived their natural lifespan somehow? No. If you don't believe in an afterlife, then you should realize that this is such a short and precious life. It is really important that you don't spend it being unhappy. There is no excuse for spending most of your life in misery. You've only got 70 years out of the 50 billion or however long the universe is going to be around. End quote.
Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck, Facebook, Twitter, @GlennBeck, glennbeck.com, hit rock bottom as an alcoholic in his 30s and restarted his life. Fast forward to 2014, Forbes named him to their annual Celebrity 100 Power list and pegged his earnings at $90 million for that year. This placed him ahead of people like Mark Burnett, Jimmy Fallon, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Will Smith. Glenn's platforms, including radio, television, digital, theblaze.com, publishing, etc., receive somewhere between 30 and 50 million unique visitors per month. The goal of my podcast is to push listeners outside of their comfort zones and force them to question assumptions. I regularly invite divergent thinkers who disagree with one another. This interview came about thanks to a late-night sauna session with an old friend, a mixed-race Brown University grad who is liberal in nearly every sense of the word. I casually asked him, if you could pick one person to be on the podcast, who would it be? He answered without a moment's hesitation, Glenn Beck. His history is fascinating. And it was.
The most important lesson Glenn learned in radio. Quote, if I have to pick one, the best thing I learned by mistake. Somebody calls in to the radio show in the early days and said, Glenn Beck, you're Mr. Perfect, like you've never done anything wrong. You just can't accept a flaw in anybody. I stood there for a while and the room got really quiet, and I said, let me tell you something. You don't have any idea who I even am or the bad things that I have done. Let me tell you who I am. And I spent about 15 minutes being unbelievably, brutally honest and laying out who I am. The worst. No apology, nothing. Just saying, you think you know? I've been lying to you. This is who I am. I turned off my mic and I looked at my then intern, the lowest producer on the ladder, who's now my executive producer. I said to him, mark this down on your calendar. Today is the day Glenn Beck ended his career. The opposite happened. I had grown up in a world where everything was manufactured. Everything was written, timed, produced perfectly. What I realized that day was people are starving for something authentic. They'll accept you, warts and all, if that's who you really are. Once you start lying to them, they're not interested. We're all alike. So the best advice I learned by mistake, and that is, be willing to fail or succeed on who you really are. Don't ever try to be anything else. What you are is good enough for whatever it is you're doing. End quote. Righteous doesn't mean radical. Glenn recounted what he learned from an old lady who, at age 16, gave a Jew a bowl of soup. It was a death sentence at the time, and she was sent to Auschwitz. Quote, she said, Glenn, remember, the righteous didn't suddenly become righteous. They just refused to go over the cliff with everybody else. That's all we have to do. Know what our principles, not our interests, are today. And as the world goes over the cliff, I'm not going to change my principles. Treating human beings, whether they're like me or not like me, whether they're the same religion or a different religion, with love and respect. End quote. On a life-changing conversation with Yale professor Wayne Meeks. In his early 30s, Glenn spent a semester at Yale as a theology major and felt out of place. Quote, Wayne reached across the table and he grabbed my hand and he said, you listen to me for a second, would you? You realize you belong here, right? You're okay to be here. That endorsement, and as stupid as it seems, opened up my whole world. Because it was the first time somebody said, you're smart enough, you can do it. That changed my world. I wish it hadn't, in some ways. I wish it didn't mean so much to me, but I've learned from that, now in my position, to say that to people. Because there's something stupid in us that just makes us feel like we're not good enough, we're not smart enough. End quote. Glenn's guiding quote. Question with boldness even the existence of a God, because if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason than that of blindfolded fear. Thomas Jefferson.
There's a mystic who says there's only one really good question, which is, what am I unwilling to feel?
Tara Brach. Tara Brach, Facebook, Tara Brach, tarabrach.com, is a PhD in clinical psychology and one of the leading teachers of Buddhist thinking and meditation in the Western world. She is the founder of the Insight Meditation Community of Washington in Washington, D.C., and her lectures are downloaded hundreds of thousands of times each month at tarabrach.com. Spirit animal. Panther.
I was first introduced to Tara by Maria Popova, who said, Tara has changed my life, perhaps more profoundly than anybody in my life. I then read Tara's first book, Radical Acceptance, after it was recommended to me by a neuroscience PhD who worked with Adam Ghazali. I digested 10 pages each night in the tub, and it immediately had a huge impact. So much so that I initially stopped reading after 20% to test drive the lessons in real life. There was a lot to work with. Perhaps my favorite lesson, excerpted below, is inviting Mara to tea. It relates to actively recognizing anger and other types of what we consider negative emotions. Rather than trying to suppress something or swat it away, we say to the emotion, ourselves, I see you. This counterintuitively helps to dissolve or resolve the issue. For instance, if you're meditating and anger comes up, maybe the memory of some personal slight, you might silently repeat anger, anger to yourself and acknowledge it, which allows you to quickly return to whatever your focus is. I've always been a fighter, and calm acknowledgement doesn't come naturally to me, which makes it all the more valuable. Fighting emotions is like flailing in quicksand. It only makes things worse. Sometimes the most proactive defense is a mental nod and wink.
Inviting Mara to tea. This being human is a guest house. Every morning a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness. Some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all. The dark thought, the shame, the malice. Meet them at the door laughing and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. Rumi.
One of my favorite stories of the Buddha shows the power of a wakeful and friendly heart. The night before his enlightenment, the Buddha fought a great battle with the demon god Mara, who attacked the then Bodhisattva Siddhartha Gautama with everything he had: lust, greed, anger, doubt, etc. Having failed, Mara left in disarray on the morning of the Buddha's enlightenment. Yet, it seems Mara was only temporarily discouraged. Even after the Buddha had become deeply revered throughout India, Mara continued to make unexpected appearances. The Buddha's loyal attendant, Ananda, always on the lookout for any harm that might come to his teacher, would report with dismay that the evil one had again returned. Instead of ignoring Mara or driving him away, the Buddha would calmly acknowledge his presence, saying, I see you, Mara. He would then invite him for tea and serve him as an honored guest. Offering Mara a cushion so that he could sit comfortably, the Buddha would fill 2 earthen cups with tea, place them on the low table between them, and only then take his own seat. Mara would stay for a while and then go. But throughout, the Buddha remained free and undisturbed. When Mara visits us, in the form of troubling emotions or fearsome stories, we can say, I see you, Mara, and clearly recognize the reality of craving and fear that lives in each human heart. By accepting these experiences with the warmth of compassion, we can offer Mara tea rather than fearfully drive him away. Seeing what is true, we hold what is seen with kindness. We express such wakefulness of heart each time we recognize and embrace our hurts and fears. Our habit of being a fair-weather friend to ourselves, of pushing away or ignoring whatever darkness we can, is deeply entrenched. But just as a relationship with a good friend is marked by understanding and compassion, we can learn to bring these same qualities to our own inner life. Pema Chodron says that through spiritual practice, quote, we are learning to make friends with ourselves, our life, at the most profound level possible, end quote. We befriend ourselves when, rather than resisting our experience, we open our hearts and willingly invite Mara to tea.
The key in a restaurant, and the key in any kind of high-pressure situation, I think, is that 75% of success is staying calm and not losing your nerve. The rest you figure out. But once you lose your calm, everything else starts falling apart fast. Sam Cass. Sam Cass, Twitter, @ChefSamCass, TroveWorldwide.com, almost became a pro baseball player. Instead, he pivoted a history major from the University of Chicago into becoming the private chef for the Obamas. He then became the senior White House policy advisor for nutrition and was named number 11 on Fast Company magazine's 2011 list of 100 most creative people for his work, which focused on establishing private sector partnerships to reduce childhood obesity to just 5% by 2030. Sam was the first person in the history of the White House to have a position both in the executive office of the president and the residence. He is now a founding partner of Trove, which connects businesses, organizations, and governments that are serious about making an impact on the world, with the people and tools to help them achieve it.
From his first sous chef, 2 rules for the kitchen and life. Quote, the first is, never serve anything you wouldn't want to eat. Never serve crap. It's rule number 1. You can have a high standard on everything. Rule number 2, when things get really busy, instead of just plowing ahead, trying to work as fast as you can and just going through all the tickets, he always would tell me, step back and come up with a plan. Look at what dishes you have and figure out the most efficient way to cook them. So if you have 5 of one thing, don't just cook them one at a time. Get them out, prep them together, and do them together. End quote. Pros use acid. Quote, one difference between home cooks and pros is acidity level. When you think it's ready, add another lemon. Pros bump up the acidity level. It's one of the secrets. We add a little more acid, and it makes everything taste better. End quote. The secret to great eggs. Quote, eggs are one of the hardest things to cook. Some of the great chefs in the world, their test for a new cook would be how to make an omelet. That would be their one master test. So I actually like eggs always, but almost always soft, like a soft-boiled egg. I'll do eggs over easy or really soft scrambled eggs. The trick for soft scrambled eggs is, after you get your butter knives out, I crack the eggs straight into the pan, let them cook for a second, and then mix them up. Then, before you think they're done, take them out because they'll harden a little bit as they sit on the plate. End quote. Tim Ferriss. In the last few years, I've developed a love affair with soft-boiled eggs, which can be a decadent indulgence if done right. Here's my approach. 1. Bring water to a boil. 2. Gently add eggs and set timer for exactly 5 minutes. 3. Manage the heat so it's a gentle bubbling boil, not a violent lava pit. 4. At 5 minutes, pour out the hot water and replace with cold tap water. 5. Remove, peel, and enjoy. Advice to your younger self at college graduation? Quote, passion is an overstated word. I think passion develops. I threw myself into food, and although I was passionate about it, it wasn't a life passion until I combined food and nourishment with health, sustainability, politics, policy, and what we're doing to really help make sure that all people can live healthy, productive, awesome lives through the food that they're eating. That is what became that passion. A lot of people say, find your passion. I think passion comes from a combination of being open and curious, and of really going all in when you find something that you're interested in. End quote.
Edward Norton. Edward Norton, Twitter, @EdwardNorton, crowdrise.com. He's an actor, filmmaker, and activist. He has been nominated for 3 Academy Awards for his work in Primal Fear, American History X, and Birdman. He has starred in scores of other films, including Fight Club, The Illusionist, and Moonrise Kingdom. Edward is also a serial startup founder. For example, CrowdRise, a UN ambassador for biodiversity, a massively successful investor, for example, Early Uber, a pilot, and is deeply involved with wilderness conservation.
You want to be taken seriously? Then take things seriously. Quote, Toby Orenstein was a great director. If you're lucky, you have someone when you're young who doesn't talk down to you, who speaks to you as a serious person and exhorts you to take something seriously, to take work seriously. If a person does that in the right way, you feel elevated. As a young person, you feel like someone is saying to you, hey, you want to be taken seriously? Then take things seriously. Do the work, Don't coast, I'd say that's what she gave. End quote. One of Edwards' recommended essays, The Catastrophe of Success by Tennessee Williams. Tim Ferriss. One of my favorite lines from this piece is, for me, a convenient place to work is a remote place among strangers where there is good swimming. Edwards' favorite documentaries. Bennett Miller's The Cruise and Adam Curtis's films. Quote, he's got a 4-part film called The Century of the Self and then a 3-part series called The Power of Nightmares. I think those are absolutely brilliant films, dense but really eye-opening. End quote. Tim Ferriss. The Century of the Self has been recommended to me by several podcast guests. 3 favorite recent films. Quote, of late, I'm a huge fan of the French filmmaker Jacques Audiard. I think in the last few years he put up a hat trick of films. End quote. The Beat That My Heart Skipped, A Prophet, and Rust and Bone. Tim Ferriss. A Prophet is now one of my favorite films. If you like gangster movies, it is violently gorgeous and teaches a lot of leadership lessons. Marlon Brando, Real Genius versus Faked Genius. Quote, one of the best stories I ever heard about young people in an acting class and the difference between what happens to people typically and what a real, authentic kind of genius is relates to Marlon Brando. Harry Belafonte talked about being in an acting class with Marlon. They were both 19 or 20 years old in Greenwich Village. The organizers of the class said, okay, one person's in his apartment and the other one enters. You're the person who's on your couch in your apartment. Just run with it. People were doing all kinds of forced conversations or trying to create a scenario. Supposedly, Marlon sat on the couch and started reading a magazine, and whoever it was walked in his door. He looked up, jumped up, grabbed the guy by the shirt front, threw him out the door, and slammed the door. Everybody was like, what are you doing? He said, I don't know who that fucking guy is. He just walked into my apartment. He scared the shit out of me. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, there probably wouldn't be a scene. There probably wouldn't be a conversation. End quote.
Wine is a grocery, not a luxury. Richard Betts. Richard Betts, Twitter, @YoBetts, myessentialwine.com, served as the wine director at the Little Nell in Aspen from 2000 to 2008. Richard also passed the Court of Master Sommelier's master exam on his first attempt, becoming the 9th person in history ever to do so. As of this writing, there are only roughly 240 master somms in the world. He is the author of the Essential Scratch and Sniff Guide to Becoming a Wine Expert, and the Essential Scratch and Sniff Guide to Becoming a Whiskey Know-It-All. Spirit animal, spinner dolphin.
The beginning of Richard's wine adventure. Richard was on track to become a lawyer, and he hated it. Many years earlier, he'd spent time in Italy. Then, quote, when I was in grad school in Flagstaff, I was clerking for a small environmental firm. I found it didn't matter whether you were doing environmental or you were doing bankruptcy. It was the same monopoly board, making the same motions, pass Park Place every time. You just traded the hat for the shoe or whatever your piece was. It's still the same game, and I found I didn't like the game, so I was really ripe for this moment. It was about to be thesis defense weekend. My thesis was great, and I was supposed to go to law school 6 weeks later. Instead, I walked out of the lab, hopped over the fence, and ran across Route 66 there in Flagstaff to a small restaurant wine store. I didn't know anything about wine. I just knew that I drank it daily in Italy and how much that meant to me. I walked in and I bought totally based on sight. I thought, I kind of recognized that label, and I took it home, popped the cork, and poured a glass. That first smell took me back to a moment almost 4 years earlier when living in Italy. I specifically remembered a dinner I had at the Osteria del Cinghiale Bianco in Florence. I remembered where I sat, where my companion sat, what she ate, what she wore, what I ate, and what the waitress did, right and wrong, that night. All of that just came rushing back from one smell." End quote. What are a few underpriced or underrated wines? Grenache from Rusden, Zinfandel from Turley, and Chenin Blanc from Moss. And don't forget, quote, "Try smelling with your mouth open, as you'll get more information." End quote. Explaining his Be Nice tattoo, which started as the letter B. Quote, "It was a note to self to just be kind, be thoughtful, benevolent. Just be a good guy. Sometimes I thrash about and it's a little reminder. Note to self. It grew into be nice, plain and simple." End quote. Culinary school, a potatoes to potatoes comparison. Quote, "I went and talked to a chef and I said, this is what I'm thinking about. I'm either going to ask you for a job or I'm thinking about culinary school." He said, "Here's the deal. You can come here today and you can ask me for a job and I'll say, yeah, great, here are the potatoes, get peeling. Or you can go to culinary school, spend 2 more years of your life preparing, spending $30,000 or $40,000 a year in bills to be there. Then you can come to me and ask me for a job and I'll say, yeah, sure, here's a big pot of potatoes, get peeling." Same thing. I was like, okay, I'm pretty good at math, I got this, where are the potatoes? Let's do it. So it was that simple. End quote. Going on offense. Deliberately avoiding the hotbeds for better access. Quote, "There were these 2 chefs I wanted to work for in Tucson who were great, well regarded on a national level. Nobody wanted to move there to work with them, so if I went, I could get immediate access and supercharge my learning and my path. So I did. I went to that second chef and I said, hey man, I want to work with you. This is why I'm in Arizona. And he said, great, what have you been doing?" End quote. Tim Ferriss. Richard got the job. This is very similar to the going on offense philosophy and decision-making of Chris Sacca, who first introduced me to Richard. Competition is overrated. See Peter Thiel. And sometimes you can push a rock downhill instead of uphill. See Seth Godin. Don't work for the awards, make the awards work for you. Tim. What do you think financially successful people who are generally unhappy have in common? Richard. Misplaced goals. I think chasing the financial is not the right way to do it. That first chef who gave me that first wine job, he was great. We were overlooked for a couple of things in the press, and I'm new in this food and wine world. He said, look, Richard, if you work for the awards, you don't do good work, but if you do good work, the awards will come. Advice to your 25-year-old self. Quote, don't be so fucking shy. Dude, I can still think of instances within the last 24 months where I think, man, Richard, I wish you'd been more forward. I wish you had asked for X instead of being so subtle and implying it. I try to go for that subtle, elegant thing, which sounds really nice. I think part of that is actually being shy. Sometimes the clues that you put outwardly are too subtle to be heard, or someone is just talking louder than you. End quote. I think you're a spectacularly good teacher. If you were teaching a 9th grade class, what would you teach? Quote, love yourself. You've got to love yourself before you can love others. Without it, nothing productive is going to happen and we can all bang our heads on the wall. End quote.
Mike Birbiglia. Mike Birbiglia, Twitter, @Birbigs, Birbigs.com, is one of the busiest comedians in the world, both behind and in front of the camera. He started as a stand-up comic and has reached the height of his field, an international touring solo act that blends theater, film, storytelling, and stand-up comedy. His projects range from sold-out tours and New York Times bestsellers to feature film and regular appearances on public radio's This American Life, where he has a meaningful collaboration with host and producer Ira Glass. Most recently, he is the creator, writer, and star of the film Don't Think Twice, Spirit Animal, Grizzly Bear.
Art is socialism, but life is capitalism. Quote, my wife made the observation that everyone's equal on stage, but off stage, they're completely unequal. End quote. Mike wrote down, art is socialism, but life is capitalism, and that became a guiding principle for his film Don't Think Twice. Only emotion endures. Mike corkboards his walls and pins 3x5 cards to them. One of his favorites is just 3 words from Ezra Pound, which Mike considers one of the best quotes for writing. Only emotion endures. Silence sometimes speaks louder than words. Tim. With someone like Ira Glass or anyone else, is there a particular way that you elicit feedback to make it as helpful as possible? Mike. Usually I will tell people bits and jokes over the phone, partly because they can peacefully give feedback in a way that's not judgmental. When you're face to face with somebody and say a joke, they can feel the pressure of, oh, I should laugh or I should politely respond. On the phone, it's pretty easy to skim through stuff, and I can hear when people are interested by what's being said. Quentin Tarantino, I've read this, will call people endlessly and pitch them movies that he's working on. He says he doesn't even have to hear the laughter. He can hear in their silence what their interest level is. Write in a trance and act in a trance. Quote, I try to write before my inhibitions take hold of me. I try to do 7 a.m. Because I'm an actor as well, I always say, write in a trance and act in a trance. You don't want to think consciously about what you're putting on the page. A lot of times I'll write in my journal as though it will never be seen by anyone, and then more often than not, the things that I put in my secret journal are the things that I publish. End quote. Mike, you have a meeting with yourself. Quote, actually, this is a real quirk that I rarely admit to anyone, never mind in public. To finish the script, I found that I kept putting it off and I was analyzing my habits. I realized I was putting off writing the script, but I wasn't putting off having lunch with Brian Koppelman, a mutual friend, or having lunch with my brother or whatever. So I thought, I'm always on time and I always show up to things, so why don't I do that for myself? So I put a handwritten note next to my bed that said, and it has 3 exclamation points, Mike, you have a meeting at Cafe Peddler, where I was writing, at 7 a.m. with your mind, which is so stupid. It's so embarrassing to admit, but it worked. End quote. Recommended podcasts. Sleep with Me. Mike falls asleep to this podcast. Mike is famous for his very real sleep disorders. He once jumped out of a 2nd-story window while sleepwalking and nearly killed himself. Script notes. This has come up with at least a half dozen guests. Legit advice from legit doers. What would you put on a billboard? Quote, I'd put it in Times Square and it would say, none of these companies care about you. End quote. How to approach celebrities and get President Obama to say poo. Quote, I met President Obama 2 years ago when my wife was pregnant. Our whole thing was whenever we meet someone who we know doesn't care about meeting us, my wife and I always try and come up with a trick question that throws them off. They kind of have to answer or have to think about it. I give this advice to people. If you ever see Jimmy Fallon on the street, don't say, I love the Tonight Show. Just say something like, what do you think of kiwi? And he won't be able to not be like, I love kiwi. Talk to people about a thing they didn't think they were going to talk about. Then, next thing you know, you're talking to Jimmy Fallon about kiwi, and you'll have that for your life. So, our thing with Obama, because my wife was 4 months pregnant, but we hadn't told anybody yet, was, why don't we tell him you're pregnant? So, when we get to the front, I say, Mr. President, this is my wife Jen. She's newly pregnant, but don't tell anyone. And he couldn't help it. The President of the United States couldn't help but say, well, am I the first to know? And my wife says, yes. She asks, do you have any parenting advice? And he says, well, get some sleep. And we're like, ha, because he's the president. It wasn't that funny comically, but he's like your boss times a million. But then he got better because he goes, no, actually, I've got something. When you bring him home, the president said poo. And the moment he said poo, I thought, this is the greatest day of my life. I could die right now and I'd be fine. He says, when you bring him home, the poo doesn't smell. It doesn't smell like adult poo. Adult poo smells bad. Then he looks at me for affirmation, and I was like, absolutely, Mr. President, adult poo does indeed smell terrible. Thank you for inviting me to the Poo Seminar 2015. And he goes, and when you bring him home, babies crave structure in their eating and in their sleeping. Breastfeeding doesn't always work out right away. There's going to be a little bit of wonky. Don't freak out. And if the sleeping doesn't work out right away, don't freak out. And he paused, and he thought about it, and he goes, that's actually some pretty good advice. He complimented his own advice. I'm telling you, the best thing to do is give people questions they're not expecting. End quote. Advice to your 20-year-old self. Quote, I would say, write everything down because it's all very fleeting. I would say keep a journal, which I have, but I would have been more meticulous. Then I would say, don't bow to the gatekeepers at the head of, in my case, show business, but at the gate of any business or any endeavor. Don't bow to the gatekeepers, because I think in essence, there are no gatekeepers. You are the gatekeeper. Don't waste your time on marketing. Just try to get better. And also, it's not about being good. It's about being great. Because what I find the older I get is that a lot of people are good, and a lot of people are smart, and a lot of people are clever. But not a lot of people give you their soul when they perform. End quote.
The Jar of Awesome. This was not my idea. It is thanks to an ex-girlfriend who is a real sweetheart. She made and gave me the Jar of Awesome as a gift, because I'm very good at achievement and, historically, not good at appreciation. Here's how it works. There is a mason jar on my kitchen counter with Jar of Awesome in glitter letters on the side. Anytime something really cool happens in a day, something that made me excited or joyful, doctor's orders are to write it down on a slip of paper and put it in this mason jar. When something great happens, you think you'll remember it 3 months later, but you won't. The Jar of Awesome creates a record of great things that actually happened, all of which are easy to forget if you're depressed or seeing the world through gray-colored glasses. I tend to celebrate very briefly, if at all, so this pays dividends for weeks, months, or years. The Jar of Awesome has had a tremendous impact on my quality of life. It sounds ridiculous to admit, and my 20-year-old self would probably vomit, but man, it works. I keep the jar where I will see it constantly. Each time the name catches my eye, a little voice in my head says, "Things aren't so bad, Eeyore. Perk the fuck up." I came to realize that A, if you're serious all the time, you'll wear out before the truly serious stuff gets done. And B, if you don't regularly appreciate the small wins, you will never appreciate the big wins. They'll all fall through your fingers like sand as you obsess on the next week, the next to-do, the next thing to fix. This makes success a Pyrrhic victory at best. Now, if you don't want to have a jar with Jar of Awesome written on it, you could just put a huge star or exclamation point on the side. However, the more serious you are in real life, the more ridiculous I think you should make it. Who are you trying to impress? If you have kids, get them involved. Many of my fans now have their entire families developing gratitude using this simple, low-tech godsend. Cultivate the habit of putting something in every day. Can't think of anything? I didn't die today is a reliable winner. That's totally awesome compared to the alternative. Look for the good, practice finding the good, and you'll see it more often. Malcolm Gladwell. Malcolm Gladwell, Twitter, @Gladwell, Gladwell.com, is the author of 5 New York Times bestsellers. He has been named one of the 100 most influential people by Time magazine and one of foreign policy's top global thinkers. He explored how ideas spread in The Tipping Point, decision-making in Blink, the roots of success in Outliers, and the advantages of disadvantages in his latest book, David and Goliath. In his latest project, the Revisionist History podcast, Gladwell examines the way the passage of time changes and enlightens our understanding of the world around us.
What did you have for breakfast? Quote, I had a cappuccino and a third of a croissant. I love croissants, but I think one should eat the absolute minimum in the morning. That's one of my rules. End quote. On Lapsang Souchong black tea. Quote, some people smell it and they just run in the opposite direction. They don't even think it's tea. There's a little coffee shop where I often go in the morning and they have it. I think I'm one of the only people who orders it. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Lapsang Souchong has a very smoky, peaty flavor. It reminds one of my friends so much of whiskey that he used it to cut back on drinking alcohol. How do you decide how to start a chapter or book? Quote, it's not a math question where there's only one answer, so as long as you understand there is not just one good answer, it takes the pressure off. Typically, I might try out several openings. It's made easier by the fact that I don't start at the beginning. Once you don't start at the beginning, your life just gets so much simpler. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Search 5 great examples of in medias res. For more on this approach, in medias res literally means into the middle things in Latin and refers to beginning a story, chapter, novel, movie, video game, whatever, in the middle or at the end of the narrative. I've done this with all of my previous books. How Malcolm learned to ask questions. His father, a mathematician, taught Malcolm to ask questions upon questions. Quote, my father has zero intellectual insecurities. It has never crossed his mind to be concerned that the world thinks he's an idiot. He's not in that game. So, if he doesn't understand something, he just asks you. He doesn't care if he sounds foolish. He will ask the most obvious question without any sort of concern about it. So he asks lots and lots of dumb, in the best sense of that word, questions. He'll say to someone, I don't understand, explain that to me. He'll just keep asking questions until he gets it right. And I grew up listening to him do this in every conceivable setting. If my father had met Bernie Madoff, he never would have invested money with him because he would have said, I don't understand 100 times. I don't understand how that works. In this kind of dumb, slow voice. I don't understand, sir, what is going on. End quote. Malcolm's role models in the public speaking world. Quote, Neil Ferguson, the historian, gave a birthday toast, which is just the best toast I've ever heard in my life. It was so much better than anything I'd ever heard. It was on another level. End quote. What's bad advice that you hear being given out often? Quote, the worst advice that in general we give in America is that we terrify high school kids about their college choices. All things related to college fall under the category of bad advice, as you will find out when you listen to my rants about college on revisionist history. I think the American college system needs to be blown up and they need to start over. Am I so inspired by what I learned during the day that I want to be talking about it at 1 o'clock in the morning? And do I have someone who will have that conversation with me and who will challenge me? That's it. Everything else is nonsense. End quote.
Stephen J. Dubner. Stephen J. Dubner, Twitter, @Freakonomics, Freakonomics.com, is an award-winning author, journalist, and radio and TV personality. He is best known for writing, along with the economist Stephen D. Levitt, Freakonomics, Super Freakonomics, Think Like a Freak, and When to Rob a Bank, which have sold more than 5 million copies in 35 languages. He is the host of the massively popular Freakonomics Radio podcast. Spirit animal, a mid-sized mutt of very unimpressive lineage, a little shy, relatively friendly after a while, sloppy but not too wild, quite loyal, a good sleeper.
A lesser-known favorite. We both absolutely love Levels of the Game by John McPhee, an entire book about a single tennis match between Arthur Ashe and Clark Graebner in 1968. It's a short 162 pages, and the New York Times gushed, This may be the high point of American sports journalism. It's Stephen's most gifted book for adults. For kids, his most gifted book is The Empty Pot by Demi. Any quotes you live by or think of often? Quote, "Enough is as good as a feast." End quote. When to put away your moral compass. Quote, "If you want to solve a problem, any problem that you care enough about to want to solve, you almost certainly come to it with a whole lot of ideas about it. Ideas about why it's an important problem, what is it that bothers you exactly, who the villains are in the problem, etc. So if you're an environmentalist and you believe that one of the biggest tragedies of the last 100 years is people despoiling the environment, the minute you hear about an issue that kind of abuts the environment, whether it's honeybee collapse or something having to do with air quality, your immediate moral position is, well, I know exactly what the cause of that is. It's caused by people being stupid and careless and greedy, and so on. Now, that may be true, but it also may not be true. Our point is, if you try to approach every problem with your moral compass first and foremost, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to exclude a lot of possible good solutions. You're going to assume you know a lot of things when in fact you don't, and you're not going to be a good partner in reaching a solution with other people who don't happen to see the world the way you do." End quote. What's the worst advice you hear often? Quote, "Write what you know." Why would I want to write about what little I know? Don't I want to use writing to learn more? End quote. On vetting brainstormed ideas. Quote, "Some of them just turned out to not be so interesting. Some of them we didn't really believe in. Some of them turned out to be interesting and true, but they didn't have any data or stories that really illustrated them. So our brainstorming was, let's come up with as many ideas as possible and then put them under scrutiny and basically try to kill them off. And if they were unkillable, then we'd keep going with them." End quote. 3 sources you've learned from or followed closely in the last year. Online, Marginal Revolution, Kottke.org, and Cool Tools by Kevin Kelly. Advice to your younger self. Quote, "I would say it's pretty simple. Don't be scared. There are a lot of things I did not do, a lot of experiences I never tried, a lot of people I never met or hung out with because I was, in some form, intimidated or scared. It also plays into what psychologists call the spotlight effect, as if everybody must be caring about what I do, and the fact is, nobody gives a crap what I do." End quote.
Josh Waitzkin. Josh Waitzkin, joshwaitzkin.com, was the basis for the book and movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. Considered a chess prodigy, he has perfected learning strategies that can be applied to anything, including his other loves of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's a black belt under phenom Marcelo Garcia, and Tai Chi push hands. He's a world champion. These days, he spends his time coaching the world's top athletes and investors, working to revolutionize education, and tackling his new passion of paddle surfing, often nearly killing me in the process. I first met Josh after reading his book, The Art of Learning, and we've become dear friends. Spirit animal. Gorilla.
Empty space. Josh has no social media, does no interviews except my podcast, for which he often says to me, "You fuck," and avoids nearly all meetings and phone calls. He minimizes input to maximize output, much like Rick Rubin. Josh says, "I cultivate empty space as a way of life for the creative process." Learning the macro from the micro. Josh focuses on depth over breadth. He often uses a principle nicknamed learning the macro from the micro. This means focusing on something very small in a field, whether chess, martial arts, or elsewhere, to internalize extremely powerful macro principles that apply everywhere. This is sometimes combined with beginning with the end game. For instance, when Josh gave me a beginner's tutorial on chess, he didn't start with opening moves. Memorizing openings is natural and nearly everyone does it, but Josh likens it to stealing the test answers from a teacher. You're not learning principles or strategies, you're merely learning a few tricks that will help you beat your novice friends. Instead, Josh took me in reverse, just as his first teacher, Bruce Pandolfini, did with him. The board was empty except for 3 pieces in an endgame scenario: king and pawn against king. Through the micro positions of reduced complexity, he was able to focus me on the macro principles like the power of empty space, opposition, and setting an opponent up for zugzwang, a situation where any move he makes will destroy his position. By limiting me to a few simple pieces, he hoped I would learn something limitless, high-level concepts I could apply anytime against anyone. I've seen him apply this to many things, including teaching jiu-jitsu, where he can cover nearly all of the principles of jiu-jitsu by focusing on a single submission endgame called the guillotine, specifically Marcellotine. If you're studying my game, you're entering my game. Josh and I spend a lot of time discussing Marcelo Garcia, 5-time world champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, with whom Josh owns the Marcelo Garcia Academy in New York City. Marcelo is arguably the best grappler of the last 100 years, the combined Mike Tyson, Wayne Gretzky, and Michael Jordan of his sport. Whereas most competitors are secretive about their competition prep, Marcelo routinely records and uploads his sparring sessions, his exact training for major events. Josh explains the rationale. Quote, Marcelo was visually showing these competitors what he was about to use against them at 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks away from competition, and his attitude about this was just completely unique. If you're studying my game, you're entering my game, and I'll be better at it than you. End quote. Tim Ferriss. I often share exact under-the-hood details of how I've built the podcast, put together Kickstarter campaigns, etc. I do this because of 2 core beliefs. Belief number 1, it's rarely a zero-sum game. If someone wins, someone else must lose. And the more I help people with details, the more detailed help I receive. Belief 2, if it is competitive, I'm simply offering people the details of my game. My attention to detail will scare off half of the people who would have tried. 40% will try it and be worse than me. 10% will try it and be better than me, but see belief number 1. That 10% will often reach out to teach me what they've learned as they're grateful for my own transparency. Remember the last 3 turns. Quote, I remember when I went skiing with Billy Kidd, who is one of the great Olympic downhill racers from back in the 1960s. He's an awesome dude. Now he skis out in Colorado wearing a cowboy hat, and he asked me years ago when I first skied with him, Josh, what do you think are the 3 most important turns of the ski run? I've asked that question to a lot of people since. Most people will say the middle because it's the hardest, or the beginning because of momentum, but he describes the 3 most important turns of a ski run as the last 3 before you get on the lift. It's a very subtle point. For those of you who are skiers, that's when the slope is leveled off, there's less challenge. Most people are very sloppy then, they have bad form. The problem is that on the lift ride up, unconsciously, you're internalizing bad body mechanics. As Billy points out, if your last 3 turns are precise, then what you're internalizing on the lift ride up is precision. So, I carry this on to the guys who I train in the finance world, for example, ending the workday with very high quality, which for one thing means you're internalizing quality overnight. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Thanks to Josh, I now always end training sessions on a good rep, whether acro yoga, gymnastics, archery, or other. For instance, even if I have 60 minutes budgeted for a workout, if I hit a fantastic PR, personal record, at 45 minutes, or do something new well, I pack it in. In the case of archery, I also use blank bail practice, where I start and end all sessions with 5 to 6 arrows shot by feel alone, eyes closed, into a target that is a mere 10 feet away. This is similar to dry firing with firearms. One of Josh's favorite writers, Hemingway, had a practice of ending his writing sessions mid-flow and mid-sentence. This way he knew exactly where to start the next day, and he could reliably both end and start his sessions with confidence. To turn it on, learn to turn it off, and vice versa. Quote, "One of my most beautiful memories of Marcelo is in the World Championship right before going to the semifinals. He's napping on a bleacher. Everyone's screaming and yelling, and he's asleep on the bleacher. I can't wake him up. He finally took a stumble into the ring, and you've never seen a guy more relaxed before going into a World Championship fight. He can turn it off so deeply, and man, when he goes in the ring, you can't turn it on with any more intensity than he can. His ability to turn it off is directly aligned with how intensely he can turn it on. So I train people to do this, to have stress and recovery undulation throughout their day. Interval training, often at midday or lunch break, and meditation together are beautiful habits to develop to cultivate the art of turning it on and turning it off." End quote. The little things are the big things. Quote, "We're talking about Marcelo embodying the principle of quality in all these little ways, e.g. specific cleaning protocols for the gym, having people tidy their uniforms in class. These little ways, you could say, don't matter, but they add up to matter hugely." End quote. Tim, "Oh, I think the little things are the big things because they're a reflection. This may sound cliched, but how you do anything is how you do everything." Josh, "It's such a beautiful and critical principle, and most people think they can wait around for the big moments to turn it on. But if you don't cultivate turning it on as a way of life in the little moments, and there are hundreds of times more little moments than big, then there's no chance in the big moments. I believe that when you're not cultivating quality, you're essentially cultivating sloppiness." Just go around for life. Quote, "Lateral thinking, or thematic thinking, the ability to take a lesson from one thing and transfer it to another, is one of the most important disciplines that any of us can cultivate. From a really young age, my wife and I, began to cultivate this in our toddler son Jack around this principle of go around. The first time we were staying in a little cottage in Martha's Vineyard in a big field, and he was trying to get in one door. He couldn't, but he could get in the other door, and I said, 'Jack, go around.' He looked at me, and he went around. Then go around became language for us in terms of solving puzzles and in terms of any time you run into an obstacle. Working with the metaphor of go around opened up this way that we could just have dialogue around connecting things, taking away a principle from one thing and applying it to something else. And we've had a lot of fun with that." End quote. Embrace your funk. Quote, "That's a term from my buddy Graham Duncan, a successful manager of a fund of funds, who's a dear friend of ours who's come on our surf adventures. He's a brilliant thought partner. You think about the entanglement of genius and madness, our brilliance and eccentricity. Understanding that entanglement is a precursor to working with anybody who's trying to be world-class at something, because the entanglement is fundamental to their being. They have to ultimately embrace their funk, embrace their eccentricity, embrace what makes them different, and then build on it." End quote. Who do you pick when your ego seems threatened? Back in the world of combat sports and jiu-jitsu. Quote, "It's very interesting to observe who the top competitors pick out when they're 5 rounds into the sparring sessions and they're completely gassed. The ones who are on the steepest growth curve look for the hardest guy there, the one who might beat them up, while others look for someone they can take a break on." End quote. The importance of language on a rainy day. Quote, "One of the biggest mistakes that I observed in the first year of Jack's life was parents who have unproductive language around weather being good or bad. Whenever it was raining, you'd hear moms, babysitters, dads say, 'It's bad weather, we can't go out.' Or if it wasn't, it's good weather, we can go out. That means that somehow we're externally reliant on conditions being perfect in order to be able to go out and have a good time. So Jack and I never missed a single storm, rain or snow, to go outside and romp in it. Maybe we missed one when he was sick. We've developed this language around how beautiful it is. Now, whenever it's a rainy day, Jack says, "Look, Dada, it's such a beautiful rainy day," and we go out and we play in it. I wanted him to have this internal locus of control, to not be reliant on external conditions being just so. End quote.
Why you need a deloading phase in life. My daily journaling isn't limited to mornings. I use it as a tool to clarify my thinking and goals, much as Kevin Kelly does. The paper is like a photography darkroom for my mind. This chapter shares is a transcription of a real entry from October 2015. It was written in Samovar Tea Lounge in San Francisco after a 2-hour walk and led me to reincorporate deloading phases into my life. Deloading is a concept used in strength and athletic training, but it can be applied to many things. Let's look at the sports definition, here from the website T Nation. A back-off week, or deload, is a planned reduction in exercise volume or intensity. In collegiate strength training circles, it's referred to as the unloading week, and is often inserted between phases or periods. Quoting from Essentials of Strength Training and Conditioning, the purpose of this unloading week is to prepare the body for the increased demand of the next phase or period, and to mitigate the risk of overtraining. So, how might this relate to creativity, productivity, or quality of life? Let's start with the personal outcome. In the last 12 months, I've used deloading outside of sports to decrease my anxiety at least 50% while simultaneously doubling my income. Deloading for business, in my case, consists of strategically taking my foot off of the gas. I alternate intense periods of batching similar tasks, recording podcasts, clearing the inbox, writing blog posts, handling accounting, etc., with extended periods of, for lack of poetic description, unplugging and fucking around. The unplug can still be intense. Search 4-hour reality check for an example. But you shouldn't be working on work. Let's dig into the journal entry, as it provides much of the reasoning. I've added some additional thoughts.
Tuesday, Samovar at 5:40 p.m. The great deloading phase. This is what I'm experiencing this afternoon, and it makes a Tuesday feel like a lazy Sunday morning. This is when the muse is most likely to visit. I need to get back to the slack, to the pregnant void of infinite possibilities, only possible with a lack of obligation, or at least no compulsive reactivity. Perhaps this is only possible with the negative space to, as Kurt Vonnegut put it, fart around, to do things for the hell of it, for no damn good reason at all. I feel that the big ideas come from these periods. It's the silence between the notes that makes the music. If you want to create, or be anything lateral, bigger, better, or truly different, you need room to ask what if without a conference call in 15 minutes. The aha moments rarely come from the incremental inbox clearing mentality of, "Oh fuck, I forgot to, please remind me to, shouldn't I must remember to."
Inbox land is the land of the lost, and we all become lost. My Tuesday experience reinforced for me the importance of creating large, uninterrupted blocks of time during which your mind can wander, ponder, and find the signal amidst the noise. If you're lucky, it might even create a signal, or connect two signals, core ideas that have never shaken hands before. I've scheduled deloading phases in a few ways. Roughly 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. daily for journaling, tea routines, etc. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. every Wednesday for creative output. In other words, writing, interviewing for the podcast, and screen-free Saturdays, when I use no laptops and only use my phone for maps and coordinating with friends via text. No apps. Of course, I still use mini retirements, a la the 4-hour workweek, a few times a year. Deloading blocks must be scheduled and defended more strongly than your business commitments. The former can strengthen and then inform the latter, but not vice versa. To sum up, how can one throttle back the reactive living that has them following everyone's agenda except their own? Create slack, as no one will give it to you. This is the only way to swim forward instead of treading water. Brené Brown. Dr. Brené Brown, Twitter, @BrenéBrown, BrenéBrown.com, is a research professor at the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work. Brené's 2010 TEDx Houston talk, The Power of Vulnerability, has been viewed more than 31 million times and is one of the top 5 most viewed TED Talks in the world. She has spent the past 13 years studying vulnerability, courage, worthiness, and shame. Brené is the New York Times best-selling author of Daring Greatly, The Gifts of Imperfection, and Rising Strong. Spirit Animal, Jackalope.
Afraid and brave can coexist.
This idea that we're either courageous or chicken shit is just not true, because most of us are afraid and brave at the exact same moment, all day long.
Tim Ferriss. This reminded me of Cus D'Amato, Mike Tyson's legendary first coach, who told his athletes the following before big fights. The hero and the coward both feel the same thing, but the hero uses his fear, projects it onto his opponent, while the coward runs. It's the same thing, fear, but it's what you do with it that matters. Give discomfort its due. Tim. Do you have any ask or request of my audience? Brené.
Lean into discomfort, because I think these seemingly impossible problems that we have around race and homophobia and the environment, and just the lack of love sometimes, are not going to be solved in a comfortable way. So I guess my ask would be more of a big metaphysical ask. Give vulnerability a shot. Give discomfort its due. Because I think he or she who is willing to be the most uncomfortable is not only the bravest, but rises the fastest.
Tim Ferriss. One of the most common Kindle highlights from the 4-hour work week complements this. A person's success in life can usually be measured by the number of uncomfortable conversations he or she is willing to have. When I had the opportunity, did I choose courage over comfort? Brené flew under the radar for a long time until she came across Theodore Roosevelt's famous arena quote. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. She decided to teach as a public figure despite hurtful online comments and attacks.
In that moment, what I realized is, you know what? I do want to live a brave life. I do want to live in the arena. And if you're going to live in the arena, the only guarantee is you will get your ass kicked. Daring greatly is being vulnerable. So when you ask yourself, did I dare greatly today? The big question I ask is, when I had the opportunity, did I choose courage over comfort?
Tim Ferriss. This is a great question for daily review as part of a 5-minute journal or other evening journaling. How that translates to more than 30 million video views.
I went to the TED event and I experimented. I really put myself out there. I talked about my own breakdown, my spiritual awakening. I talked about having to go to therapy. And I remember driving home and thinking, I will never do that again.
She then watched the popularity of her video explode, now totaling more than 31 million views on TED.com and YouTube.
If I look back, my takeaway from that experience was this. If I'm not a little bit nauseous when I'm done, I probably didn't show up like I should have shown up.
One of her rules for public speaking: house lights.
I require that the house lights are on so I can see people's faces. I rarely allow any of my presentations to be videotaped. If they're taping you, you have to be super hot under the lights, and the audience has to be dark. Then it's performance, not connection, for me.
Shame versus guilt.
Shame is, I am a bad person. Guilt is, I did something bad. Shame is a focus on self. Guilt is a focus on behavior.
To be trusted, be vulnerable.
One of the things that emerged from the data is this idea of trust and the relationship between trust and vulnerability. People always think you gain trust first and then you're vulnerable with people. But the truth is, you can't really earn trust over time with people without being somewhat vulnerable first.
See Gabby Reese's advice to go first and Neil Strauss's pre-interview approach. Who do you think of when you hear the word successful?
I don't picture anybody. I picture the word redefine. The word successful or success has been such a dangerous word in my research. My answer is, be clear that your ladder is leaning against the right building.
Advice to your 30-year-old self?
It's okay to be afraid. You don't have to be so scary when you're scared. The 30s are so exhausting. It's the age of perfecting, proving, pretending.
Everything came when I completely dove in fearlessly and made the content that I needed to make as a kind of artist. I got out of my own way. I stopped doubting myself, and the universe winked at me when I did that, so to speak. Jason Silva. Jason Silva, Facebook, Jason L. Silva. This is jasonsilva.com. Has been called a Timothy Leary for the viral video age by The Atlantic. He is host of Brain Games on National Geographic Channel. The show was the highest-rated series launch in Nat Geo's history, with an average of 1.5 million viewers for the first 2 episodes. Spirit animal. Seagull.
What is the best or most worthwhile investment you've made? Quote, investing in the editing of my videos 3 years ago, which kickstarted my career. I had left Al Gore's Current TV in 2011 and was technically unemployed, a former TV host with limited savings. Deciding to spend money on editing these videos without an income was a leap of faith. The first 2 videos were You Are RCVR and The Beginning of Infinity. Both of these were essentially proofs of concept for what would become my signature digital media style, philosophical espresso shots. I released both on Vimeo and immediately saw excitement and interest grow in my work. I knew I was onto something. Within months, I was being invited to give speeches and was eventually asked to make a video that opened TED Global 2012. From there, things took off. A few months later, National Geographic became fans of the videos and invited me to host the TV series Brain Games, which was a huge global hit and garnered me an Emmy nomination." End quote. Tim Ferriss. I love to study the early versions of current successes. Jason is quite polished, but the hatchling stages are often amusingly rough around the edges. For instance, search Old Blog of Ramit Sethi, Old Blog of Gretchen Rubin, or Old Blog of Tim Ferriss. Or watch the first few episodes of Wine Library TV by Gary Vaynerchuk. What has become more important to you in the last few years, and what has become less important? Quote, I want to build my life around flow states, the sense of being in the zone, end quote. Tim Ferriss. This is something Josh Waitzkin talks about often, journaling and using tools like HRV, heart rate variability devices, to identify the patterns and prerequisites that create peak flow states or their opposites. Being jaded equals death. Quote, to me, being jaded is almost like being dead. Nothing impresses you because you feel like you've seen it all before, and you go through life with dark lenses on, the curtains closed. No light gets in, no rhapsody gets in, and to me, That's death." End quote. Tim Ferriss. Closely related advice from one of my own mentors. Be a skeptic, don't be a cynic. Video and YouTube channel recommendation. Did Shakespeare Invent Love? By Nerd Writer. Tim Ferriss. My favorite podcast is Hardcore History by Dan Carlin. Nerd Writer can be thought of as a short-form video complement to Hardcore History. Do you have any quotes that you live your life by or think of often? We are simultaneously gods and worms. Abraham Maslow. Advice to your 25 or 30-year-old self. Quote, I would encourage my younger self to just not be afraid, right? To realize that a lot of things that were, I don't want to say crippling anxieties, but definitely ever-pervasive fears in my life growing up were unnecessary. A lot of time was wasted. A lot of energy was wasted being worried. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Across all guests, the most common answer to this question is some variation of, it's all going to be all right.
Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau, Twitter, @Jon_Favreau. Facebook, Instagram, @Jon Favreau. Burst into the acting scene with his role in Rudy. He established himself as a writer with the iconic cult hit Swingers, in which he starred. Then Favreau made his feature film directorial debut with Made, which he also wrote and produced. Other directing credits include The Jungle Book, Iron Man 2, Cowboys and Aliens, Elf, Zathura, and Chef, which he wrote, produced, directed, and starred in. Lots of commas. Jon does everything.
Go for truth, and you'll hit funny along the way. Before we started recording our interview in Jon's office, he mentioned the best advice he got from one of his teachers, Glenn Close. Don't go for funny, go for the truth, and you'll hit funny along the way. Tell the truth. It's the easiest thing to remember and write. Quote, although Swingers wasn't really autobiographical, there were enough things that I could draw from. What's the expression from Glenn Ross? Always tell the truth. It's the easiest thing to remember. If you're going to talk about a neighborhood, talk about the neighborhood you grew up in. Talk about the neighborhood you know. Even if it's not you, you're going to have a more consistent world that you're developing than if you're putting them on Mars, and you don't understand Mars. End quote. Side note, Jon wrote Swingers in roughly 2 weeks, and it was eventually made for less than $200,000. On cooking and bonding. The first time I spent a day with Jon at his house, I was immediately invited to help make beignets as part of a group, using a mix from Café du Monde in New Orleans, for those curious. Jon explains why. Quote, here we were. We didn't really know each other that well. I'd read your stuff, you saw my stuff, and then lo and behold, you put some hot oil there and the focus is no longer on each other. It's about keeping all your fingers. There's so little overlap with most people that I meet, which makes cooking great because it creates this context where everybody is on equal footing and everybody has a different skill set. It becomes a real task where you become interdependent. I find I have endless patience to spend time with people I don't know very well if you're working on a really intimate cooking project. Then at the end, we all serve it together and we really feel like we fought a war together. It's a great bonding thing. End quote. The Power of Myth. For screenwriting, Jon recommends The Writer's Journey by Christopher Vogler, which he used to determine if Swingers was structurally correct. He is also a big fan of The Power of Myth, a video interview of Joseph Campbell by Bill Moyers. With The Jungle Book, I really am going back and doubling down on the old myths. Tim Ferriss. We recorded our podcast during the shooting of The Jungle Book, in his production office next to set. Months later, The Jungle Book was the #1 movie in the world and currently has a staggering 95% review average on Rotten Tomatoes. Long-term impact trumps short-term gross. Quote, thanks to video, and later DVD and Laserdisc, everybody had seen this film, Swingers, and it had become part of our culture. That's when I learned that it's not always the movie that does the best financially that has the most impact or is the most rewarding or does the most for your career, for that matter." End quote. Another reason to meditate. Quote, "In the middle of a meditation session, the idea for chef hit me, and I let myself stop, which I don't usually do, and I took out a pad. I scribbled down like 8 pages of ideas and thoughts, and then I left it alone. If I look back on it and read those pages, it really had 80% of the heavy lifting done as far as what Chef was about, who was in it, who the characters were, what other movies to look at, what the tone was, what music I would have in it, what type of food he was making, the idea of the food truck, the Cuban sandwiches, Cuban music. So it all sort of grew out from that." End quote.
Testing the impossible. 17 questions that changed my life. This chapter was also made available as a podcast episode on The Tim Ferriss Show. The audio from that podcast follows.
The chapter begins with a quote, which is actually the quote I use before every presentation that I give, just about. And it goes as follows. Quote, "Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect." End quote. That is from Mark Twain. Reality is largely negotiable. If you stress test the boundaries and experiment with the so-called impossibles, you'll quickly discover that most limitations are just a fragile collection of socially reinforced rules that you can choose to break really at any time. What follows are 17 questions that have dramatically changed my life. Each one is time-stamped. In other words, I give you a date, rough or precise, because they entered the picture at very specific moments. Question number 1. What if I did the opposite for 48 hours? I'll say each of these twice. What if I did the opposite for 48 hours? And the intention is for you guys to use these questions perhaps in journaling exercises in the morning, not to just think about them for 5 seconds and then move on. So what if I did the opposite for 48 hours? How did this come up? In 2000, I was selling mass data storage to CEOs and CTOs in my first job out of college. And when I wasn't driving around my mom's POS hand-me-down minivan to and from the office in San Jose, California, I was cold calling and cold emailing. That is sometimes called smiling and dialing, and it was brutal. For the first few months, I flailed and failed. Certainly didn't help that my desk was wedged in a fire exit. Then one day, I realized something. All of the sales guys, many of them from EMC and other spots where they'd been superstars, made their sales calls between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Well, that seems obvious, right? But that's part 1. Part 2, I realized that all of the gatekeepers who kept me from the decision makers, CEOs and CTOs, also worked from 9 to 5, right? So the secretaries were there from 9 to 5. The other gatekeepers were there from 9 to 5. And all the other sales guys were calling between 9 to 5. What if I did the opposite of all the other sales guys just for 48 hours? That is what came to my mind. And I decided to take a Thursday and Friday to make sales calls only from 7 to 8:30 a.m. and then from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And for the rest of those days, I would just focus on cold emails. It worked like gangbusters. It was a huge, huge step function up for me and changed everything. The big boss, my target, often picked up the phone directly. And I began doing more experiments along these lines. It's because I was booking more sales meetings. I was in technical sales and closing more deals than almost anybody else just by making this one change. So what if I did the opposite? I started asking this all over the place. What if I only asked questions instead of pitching? What if I studied technical material so I sounded like an engineer instead of a sales guy? What if I ended my emails with, quote, "I totally understand if you're too busy to reply, and thank you for reading this far," end quote, instead of the usual, "I look forward to your reply and speaking soon," presumptive bullshit. The experiments paid off. My last quarter in the job, I outsold the entire LA office of our biggest competitor, EMC. They're giant, the 800-pound gorilla. Question number 2. What do I spend a silly amount of money on? How might I scratch my own itch? And I'm going to pause here for a dramatic sipping of coffee. Number 2, I'll say it again. What do I spend a silly amount of money on? How might I scratch my own itch? This came right after the last. So in late 2000, early 2001, I saw the writing on the wall. The startup that I worked for was going to implode like pretty much everyone else in Silicon Valley and tech at the time. Rounds of layoffs started and weren't going to end. I wasn't sure exactly what to do, but I'd been bitten by the startup bug and intoxicated by just the hubbub and excitement of Silicon Valley. To explore business opportunities, because I didn't know where exactly to point myself, I didn't do in-depth market research. Instead, I started with my credit card statement and asked myself, what do I spend a silly amount of money on? In other words, where did I spend a disproportionate percentage of my income? Where was I price insensitive? And the answer was sports supplements, sports nutrition. At the time, I was making less than $40,000 a year pre-tax in Silicon Valley. Doesn't go very far. And spending $500 or more per month on supplements, which was insane, of course. But dozens of my male friends were doing exactly the same thing, going overboard. I already knew which ads got me to buy, which stores and websites I used to purchase goods, which bulletin boards I frequented, and all the rest of it. So I started to just brainstorm at night and during lunch hours. Could I create a product that would scratch my own itch? And what was I currently cobbling together? In other words, what was I creating makeshift solutions for? I had enough science background to be dangerous in that respect that I couldn't conveniently find at retail. And the result was a cognitive enhancer that I've written about quite a bit in the first book, The 4-Hour Workweek, Brain Quicken. And it was very much based on a cocktail that I put together for effectively smart drug type purposes while I was an undergraduate at Princeton. And at my startup, in the meantime, the one that I worked for, before everyone got fired, I begged my coworkers to each prepay for a bottle, which gave me enough money to hire chemists, a regulatory consultant, and do a tiny manufacturing run. And at that point, I was off to the races. So that is how my first really successful company started, by asking this question: what do I spend a silly amount of money on myself, and how might I scratch my own itch? Now, it's important to note here, you can do the opposite, maybe. There are people who will go to fancy MBA programs, let's say Harvard or Stanford GSB, and you'll have two male co-founders who come out and start diapers.com or something like that and make a fortune. Well, I don't like to depend on my skills of empathy and market research. I would prefer to know I have at least a guaranteed market of one, meaning myself. So whenever possible, I attempt to scratch my own itch. Number 3, what would I do, have, or be if I had $10 million? What's my real TMI? You can change this number depending on what applies most to you. But in other words, you're really asking, if I had all the money in the world, what would I want to do, have, or be if money were no longer a consideration? That could be if I had $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, $1 billion. What would I do, have, and be? What's my real TMI? And that doesn't stand for too much information. It stands for target monthly income. And we'll get to that. So flash forward 2004. I'm doing better than ever financially at that point, better than ever before. And Brain Quicken was distributed in perhaps a dozen countries. I was making more per month at that point than I had been making per year previously. All sounds great. But the problem, I was running on caffeine. It sounds funny since I'm sipping coffee right now. Still do like that caffeine. But I was running on fumes, really, working 15-hour days and constantly on the verge of a meltdown. My girlfriend, who I expected to propose to and marry, left me due to that workaholism. And I've told that story in the 4-Hour Workweek, so I won't belabor it here. But over the next 6 months of treading water and feeling trapped, I realized that I had to either restructure the business to remove myself as a bottleneck or shut it down. It was literally killing me. So those were the two options on the table for me. This is when I began journaling on a few questions, including what would I want to do, have, and be if I had 10 million in the bank? And what's my real target monthly income, TMI? So for the latter, in other words, how much does my dream life, the stuff I'm deferring for this magical retirement, really cost if I pay on a monthly basis? And if you want to find some calculators and so on that you can use for this, everybody listening, just go to 4-Hour Workweek, all spelled out, 4hourworkweek.com/TMI. And there's some useful calculators and so on that you can use. In my case, after running the numbers, most of my fantasies were far more affordable than I expected. I mean, whether it's a ski chalet, an Aston Martin, whatever, you name it, the fact of the matter was I didn't have to postpone my life to redeem in some type of fantastical retirement 20, 30 years later. It was something that you could start to tackle now very programmatically and actually experiment with in the form of mini retirements, which I've talked about before. So They were far more affordable than I expected. Perhaps I didn't need to keep grinding and building. Perhaps I just needed more time and mobility as currencies, not more income. This made me think that maybe, just maybe, I could afford to be happy and not just successful. So I decided to take a long overseas trip. Number 4, what are the worst things that could happen? Could I get back here? So these questions, also from 2004, are perhaps the most important of all, so they get their own chapter. I don't have time to go into it right now, but that is the fear setting chapter on page 463 in Tools of Titans. So guys, I think it's the best book I've ever written. Please grab a copy, but we don't have the time or space to go into that exact separate chapter. But what are the worst things that could happen? Could I get back here? These are portion of this exercise called fear setting, which is arguably more important, I think, than goal setting. So number 4 is, what are the worst things that could happen? Could I get back here? Because I really didn't immediately take my trip. I sort of danced around it, imagining all the horrible things that could go wrong for about 6 months, in perhaps a good example of the don't happy, be worry phase. And fear setting allows you to take the emergency brake off and actually take so-called risks, which are actually not risky at all, because there is no likelihood or low likelihood of an irreversible negative outcome. Number 5. Notice that is how I define risk, which is very important, specific. All right, number 5, if I could only work 2 hours per week on my business, what would I do? If I could only work 2 hours per week on my business, what would I do? This is an example of an absurd question that can produce very powerful brainstorming exercises and results. And this is another commonality across many of the people in Tools of Titans, by the way. This is just my commentary. This isn't from the chapter. Whether it's Peter Thiel asking, so serial billionaire, and certainly in the news a lot these days, asking, why can't you accomplish your 10-year goal in the next, or your 10-year plan in the next 6 months? Or Peter Diamandis or Tony Robbins or many of these other people, they ask absurd questions, and there's a lot of power in them. So number 5, if I could only work 2 hours per week on my business, yes, I know that's impossible, but if you had a gun against your head, what would I do? Or what would you do? So after removing anxieties about the trip with fear setting, the next practical step was removing myself as the bottleneck in the business. Alas, how can I not be a bottleneck in my own business? Question mark, is not a good question. So after reading the E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber and the 80-20 Principle by Richard Koch, I think it is, K-O-C-H, I decided that extreme questions were the forcing function I needed. The question I found most helpful was, if I could only work 2 hours per week on my business, what would I do? Honestly speaking, it was more like, yes, I know it's impossible, and I already mentioned this, but if you had a gun to your head or contracted some horrible disease and you had to limit work to 2 hours per week, what would you do to keep things afloat? The 80-20 principle, which I've talked about ad nauseum in the 4-hour work week, also known as Pareto's Law, is the primary tool in this case. It dictates that 80% or more of your desired outcomes are the result of 20% or less of your activities and inputs. Here are 2 related questions I personally used. What 20% of customers' products, regions are producing 80% or more of the profit? What factors or shared characteristics might account for this, right? So I was profiling my highest leverage customers, right? Many such questions later, I began making a lot of changes. I fired my highest maintenance customers, putting more than 90% of my retail customers on autopilot with simple terms and standardized order processes to cut back on all the back and forth communication. And I deepened relationships and increased order sizes with my 3 to 5 highest profit, lowest headache customers. And that all led to the next question. This is number 6. What if I let them, this means my employees or contractors, what if I let them make decisions up to $100, $500, $1,000, and it goes on. This question allowed me to take my customer service workload from, let's call it 40 to 60 hours per week to less than 2 hours per week. In mid-2004, I was the sole decision maker. For instance, if a professional athlete overseas needed our product overnighted, because after about 6 months into selling Brain Quicken, we realized that athletes were the most price insensitive target market that were approaching us because of increased reaction speed or improved reaction speed and so on, faster times off the blocks, whatever it might be. So if a professional athlete needed our product overnighted with special customs forms, I personally, as the boss, would get an email or phone call from one of my fulfillment centers asking, how should we handle this? What would you like to charge? And these unusual edge cases might seem like rare exceptions, but they're actually I would say most of the time a daily occurrence. Dozens per week hit me on top of everything else I had to do. The fix was really simple. And in retrospect, I'm just astonished it took me so long to figure this out. I sent an email to all of my direct reports along the lines of, "Dear so-and-so, from this point forward, please don't contact me with questions about A, B, or C. I trust you. If it involves less than $100 of cost, please make the decision yourself and take a note, the situation, how you handled it, what it cost, in one document so we can review and adjust each week. Just focus on making our customers happy," end quote. So I did this, and I expected the worst, expected all sorts of things to go sideways. And guess what? Everything worked. It was totally fine, minus a few hiccups here and there, which I expected. And I later increased that threshold, right? If it costs less than $100, I later increased that to $500, then $1,000. And then my reviews of their decisions in these Excel spreadsheets or whatever went from weekly to monthly to quarterly to, once people were polished, effectively never. And this experience underscored two things for me. Number one, to get huge good things done, you need to be okay with letting the small bad things happen. And that's an exceptionally good trade. Number two, people's IQs seem to double as soon as you give them responsibility and indicate that you trust them. Question number 7, and I think this is a good place for me to take another dramatic sip of coffee. I am aerating that for your pleasure. Number 7, what's the least crowded channel? All right, what's the least crowded channel? What does this mean? Fast forward to December 26, 2006. I remember this day really clearly, exactly where I sat at my parents' kitchen table. I really remember it so clearly. I just finished writing the 4-Hour Workweek, and I'm sitting down after a lovely Christmas to think about the upcoming April book launch. What to do? I had no idea. And as a result, I tracked down roughly a dozen best-selling authors, just cold reached out to these folks. Cold emailed. I asked each of them questions, the ones who agreed to interact with me. What were the biggest wastes of time and money for your last book launch? What would you never do again? What would you do more of? If you had to choose one place to focus $10,000, where would you focus it? Or where would you focus? What would you put it into? And I heard one word repeatedly for the last question, blogs. What are these things, these blogs? They were apparently both very powerful and underappreciated. So my first question to them was, what the hell is a blog? My next questions were, how are people currently trying to reach bloggers? And what's the least crowded channel? So I had used this when trying to reach CEOs and CTOs when I was smiling and dialing way back in the day at my first job. And the people pitching bloggers were generally using email first and phone second. And even though those were my strengths, I was good at those two media, those two channels, I decided to experiment with in-person meetings at conferences. Why? Because I felt my odds would be better as 1 out of 5 people in a lounge rather than 1 email out of 500 emails in an overflowing inbox. And based on all of this, I started looking at trade shows. I started looking at options. Where would bloggers, these mythical bloggers, congregate? I packed up my bags and I headed to Las Vegas for the Consumer Electronics Show in January, which had more than 150,000 attendees in 2005. It's kind of like the Super Bowl of technology releases where all the geeks get to play with new toys. I never even walked in the front door. This is a critical detail here. I parked myself at the off-site Seagate-sponsored Bloghouse Lounge. So I found out where the lounges were. Where would these people be hanging out in between walking on the trade room floor, in between panels and so on? So I found this Seagate-sponsored Bloghouse, HAUS lounge, where bloggers were invited to relax, recharge their laptops, and drink free booze. So I sat there in the corner, sipped alcohol, asked a lot of dumb questions, and never overtly pitched anyone. I really did not hard pitch anyone. I only mentioned the book if someone asked me why I was there. And my answer was, well, I just finished my first book. I'm really nervous about the launch. I'm here to learn about blogs and technology, and I really don't know what I'm doing. Famous tech blogger Robert Scoble later described my intricate marketing plan as get drunk with bloggers. That was my marketing plan. Apparently, it worked surprisingly well. And the way I'm going to elaborate here a little bit, I would approach a handful of people congregated together drinking, and very often I would ask, can I eavesdrop? Would you mind if I eavesdrop? And I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to learn as much as possible. And they'd look at each other kind of oddly and be like, yeah, whatever. So I'd stick around and I would ask a lot of questions. If they said Ruby on Rails and I didn't know what Ruby on Rails was, I'd say, I'm really sorry to interrupt, guys, but I'm pretty deep in the ignorance pool here. What's Ruby on Rails? And eventually someone would generally ask, why are you here? What the hell are you doing here? And then I would give the answer I just mentioned. And only if someone asked many different follow-up questions would I say, you know what? Zero pressure, but I have a bunch of these books, these advanced copies from my publisher. I'd be happy to just use a Post-it note to indicate which 20 pages I think you'd like most, because based on what we're talking about, I think you'd really like this one chapter, but zero pressure whatsoever. And if after that they still said, for sure, man, send me a book, I'd love to see it, that's when I sent out advanced copies. And it worked. Go figure. Number 8, what if I couldn't pitch my product directly? And for you audio engineers out there who are going to give me shit, yes, I know that my peas are popping. So Peter Piper picked those peppers. There you go. All right. Now that I've gotten that out of my system, maybe I should have some more caffeine. What if I couldn't pitch my product directly? During the 2007 book launch, I quickly realized that most media outlets rightly don't give a rat's ass about book launches. They don't care about your product. They don't care about your book. They don't want a sales pitch. They care about stories, not announcements. So I asked myself, what if I couldn't pitch my product directly? What if I had to sell around the product? Well, what might I do? I could showcase people from the book who've completely redesigned their lives. So human interest stories. This is, keep in mind, for the 4-Hour Workweek. I could write about unrelated crazy experiments, but drive traffic to my book-focused website. So if you Google Geek to Freak, you'll see the result of that. It was about gaining an absurd amount of lean mass. I guess it was something like 34 pounds in 28 days. And that was my first ever viral blog post. It hit the front page of Dig, which was a gigantic deal at the time. And it had nothing to do directly with the 4-Hour Workweek, except for a focus on efficiency, and it involved me. And I published it on my website, which drove people to a website that was optimized for the 4-Hour Workweek. All right, what else could I do? I could popularize a new term and aim for pop culture. If you check out the term lifestyle design, which is on page 278 in Tools of Titans, I explain exactly how I went about doing that, creating a new term in the popular vernacular. Well, what else? I could go meta and make the launch itself a news item. How can you make your launch itself, what you do, PR worthy? And I did that with a video book trailer for the 4-Hour Body, as well as a BitTorrent partnership for the 4-Hour Chef, and so on and so forth. People, this includes media, do not like being sold products, but we all like being told stories. So work on the latter. Number 9, what if I created my own real-world MBA? How do you create a real-world MBA? This kicked off in 2007 to 2008, and it explains how I got started in angel investing, which later became the most profitable part of my entire life. And to this date, even though I retired effectively 2 years ago, angel investing and tech investing has created more wealth for me in my life, probably 10x all of my publishing combined than anything else. So that is yet another separate chapter. So see page 250 in Tools of Titans for full details on how to create your own real world MBA. But the short version is you approach things much like Scott Adams, who's also in the book, creator of Dilbert, thinks about systems thinking versus goals. So how do you choose and set up projects so that in the long term you win, even if that project is a failure? And the way you do that is you make your plans around developing skills and relationships that will persist, even if this short-term project fails in the eyes of the outside world. So what if I created my own real world MBA? What would that look like? And you can do that for a lot more than business. You can do that for just about anything. Number 10, do I need to bake? Do I need to bake cakes? Do I need to bake cakes? No. Do I need to make it back the way I lost it? All right. Hold on. Coffee break. Do I need to make it back the way I lost it? This was a very important lesson for me to learn. In 2008, I owned a home in San Jose, California, and it's value cratered. Now, side note, if I had held it until now, I'd be totally fine because it was in what the hell is it? Willow Glen. There we go. More accurately, I didn't own the home. In 2008, the bank owned the home, and I had an ill-conceived adjustable rate mortgage. On top of that, I was on the cusp of moving to San Francisco. So to sell would have meant a $150,000 loss. Ultimately, I picked up and moved to San Francisco regardless, leaving my San Jose home completely empty. And for months after that, friends pressured me to rent it, emphasizing how I was flushing money down the toilet otherwise. I eventually buckled, and I suppose feeling that peer pressure and feeling stupid, followed their advice. And even with a property management company, regular headaches and paperwork quickly ensued. Regret followed. And one introspective night, I had some wine, and I asked myself, do I really need to make money back the same way I'm losing it? And by analogy, if you lose $1,000 at the blackjack table, should you try and recoup it there? Probably not. If I'm losing money via the mortgage payments on an empty house, in this case, do I really need to cover it by renting the house itself? I decided the answer was no. I could much more easily create income elsewhere, for instance, speaking gigs, consulting, etc., to put me back in the black. Humans are very vulnerable to a cognitive bias called anchoring, whether in real estate, stocks, or otherwise. And of course, I'm no exception. I made a study of this. A lot of good investors like a book called Think Twice by Michael Mauboussin. I believe that is how you pronounce his name, Maubouussin. And you can also look on Wikipedia, cognitive biases, and there's a nice little list. So shortly thereafter, sold my San Jose house at a large loss. But here is the important part. Once my attention and mind space was freed up, I quickly made all of that back elsewhere. So do you need to make it back the way you lost it, or the way you might lose it? And most of the time, the answer is no. Watch out for those cognitive biases. Number 11, what if I could only subtract to solve problems? All right, what if I could only subtract to solve problems? Humans are generally incentivized to add. This is a common issue in software development. But back to my story. From 2008 to 2009, I began to ask myself, what if I could only subtract to solve problems? When I was advising startups, I would ask this. But it applies to many, 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 many other places in life, both professional and personal. So instead of answering, what should we do, which I would get asked a lot by startups I was advising, I decided first to hone in on answering, what should we simplify? For instance, I always wanted to tighten the conversion fishing net, meaning the percentage of visitors who sign up or buy, let's say, to a website or an app or whatever, before driving a ton of traffic to one of my portfolio companies. Because it would otherwise, the fish would just slip through the net. These little visitors, if you don't convert, there's very little reason to drive a lot of traffic. And plus, this is something a lot of startups mess up. You don't necessarily get 10 pitches to the New York Times in the first year or two. If they've just featured you for something that you weren't able to convert, they're not going to necessarily feature you a week or a month or a quarter later. Okay, here's an example. One of the first dozen startups I worked with was named Jiminy. How do you think you spell that? Exactly. You would never get it right. Gyminee. So we did some work. It was rebranded Daily Burn. And at the time, they didn't have enough manpower to do a complete redesign of the site. Adding new elements would have been time consuming, but removing them was not. So as a test, we eliminated roughly 70% of the, quote, above the fold, meaning the first screen you see before you have to scroll down, clickable elements on their homepage, focusing on the single most valuable click. Conversions immediately improved 21.1%. I still have the screenshots from this. It's pretty cool. And that quick and dirty test informed later decisions for much more expensive development. And the founders, Andy Smith and Stephen Blankenship, made a lot of great decisions, and the company was acquired by IAC in 2010. I've since applied this, what if I could only subtract ... type question to my life in many areas, and I sometimes rephrase it as, what should I put on my not to-do list? All right. Number 12, what might I put in place to allow me to go off the grid for 4 to 8 weeks with no phone or email? So what might I put in place to allow me to go off the grid for 4 to 8 weeks with no phone or email? Though a little bit wordy, I've asked variations of this question many times since 2004, and it used to end with not off the grid, but rather allow me to go on vacation for 4 to 8 weeks. But that's no longer enough, and I'll tell you why. Given the spread of broadband, it's extremely easy to take a so-called vacation to Brazil or Japan and still work nonstop on your business via laptop, as long as you have the Wi-Fi. This kind of subtle self-deception is a time bomb. So for the last 5 years, I've asked myself, in effect, what can I put in place so that I can go completely off the grid for 4 to 8 weeks? And in my particular instance, that means how can I completely remove the necessity to check phone or email for that period of time. To entrepreneurs who are feeling burned out, this is the question I pose most often. 2 weeks is not enough because you can let fires erupt and then attempt to repair damage when you return. 4 to 8 weeks or more doesn't allow you to be a firefighter. It forces you to put systems and policies in place. And much like the, can I allow someone to make decisions up to $100, $500, $1,000, right? And you need to ditch ad hoc email triage, empower other people with rules and tools, separate the critical few from the trivial many, and otherwise create a machine that does not require you to be behind the driver's wheel 24/7. And that is why the 4 to 8 weeks or more is so important. It forces you to put systems in place, and the systems far outlive the vacation. And when you come home, you'll realize that you've taken your business and life to the next level. This is only possible if you work on your business instead of in your business, as Michael Gerber might say. Number 13. This is a fun one. It's a very visual one. Number 13. Am I hunting antelope or field mice? What? What does that mean? Am I hunting antelope or field mice? I could say borrowed, lifted, stole this question around 2012 from former Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Newt Gingrich. And I read about it in Buck Up, Suck Up, ... and Come Back When You Foul Up. See what they did there? 12 Winning Secrets from the War Room, which was written by James Carville and Paul Begala. I hope I'm pronouncing your names correctly. The political strategists behind Bill Clinton's presidential campaign war room. And here's the excerpt that struck with me. Here's the excerpt that stuck with me. God damn it, Ferriss. Hold on, that deserves some more coffee. All right, here we go. Newt Gingrich is one of the most successful political leaders of our time. Keep in mind, this is in the voice of James and Paul. Newt Gingrich is one of the most successful political leaders of our time. Yes, we disagreed with virtually everything he did, but this is a book about strategy, not ideology. And we've got to give Newt his due. His strategic ability, his relentless focus on capturing the House of Representatives for the Republicans led to one of the biggest political landslides in American history. Now that he's in the private sector, Newt uses a brilliant illustration to explain the need to focus on the big things and let the little stuff slide. The analogy of the field mice and the antelope. A lion is fully capable of capturing, killing, and eating a field mouse. But it turns out that the energy required to do so exceeds the caloric content of the mouse itself. So a lion that spent its day hunting and eating field mice would slowly starve to death. A lion can't live on field mice. A lion needs antelope. Antelope are big animals. They take more speed and strength to capture and kill, and once killed, they provide a feast for the lion and her pride. A lion can live a long and happy life on a diet of antelope. The distinction is important. Are you spending all of your time and exhausting all of your energy catching field mice? In the short term, might give you a nice, rewarding feeling, but in the long run, you're going to die. So ask yourself at the end of the day, did I spend today chasing mice or hunting antelope? And that's the end of the excerpt. Another way I've approached this is to look at my to-do list and ask, which one of these, that's the antelope, right? Look at my to-do list and ask, which one of these, if done, would render all of the rest either easier to complete or completely irrelevant. Question number 14. Could it be that everything is fine and complete as is? This is a tough one for type A personalities. Since you asked, that was sparkling water. Since starting deep work with, we'll call it plant medicines in 2013, so see the James Fadiman chapter on page 100 in Tools of Titans, and 2 after that, in fact. The 2 of the 3 longest chapters in this book are about psychedelics and psychedelic research, as well as my potentially personal schedule. So since starting deep work with plant medicines in 2013, I have doubled and tripled down on cultivating more daily appreciation and present state awareness. The above question, could it be that everything is fine and complete as is one of the questions I ask myself very regularly. It's accompanied by tools and rituals like the 5-minute journal, which I talk about a lot in the book, but it's effectively an AM check-in and then a PM post-game analysis. Each of those takes 5 minutes. The jar of awesome, which I have not talked about before, I don't think, but is talked about on page 570, and thinking of daily wins before bed along the lines of Peter Diamandis on page 373. But what Peter does, I'll just tell you, he's the chairman of the X Prize, and before bed, he will think of his 3 daily wins. All right. Somewhat similar to what I do with the 5-minute journal. Now, to reiterate what I say in multiple places in Tools of Titans, type A personalities have goal pursuit as default hardwiring. This is excellent for producing achievement, but also anxiety as you're constantly future focused. I've personally decided that achievement is no more than a passing grade in life. It's a C+ that gets you limping along to the next grade in the right direction. But for anything more, and certainly for anything approaching happiness, you have to want what you already have, which takes perspective and wanting what you have. Because if you don't want and like what you have, nothing you get will ever make you happy. So number 14 is, could it be that everything is fine and complete as is? Question number 15. What would this look like if it were easy? Or what would this look like if this were easy? And I used this when I was writing Tools of Titans. I've used this for all of my major projects up to this point. This question and the next both came about in 2015. These days, more than any other question I'm asking, what would this look like if it were easy? If I feel stressed, stretched thin, or overwhelmed, it's usually because I'm overcomplicating something or failing to take the simple, easy path because I feel I should be trying harder, quote unquote, right? Old habits die hard. So what would this look like if it were easy? This is something that I very frequently journal on in the mornings. And what would this or it look like? It really relates to the project in question, right? And it could be a relationship, could be something personal. What would this look like if it were easy? Number 16, how can I throw money at this problem? How can I waste money, in quotation marks, to improve my quality of life? This one is pretty self-explanatory, but I will add some context. Dan Sullivan is the founder and president of a company called Strategic Coach that has saved the sanity of many serial entrepreneurs that I know. And one of Dan's sayings is, if you've got enough money to solve the problem, you don't have a problem. Now, in the beginning of your career, you spend time to earn money. This is completely understandable, totally what I did. It's what everybody has to do. You don't have this resource called money, generally speaking, so you use your time to earn money. But once you hit your stride in any capacity, you should spend money to earn time, as the latter is non-renewable. It can be hard to make and maintain this gear shift. Certainly, again, old habits die hard. So the above question is in my regular journaling rotation. If I am feeling stressed, overwhelmed, I ask the question that I mentioned before, which was, what would this look like if it were easy? And a sub-component of that is, how can I throw money at this problem? How can I waste money to improve the quality of life? And they work together really, really nicely. For instance, I'll give you a personal example. I realized not too long ago that I was flying around the country to meet with these scientists or doctors to do various things. And I would fly there, pay for a hotel, and it would take up days and days of my time. And this is so stupid that it took me this long to figure out, wait a second, I'm flying there and paying for a hotel. Why don't I just fly the doctor to me and pay for his or her hotel? It's the same cost. And I don't have to pack. I don't have to unpack. I don't have to go to the airport. I eliminate all of that headache. So in that case, it was just break even. But in both cases, what would this look like if it were easy? How can I throw money at this problem? How can I waste money, so to speak, to improve the quality of my own life? And as someone who came from a very lower middle class upbringing where my parents didn't make more than $50K per year combined, it took me a long time to make that gear shift, because it seems like wasting money, but you're not wasting money if you are saving your non-renewable resource, which is time, that then allows you to make even more money, 10x, 100x, whatever that might be. Number 17. This is the last one. Aren't you guys excited? I'm so excited. Number 17. No hurry, no pause. What? That isn't a question. That's true. It's not a question. So no hurry, no pause. This is more of a mantra, I suppose. It's a fundamental reset. No hurry, comma, no pause. No hurry, no pause was introduced to me by Jenny Sauer Klein. You could find her at Jenny Sauer Klein. Jenny, S-A-U-E-R, Klein.com, who, along with Jason Niemer, who's on page 46 in the book, co-created Acro Yoga, one of my current obsessions. The expression, no hurry, no pause, is one of the 9 principles of harmony, which you can find on the internet. 9 Principles of Harmony from Breema, Breema, a form of bodywork that Jenny studied for many years. I now routinely write no hurry, no pause at the top of my notebooks as a daily reminder. So in the 5-minute journal, the morning pages, I'll write it at the very top. I also, by the way, use the state story strategy with arrows pointing in that direction from Tony Robbins quite a lot, but we don't have time to get into that. So no hurry, no pause at the top of my notebooks as a daily reminder. In effect, it's shorthand for Derek Sivers' story of the 45-minute bike ride versus the 43-minute bike ride. And you don't need to go through life huffing and puffing, straining and red-faced if you're only gaining, say, 5% extra. In many, many cases, you can get 95% of the results you want by calmly putting one foot in front of the other. So no hurry, no pause. One former Navy SEAL friend texted me. I was discussing this with him, and he texted me a principle used in their training. And here it is. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Perhaps I'm just getting old. Aren't we all, though? The sands of time flow but one way, my friends. Perhaps I'm just getting old, but my definition of luxury has changed over time. Now, these days, it's not about owning a lot of stuff. Luxury, to me, is feeling unrushed. So remember, no hurry, no pause. And those are the 17 questions / one-liners, two-liners. May you find and create many of your own. And in all of these cases, be sure to look for simple solutions. If the answer isn't simple, it's probably not the right answer. But it all starts with the right questions. If you get the right answers to the wrong questions, you're not going to get very far. But if you get even mediocre answers to the right questions, then those are the force multipliers.
In a blink of an eye, we'll all be gone. 100 years compared to infinity is nothing. I talk to my sister all the time. I say, girl, you better start having some fun. We're going to be gone in a minute. You're going to look back and say, shit, I should have been laughing, and now I'm dead. Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, @IamJamieFoxx, is an Academy Award-winning actor, a Grammy Award-winning musician, and a world-famous stand-up and improv comedian. He is, without a doubt, the most consummate performer and entertainer I have ever met. In the 2.5 hours we spent together in his home studio, he blew my mind.
Pull-up bars are everything. Jamie's morning workout routine, done roughly every other day, consists of 15 pull-ups, 50 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. 15 pull-ups, different grip, 50 push-ups. 10 pull-ups, first grip, 10 pull-ups, second grip. Quote, I kept wondering how Tyrone Turner, Kane in Menace to Society, was always in shape. He said, man, I'm trying to tell you, the pull-up bars are everything. End quote. This is similar in its simplicity to General Stan McChrystal's workout. The first day Eric Marlon Bishop used the name Jamie Foxx. Quote, I ended up going to this evening at the Improv in Santa Monica. I had never been there. I noticed that 100 guys would show up and 5 girls would show up. The 5 girls would always get on the show because they needed to break up the monotony. The producers would pick randomly from the list of people who showed up, so I said, I got something. I wrote down all of these unisex names on the list. Stacey Green, Tracy Brown, Jamie Foxx, and the guy chooses from the list. He says, Jamie Foxx, is she here? She'll be first. I said, no, that's me. Oh, okay, all right, well, you're going up. You're the fresh meat. They were shooting Evening at the Improv, this old comedy show back in the day. He said, you'll be the guy we just throw up to see if you get a laugh or two. It's going to be a tough crowd. People in the crowd are like, who's the kid? Is he on the show? Oh, he's fresh meat. He's an amateur. So then they started yelling my name. Yo, Jamie. Hey, Jamie. But I'm not used to the name, so now they think I'm arrogant. This motherfucker, he's not even listening to us. End quote. What's on the other side of fear? Nothing. Jamie is incredibly confident. As one of his close friends described to me, even when things go a little south, he always makes you feel like he has everything under control. I see a lot of people in his circle gravitate toward him for that confidence, myself included. I asked Jamie how he teaches confidence to his children, and he said that he asks his daughters to explore their fears with the question, "What's on the other side of fear?" His answer is always, "Nothing." He elaborates, "People are nervous for no reason, because no one's going to come out and slap you or beat you up. When we talk about fear or a lack of being aggressive, holding someone back, it's in your head. Not everybody is going to be super aggressive, but the one thing that you can deal with is a person's fears. If you start early, if they are a shy person, they won't be as shy if you keep instilling those things." Tim Ferriss. Look at whatever you're afraid of and ask, what is on the other side of fear if I push through this? The answer is generally nothing. There are few or no negative consequences, or they're temporary. This touches upon Francis Ford Coppola's lesson that we'll explore later. Failure is not durable. Quote, "When you raise your kids, you're the bow, they're the arrow, and you just try to aim them in the best direction that you can, and hopefully your aim isn't too off. That's what my grandmother did for me." End quote. For those impersonators among you, Jamie did nearly a dozen impersonations during our interview. Here's one tip. Quote, "Start with Kermit the Frog, then add some swagger, and you got Sammy Davis Jr." End quote. You are either great or you don't exist. Jamie explained how disciplined Keenan Ivory Wayans was about writing jokes for In Living Color. Quote, "You were not allowed to come in and be half-assed. He'd pull you aside and say, 'As a black comedian, you cannot be half-assed. You're either great or you don't exist.'" He wrote for Eddie Murphy. He was around the greatest. He said, "I'm around the greatest all the time, so that's what we're going to do." End quote. Tim Ferriss. This applies far outside of comedy or racial lines. It's never been easier to be a creator, and it's never been harder to stand out. Good isn't good enough. Learning to speak truth. Quote, "I'm 10 years old, maybe. I think I'm in the 5th grade, 1976, President Carter. The preacher started preaching about homosexuality. I don't know what it is. He's saying God made Adam and Eve. God didn't make Adam and Steve. It's Southern. It's Texas. My grandmother stood up and said, 'You stop that,' and the whole church stopped. What's that, Miss Tally?" Now, her words, what she said next, was very interesting. Let me tell you something. I've had this nursery school for 30 years, and I want to let all of you know that God makes sissies too. The whole place went, "What?" She said, "These little boys that I've watched since they could walk, they play by different music. And you stop that because you're making it hard for them to navigate." Sits down. My grandmother raised those people at church. She taught the whole community's children during the school year, and then during the summer, you'd drop the kids off at my grandmother's house and just let her keep them. She was very powerful in that sense. End quote. Ed Sheeran before he became famous. Quote, "A young man by the name of Ed Sheeran slept on this carpet." He points at the floor where we were recording, for like 6 weeks trying to get his music career going. He came over from London. He heard about a live show that I do in LA. He said, "I really want to do your live show if it's possible because I have some music that I love." I'm thinking, do my live show? It's mostly black, you know what I'm saying? It's music people, really hardcore music people. They're very finicky. People who have played for Stevie Wonder. I had Miranda Lambert one night. I had Babyface. I said, "This is the real shit you're talking about. I don't care about London and the accent. You got to really come with it." He said, "I think I'll be okay." So I take him to my live night, 800 people there. People are playing, black folks sweating and just getting it. They would tear American Idol up. All of a sudden, Ed Sheeran gets up with a ukulele, walks out onto the stage, and the brother next to me says, "Yo, Fox, who the fuck is this dude right here with the red hair and shit and the fucking ukulele?" I said, "Man, his name is Ed Sheeran. Let's see what he does." Within 12 minutes, he got a standing ovation. End quote. Before you search far and wide, Jamie played Ray Charles in the film Ray, for which he won an Academy Award. Before filming, the two of them played piano together. Quote, "As we're playing, I'm on cloud 9. Then he moves into some intricate stuff like Thelonious Monk. I was like, oh shit, I gotta catch up. And I hit a wrong note. He stopped because his ears are very sensitive. Now, why the hell would you do that? Why you hit the note like that? That's the wrong note, man. Shit, I said. I'm sorry, Mr. Charles. And he said, let me tell you something, brother. The notes are right underneath your fingers, baby. You just got to take the time out to play the right notes. That's life. End quote.
Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, Twitter, @Brian_Johnson, brianjohnson.co, is an entrepreneur and investor. He is the founder of OS Fund and Braintree, the latter of which was bought by eBay in 2013 for $800 million in cash. Brian launched OS Fund in 2014 with $100 million of his personal capital to support inventors and scientists who aim to benefit humanity by rewriting the operating systems of life. In other words, he fuels real-world mad scientists tackling things like asteroid mining, artificial intelligence, life extension, and more. He is currently the founder and CEO of Kernel, which is developing the world's first neuroprosthesis, brain implantable computer, to mimic, repair, and improve cognition. Spirit animal, African lion.
Behind the scenes. To inspire his kids, Brian commissioned a graffiti artist to paint Gandalf the Grey and Harry Potter on one of his walls at home. They are pointing their wands skyward, and above it all is the word dream. He wants to teach them that, just as Tolkien and Rowling authored worlds using text, entrepreneurs have the ability to author their lives with companies. On our regular hikes in San Francisco, Brian has asked me variations of this question several times. What can you do that will be remembered in 200 to 400 years? One of his first entrepreneurial gigs. On selling credit card processing door-to-door to retailers. Quote, I would say, Tim, if you give me 3 minutes of your time, I will give you $100 if you do not say yes to using my service. Usually they would say something like, that is interesting. And I would open my pitch book and walk them through the industry. Here are the providers, here's what they do, here's how they do it, here's what I do. I am the same as everyone else, except with me, you get honesty and transparency and great customer support. So I became this company's #1 salesperson. I broke all their sales records following this really simple formula of just selling honesty and transparency in a broken industry. End quote. Is it an itch or a burn? Quote, I have a lot of conversations with people who want to start their own thing, and one of my favorite questions to ask is this an itch or is it burning? If it is just an itch, it is not sufficient. It gets to this point of how badly you really want it. For me, I burned the boats. There was no way I was going to get a job. Failure was never an option. I had to make this work. End quote. You should probably not do that again. Quote, one time as a kid, I wondered if you filled a milk gallon jug full of gasoline and you lit it on fire, what would happen? So I took the gasoline that was otherwise used for the lawnmower and I filled up this carton and I went out on the street and I lit it on fire. As expected, it produced quite a flame. My mom's green Taurus rolled around the corner coming down the street and I thought, oh no. So in haste, I kicked over the jug and the gasoline spills onto the street and into the gutter. Now it is rolling down the gutter and there are cars down the street. I am imagining cars blowing up, so I walk over to the gutter and I stomp on the gasoline to put it out and, of course, that splashes. Now the lawn is on fire. It is getting worse and worse. Anyway, we put the fire out and then the only thing she says to me is, Brian, you probably should not do that again. And I said, all right, that is fair. That is typical of my mom. End quote. Parenting advice. How did you think about it? Quote, so we got on a four-wheeler 2 weeks ago, my 11 and 9-year-old and I said, okay, I'm going to put your helmets on. I'm going to give you a 2-minute lesson on how to go forward and how to go backwards, how to brake. I'm going to give you some lessons. Do not go into a ditch. Do not go on a hillside that will turn you over, etc. But I am expecting you now to go out for 5 minutes and come back safely and tell me how you did it. What were your thought processes? How did you stay safe? What were the risks you took? But I want you to do it, and I am not going with you." They came back in one piece, and it was a good experience for them to tell me, "Okay, Dad, this is how we looked at the risk. This is how we thought we might potentially get into a problem." They even ran into a tree going slowly, but they talked about it, which I thought was really helpful." End quote. The Shackleton Sniff Test. Ernest Shackleton had a huge impact on Brian as a child. Quote, "He is remembered for the grit and how they actually overcame all the obstacles that came about during the expedition. He is hugely inspirational in my life because I apply what I call the Shackleton Sniff Test to everything I do. I contemplate, if I go about on this endeavor, does it meet the threshold that Shackleton applied? Is this the most audacious endeavor I can possibly conceive of? What would Shackleton do?" End quote. Tim Ferriss. Joe DeSena goes through the same exercise using Shackleton as the litmus test. "That's his dude too," as a mutual friend put it. What is something you believe that other people think is crazy? Quote, "Our existence is programmable." End quote. Do you have any quotes you live your life by or think of often? Quote, "Life is not waiting for the storm to pass, it's learning how to dance in the rain." End quote. Adapted from Vivian Green. 5 monkey games. This relates to learned helplessness, which is often outdated and reinforced by others who mean well. Quote, "At Braintree, one of the principles I consistently communicated was challenge all assumptions. The story that I accompanied that with was, there are 5 monkeys in a room and there is a basket of bananas at the top of a ladder. The monkeys, of course, want to climb the ladder to get the bananas, but every time one tries, they are all sprayed with cold water. After a few times of being sprayed by cold water, the monkeys learn not to climb up the ladder to get the bananas. The experimenters then take one monkey out and put a new monkey in, and the new monkey sees a banana. He thinks, hey, I am going to grab a banana, but when he tries to go up the ladder, the other monkeys grab him and pull him back. The experimenters eventually systematically pull every monkey out, and now you have 5 new monkeys. Anytime a new monkey comes in and tries to climb the ladder, they grab the monkey and pull it back. But none of the 5 have ever been sprayed by cold water." End quote. Tim Ferriss. This brought to mind a story from Tara Brach that I think of often. This is a story about a tiger named Mohini that was in captivity in a zoo who was rescued from an animal sanctuary. Mohini had been confined to a 10 by 10 foot cage with a concrete floor for 5 or 10 years. They finally released her into this big pasture. With excitement and anticipation, they released Mohini into her new and expensive environment, but it was too late. The tiger immediately sought refuge in a corner of the compound where she lived for the remainder of her life. She paced and paced in that corner until an area 10 by 10 feet was worn bare of grass. Perhaps the biggest tragedy in our lives is that freedom is possible, yet we can pass our years trapped in the same old patterns. What past limitations, real or perceived, are you carrying as baggage? Where in your life are you pacing in a 10 by 10 foot patch of grass? Where are you afraid of getting sprayed with water even though it's never happened? Oftentimes, everything you want is a mere inch outside of your comfort zone. Test it.
Brian Koppelman. Brian Koppelman, Twitter, @BrianKoppelman, BrianKoppelman.com, is a screenwriter, novelist, director, and producer. Prior to his hit show Billions, which he co-created and executive produced, and co-wrote on spec, he was best known as the co-writer of Rounders and Ocean's 13, as well as a producer of The Illusionist and The Lucky Ones. He has directed films such as Solitary Man, starring Michael Douglas. Brian also hosts the Moment podcast. One of my favorite episodes is with John Hamburg, who wrote and directed I Love You Man, and wrote Meet the Parents, among many others. It's like film school and an MFA in screenwriting wrapped into one conversation. Spirit animal. Penn Jillette. A close friend.
You don't find time, you make time. Quote, I was 30 years old. I was unhappy with the life I was living when I went into this one poker club in New York City, heard the way that people spoke, saw the way they looked. I realized, okay, that's a movie. Rounders. I went to my wife, Amy, and my best friend, Dave, and made a plan to be able to continue to work but to write this script in the mornings. Amy cleared out a storage space under our apartment. Dave and I at the time had no contacts in the movie business. We met for 2 hours every single morning. I think we took Sundays off, but other than that, we didn't miss a morning. We worked for 2 hours. He was bartending and I was going to my job. Brian had just finished law school by taking night classes and was in the record business. That 2 hours in the morning, there's a slop sink in this little storage area, room for one chair. I'd sit on the floor. Dave would sit at the typewriter most of the time. We had a stack of books that were reading material about poker and the language of the game. We'd sit in that room and write, and then at night, we'd go to these poker clubs and try to collect data. Lines that people said, stories that they told us, character traits, with no thought of whether it was realistic or unrealistic. We didn't calculate any of it except how can we write a screenplay that we believe could be the basis for a movie that would be like Diner was for us. A movie that people, at the time, I was probably thinking about guys in their 20s, would want to quote to each other. It would be the thing that was their little secret, private movie, and that if we could do that, we'd succeeded. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Khaled Hosseini wrote The Kite Runner in the early mornings before working as a full-time doctor. Paul Levesque often works out at midnight. If it's truly important, schedule it. As Paul might ask you, is that a dream or a goal? If it isn't on the calendar, it isn't real. On Morning Pages, which Brian introduced me to. Quote, every morning what I do is based on The Morning Pages by Julia Cameron in The Artist's Way. It's 3 longhand pages where you just keep the pen moving for 3 pages no matter what. No censoring, no rereading. It's the closest thing to magic I've come across. If you really do it every day, in a real, disciplined practice, something happens to your subconscious that allows you to get to your most creative place. I'd say, and I know you've had this experience with other things you've given people, I've given that book to 100 people and said, I'm telling you, you need to do this. Of the 100 people I've given it to, maybe 10 of them have actually opened the book and done the exercises. Of those 10, 7 have had books, movies, TV shows, and made out successful. It's incredible. That book changed my life, even though it's very spiritual, and I'm an atheist. End quote. Book and podcast recommendations? The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. What Makes Sammy Run by Bud Schulberg, about how someone makes their way in Hollywood. The Script Notes podcast by Craig Mazin and John August. Quote, between them they have 20 hit movie credits. Those two guys know what they're talking about. They're in the trenches making movies every day. End quote. Some practical thoughts on suicide. In this chapter, I'm going to talk about suicide and why I'm still on this planet. It might seem dark, but the objective is to give hope and tools to those who need them. It's a much larger number than you might imagine. I kept the following stories secret from my family, girlfriends, and closest friends for years. Recently, however, I had an experience that shook me, woke me up, and I decided that it was time to share everything. So, despite the shame I might feel, the fear that is making my palms sweat as I type this, allow me to get started. Here we go. A twist of fate. Could you please sign this for my brother? It would mean a lot to him. There were perhaps a dozen people around me asking questions, and one fan had politely waited his turn. The ask, a simple signature. It was Friday night around 7 p.m., and I'd just finished a live recording of the Twist podcast. There was electricity in the air. Jason Calacanis, the host and interviewer, knows how to put on a show. He'd hyped up the crowd and kept things rolling for more than 2 hours on stage, asking me every imaginable question. The venue had been packed to capacity. Now, more than 200 people were milling about, drinking wine or heading off for their weekends. A handful of attendees had gathered near the mics to chat with me. "Anything in particular you'd like me to say to him, to your brother?" I asked this one gent, who was immaculately dressed in a suit. His name was Silas. He froze for a few seconds. I saw his eyes flutter. There was something unusual that I couldn't put a finger on. I decided to take the pressure off. "I'm sure I can come up with something. Are you cool with that?" Silas nodded. I wrote a few lines, added a smiley face, signed the book he'd brought, and handed it back. He thanked me and backed out of the crowd. I waved and returned to chatting with the others. Roughly 30 minutes later, I had to run. My girlfriend had just landed at the airport and I needed to meet her for dinner. I started walking toward the elevators. "Excuse me, Tim?" It was Silas. He'd been waiting for me. "Can I talk to you for a second?" "Sure," I said, "but walk with me." We meandered around tables and desks to the elevator vestibule and I hit the down button. As soon as Silas started his story, I forgot about the elevator. He apologized for not having an answer earlier. His younger brother, the one I signed the book for, had recently committed suicide. He was 22. "He looked up to you," Silas explained. "He loved listening to you and Joe Rogan. I wanted to get your signature for him. I'm going to put this in his room." He gestured to the book. I could see tears welling up in his eyes, and I felt my own doing the same. He continued, "People listen to you. Have you ever thought about talking about these things, about suicide or depression? You might be able to save someone." Now it was my turn to stare at him blankly. I didn't know what to say. I also didn't have an excuse. Unbeknownst to him, I had every reason to talk about suicide. Some of my closest high school friends killed themselves. Some of my closest college friends killed themselves. I almost killed myself. "I'm so sorry for your loss," I said to Silas. I wondered if he'd waited more than 3 hours just to tell me this. I suspected he had. Good for him, he had bigger balls than I. Certainly I'd failed his brother by being such a coward in my writing. How many others had I failed? These questions swam in my mind. "I will write about this," I said to Silas, awkwardly patting his shoulder. "I promise." And with that, I got into the elevator. Into the darkness. They tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. Mexican proverb. There are some secrets we don't share because they're embarrassing. Like that time I met Naval Ravikant by accidentally hitting on his girlfriend at a coffee shop? Oops. Or the time a celebrity panelist borrowed my laptop to project a boring corporate video and a flicker of porn popped up a la Fight Club in front of a crowd of 400 people, another good example. But then there are dark secrets, the things we tell no one, the shadows we keep covered for fear of unraveling our lives. For me, 1999 was full of shadows. So much so that I never wanted to revisit them. I hadn't talked about this traumatic period publicly until April 29, 2015, during a Reddit AMA, Ask Me Anything. What follows is the sequence of my downward spiral. In hindsight, it's incredible how trivial some of it seems. At the time, though, it was the perfect storm. I include wording like impossible situation, which was reflective of my thinking at the time, not objective reality. I still vividly recall these events, but any quotes are paraphrased, so starting where it began. It's the beginning of my senior year at Princeton University. I'm slated to graduate around June of 1999. Somewhere in the next 6 months, several things happen in the span of a few weeks. First, I failed to make it to final interviews for McKinsey Consulting and Trilogy Software, in addition to others. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong, and I start losing confidence after winning in the game of academics for so long. Second, a long-term, for a college kid anyway, girlfriend breaks up with me shortly thereafter. Not because of the job stuff, but because I became insecure during that period, wanted more time with her, and was massively disruptive to her varsity sports season. What's wrong with me? Third, I have a fateful meeting with one of my thesis advisors in the East Asian Studies Department. Having read a partial draft of my work, he presents a large stack of original research in Japanese for me to incorporate. I walk out with my head spinning. How am I going to finish this thesis, which generally runs 60 to 100 pages or more before graduation? What am I going to do? It's important to note that at Princeton, the senior thesis is largely viewed as the pinnacle of your 4-year undergrad career. That's reflected in its grading. The thesis is often worth around 25% of your entire departmental GPA. After the above, things unfolded as follows. I find a rescue option. In the course of language learning research for the thesis, I'm introduced to a wonderful PhD who works at Berlitz International. Bernie was his name. We have a late dinner one night on Witherspoon Street in Princeton. He speaks multiple languages and is a nerd, just like me. 1 hour turns into 2, which turns into 3. At the end, he says, "You know, it's too bad you're graduating in a few months. I have a project that would be perfect for you, but it's starting sooner." This could be exactly the solution I'm looking for. I chat with my parents about potentially taking a year off, beginning in the middle of my senior year. This would allow me time to finish and polish the thesis while simultaneously testing jobs in the real world. It seems like a huge win-win, and my parents are supportive. The Princeton powers that be okay the idea, and I meet with the aforementioned thesis advisor to inform him of my decision. Instead of being happy that I'm taking time to get the thesis right, what I expected, he seems furious. "So you're just going to quit? To cop out? This better be the best thesis I've ever seen in my life." In my stressed-out state, I hear a series of thinly veiled threats and ultimatums in the exchange that follows. But no professor would actually do that, right? The meeting ends with a dismissive laugh and a curt, "Good luck." I'm crushed and wander out in a daze. Once I've regained my composure, my shock turns to anger. How could a thesis advisor threaten a student with a bad grade just because they're taking time off? I knew my thesis wouldn't be the best thesis he'd ever seen, so it was practically guaranteed to get a bad grade even if I did a great job. This would be obvious to anyone, right? I meet with multiple people in the Princeton administration, and the response is, simply put, he wouldn't do that. I'm speechless. Am I being called a liar? Why would I lie? What's my incentive? It seems like no one is willing to rock the boat with a senior or tenured professor. I'm speechless and feel betrayed. Faculty politics matter more than I do. I leave my friends behind at school and move off campus to work, remotely it turns out, for Berlitz. Remote means I work at home by myself. This is a recipe for disaster. The work is rewarding, but I spend all of my non-work time, from when I wake to when I go to bed, looking at hundreds of pages of thesis notes and research spread out on my bedroom floor. It's an uncontainable mess. After 2 or 3 months of attempting to incorporate my advisor's original language Japanese research, the thesis is a disaster. Despite, or perhaps because of, staring at paper alone for 8 to 16 hours a day, it's a Frankenstein's monster of false starts, dead ends, and research that shouldn't be there in the first place. At least half is totally unusable. I am, without a doubt, in worse shape than when I left school. My friends are graduating, celebrating, and leaving Princeton behind. I am sitting in a condo off campus, trapped in an impossible situation. My thesis work is going nowhere, and even if it turns out spectacular, I have, in my mind, a vindictive advisor who's going to burn me. By burning me, he'll destroy everything I've sacrificed for since high school. Great grades in high school got me to Princeton. Great grades in Princeton should get me to a dream job, etc. By burning me, he'll make Princeton's astronomical tuition wasted money. Nothing more than a small fortune my family has pissed away. I start sleeping in until 2 or 3 p.m. I can't face the piles of unfinished work surrounding me. My coping mechanism is to cover myself in sheets, minimize time awake, and hope for a miracle. No miracle arrives. Then one afternoon, as I'm wandering through a Barnes & Noble with no goal in particular, I chance upon a book about suicide. It's right there in front of me on a display table. Perhaps this is the miracle? I sit down and read the entire book, taking copious notes into a journal, including other books listed in the bibliography. For the first time in ages, I'm excited about research. In a sea of uncertainty and hopeless situations, I feel like I've found hope. The final solution. I return to Princeton campus. This time I go straight to Firestone Library to check out all of the suicide-related books on my to-do list. One particularly promising sounding title is out, so I reserve it. I'll be next in line when it comes back. I wonder what poor bastard is reading it, and if they'll be able to return it. It's important to mention that by this point I was past deciding. The decision was obvious to me. I'd somehow failed, painted myself into this ridiculous corner, wasted a fortune on a school that didn't care about me, so what would be the point of doing otherwise? To repeat these types of mistakes forever? To be a hopeless burden to myself and my family and friends? Fuck that. The world was better off without a loser who couldn't figure this basic shit out. What would I ever contribute? Nothing. So the decision was made, and I was in full-on planning mode. In this case, I'm dangerously good at planning. I have 4 to 6 scenarios all specced out start to finish, including potential collaborators and covers when needed. And that's when I get the phone call. My mom? That wasn't in the plan. I'd forgotten that Firestone Library had my family home address on file, as I'd technically taken a year of absence. This meant a postcard was mailed to my parents. Something along the lines of, "Good news! The suicide book you requested is now available at the library for pickup." Oops. And thank fucking God. I'm caught on the phone with my mom, totally unprepared. She nervously asks about the book, so I think fast and lie. "Oh, no need to worry about that, sorry. One of my friends goes to Rutgers and didn't have access to Firestone, so I reserved it for him. He's writing about depression and stuff." I am snapped out of my own delusion by a 1 in a million accident. It was only then that I realized something. My death wouldn't just be about me. It would completely destroy the lives of those I cared about most. I imagined my mom, who had no part in creating my thesis mess, suffering until her dying day, blaming herself. The very next week, I decided to take the rest of my year off, truly off, to hell with the thesis, and focus on physical and mental health. That's how the entire sumo story of the 1999 Chinese kickboxing Sun Shu Championships came to be, if you've read The 4-Hour Workweek. Months later, after focusing on my body instead of sitting around trapped in my head, things are much clearer. Everything seems more manageable. The hopeless situation seems like shitty luck, but nothing permanent. I return to Princeton, turn in my now finished thesis to my still sour advisor, get chewed up in my thesis defense, and I don't give a fuck. It wasn't the best thesis he'd ever read, nor the best thing I'd ever written, but I had moved on. Many thanks are due to a few people who helped me regain my confidence that final semester. None of them have heard this story, but I'd like to give them credit here. Among others, my parents and family, of course. Professor Ed Shao, Professor John McPhee, Simpo Dance Troupe, and my friends at the amazing Terrace Food Club. I graduated with the class of 2000 and bid goodbye to Nassau Hall. I rarely go back, as you might imagine. Side note, after graduating, I promised myself that I would never write anything longer than an email ever again. Pretty hilarious that I now write 500-plus page books, eh? Given the purported jump in suicidal gestures at Princeton and its close cousins, e.g. Harvard appears to have 2 times the national average for undergrad suicides, I hope the administration is taking things seriously. If nearly half of your student population reports feeling depressed, there might be systemic issues to fix. Left unfixed, you'll have more dead kids on your hands. And, by the way, it's not enough to wait for people to reach out or to request that at-risk kids take a leave of absence off the clock of the university to dodge liability. Perhaps regularly reach out to the entire student body to catch people before they fall. It could be as simple as an email offering help, resources, or a sympathetic ear. Out of the darkness. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. Lao Tzu. First, allow me to give a retrospective analysis of my near obliteration. Then I'll give you a bunch of tools and tricks that I still use for keeping the darkness at arm's length. Also, some of you might be thinking, that's it? A Princeton student was at risk of getting a bad grade? Boo fucking who, man? Give me a break. But that's the entire point. It's easy to blow things out of proportion, to get lost in the story you tell yourself, and to think that your entire life hinges on one thing you'll barely remember 5 or 10 years later. That seemingly all-important thing could be a bad grade, getting into college, a relationship, a divorce, getting fired, or a bunch of hecklers on the internet. So, why didn't I kill myself? Below are the realizations that have helped me and a few friends. They certainly won't work for everyone suffering from depression, but my hope is that they help some of you. 1. If you're in a dangerous place, call this number, 800-273-8255. I didn't have it and I wish I had. It's the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. They also have live chat at suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in both English and Spanish. If you're outside of the U.S., check suicide.org for a list of international hotlines. Sometimes it just takes one conversation with a rational person to stop a horrible, irrational decision. If you're considering ending your life, please reach out to them. If you're too embarrassed to admit that, as I was, then you can ping them just to chat for a few minutes. Pretend you're killing time or testing different suicide hotlines for a directory you're compiling, whatever works. Speaking personally, I want to see the gifts you have to offer the world. And speaking from personal experience, believe me, this too shall pass, whatever it is. 2. I realized it would destroy other people's lives. Killing yourself can spiritually kill other people. Your death is not perfectly isolated. It can destroy a lot, whether your family, who will blame themselves, other loved ones, or simply the law enforcement officers or coroners who have to haul your death mask-wearing carcass out of an apartment or the woods. The guaranteed outcome of suicide is not things improving for you or going blank, but creating a catastrophe for others. Even if your intention is to get revenge through suicide, the damage won't be limited to your targets. A friend once told me that killing yourself is like taking your pain, multiplying it by 10, and giving it to the ones who love you. I agree with this, but there's more to it. Beyond any loved ones, you could include neighbors, innocent bystanders exposed to your death, and people, often kids, who commit copycat suicides when they read about your demise. This is the reality, not the cure-all fantasy of suicide. If you think about killing yourself, imagine yourself wearing a suicide bomber's vest of explosives and walking into a crowd of innocents. That's effectively what it is. Even if you feel like no one loves you or cares about you, you are most likely loved. And you're most definitely lovable and worthy of love. 3. There's no guarantee that killing yourself improves things. In a tragically comic way, this was a depressing realization I came to while considering blowing my head off or getting run over. Damnation. No guarantees. The afterlife could be 1,000 times worse than life at its most painful. No one knows. I personally believe that consciousness persists after physical death, and it dawned on me that I literally had zero evidence that my death would improve things. It's a terrible bet. At least here, in this life, we have known variables we can tweak and change. The unknown void could be Dante's Inferno on steroids. When we just want the pain to stop, it's easy to forget this. You simply don't know what's behind door number 3. In our desperation, we often just don't think it through. It's kind of like the murder-suicide joke by one of my favorite comics, Dimitri Martin. Someone who commits a murder-suicide is probably somebody who isn't thinking through the afterlife. Bam, you're dead. Bam, I'm dead. Oh shit, this is going to be awkward forever. 4. Tips from friends related to number 2 above. For some of my friends, including high achievers you'd never suspect, a non-suicide vow is what made all the difference. Here's one friend's description. It only mattered when I made a vow to the one person in my life I knew I would never break it to, a sibling. It's powerful when you do that. All of a sudden, this option that I sometimes played around in my mind, it was off the table. I would never break a vow to my brother, ever. After the vow, and him accepting it, I've had to approach life in a different way. There is no fantasy escape hatch. I'm in it. In the end, making a vow to him is the greatest gift I could have given myself. As silly as it might sound, it's sometimes easier to focus on keeping your word and avoiding hurting someone than preserving your own life. And that's totally okay. Use what works first and you can fix the rest later. If you need to disguise a vow out of embarrassment, how would I confess that to a friend? Find a struggling friend and make a mutual, non-suicide vow. Make it seem like you're only trying to protect him or her. Still too much? Make it a mutual, non-self-hurt vow with a friend who beats himself or herself up. Make it about them as much as you. If you don't care about yourself, make it about other people. Practical gremlin defense. Now, let's talk day-to-day tactics. The fact of the matter is this: if you're driven, an entrepreneur, a type A personality, or 100 other things, mood swings are part of your genetic hardwiring. It's a blessing and a curse. Following are a number of habits and routines that help me. They're all included as individual chapters in this book. They might seem simplistic, but they keep me from careening too far off the tracks. They are my defense against the abyss. They might help you find your own. Test them, keep your favorites, and use them as a starting point. 5 morning rituals that help me win the day. Productivity tricks for the neurotic, manic depressive, and crazy like me. Is this what I so feared? The jar of awesome. Gymnastics strength training. Acro yoga. The slow carb diet. And when in doubt, or starting to slip, try these. 1. Go to the gym and move for at least 30 minutes. For me, this is 80% of the battle. When possible, I prefer an actual "how can I help you, sir?" gym to walking or a home-based workout, as the last thing I need is alone time with my head. Somehow force yourself to be around other humans. 2. Each morning, express heartfelt gratitude to one person you care about or who's helped or supported you. Text, message, write, or call. Can't think of anyone? Don't forget past teachers, classmates, co-workers from early in your career, old bosses, etc. 3. If you can't seem to make yourself happy, do little things to make other people happy. This is a very effective magic trick. Focus on others instead of yourself. Buy coffee for the person behind you in line. I do this a lot. Compliment a stranger. Volunteer at a soup kitchen. Help a classroom on donorschoose.org. Buy a round of drinks for the line cooks and servers at your favorite restaurant, etc. The little things have a big emotional payback, and guess what? Chances are, at least one person you make smile is on the front lines with you, quietly battling something nearly identical. To wrap up, on the green and the gray. My perfect storm was nothing permanent. But of course, it's far from the last storm I'll face. There will be many more. The key is building fires where you can warm yourself as you wait for the tempest to pass. These fires, the routines, habits, relationships, and coping mechanisms you build, help you to look at the rain and see fertilizer instead of a flood. If you want the luscious green of life, and you do, the gray is part of the natural cycle. You are not flawed. You are human. You have gifts to share with the world. And when the darkness comes, when you are fighting the demons, just remember, I'm right there fighting with you. You are not alone. There's a large tribe around you, and thousands of them are reading this book. The gems I've found were forged in the struggle. Never, ever give up. Much love to you and yours. Tim.
Robert Rodriguez. Robert Rodriguez, Twitter, @Rodriguez, lraynetwork.com, is a director, screenwriter, producer, cinematographer, editor, and musician. He is also the founder and chairman of El Rey Network, a new genre-busting cable network. There, he hosts one of my favorite interview format shows, The Director's Chair. While a student at the University of Texas at Austin, Rodriguez wrote the script for his first feature film while he was a paid subject in a clinical experiment at a drug research facility. That paycheck covered the cost of shooting. The film, El Mariachi, went on to win the Audience Award at the Sundance Film Festival and became the lowest-budget movie ever released by a major studio. Rodriguez went on to write, produce, and direct many successful films, including Desperado, From Dusk Till Dawn, the Spy Kids franchise, Once Upon a Time in Mexico, Frank Miller's Sin City, Machete, and others. Spirit Animal, Great White Shark.
Preface. This is the motherlode. The stars and caffeine aligned to make this interview extremely rich, and Robert hit a home run. My personal highlight doc for this episode was a book by itself, so please indulge me as this one is longer than usual. It's worth it. What's your own Rodriguez list? The term Rodriguez list has come to mean writing down all of your assets and building a film around the list. It originates from Robert's approach to making El Mariachi, which he shot as a test film for himself. This "what assets might we have" question is also asked by billionaire Reid Hoffman. Here's Robert's story. Quote, I just took stock of what I had. My friend Carlos, he's got a ranch in Mexico. Okay, that'll be where the bad guy is. His cousin owns a bar. The bar is where there's going to be the first initial shootout. It's where all the bad guys hang out. His other cousin owns a bus line. Okay, there will be an action scene with the bus at some point. Just a big action scene in the middle of the movie with a bus. He's got a pit bull. Okay, he's in the movie. His other friend had a turtle he found. Okay, the turtle's in the movie because people will think we had an animal wrangler, and that will suddenly raise production value. I wrote everything around what we had, so you never had to go search and you never had to spend anything on the movie. The movie cost really nothing. The only cost was really just that I wanted to shoot it on film instead of video so that it would look more expensive and try to tell people I made it for $70,000 and try to sell it for $70,000. Robert spent $7,000 on El Mariachi. Instead, it ended up going to Columbia and getting released. When we won Sundance, the audience award, my acceptance speech said, "You're going to get a lot more entries next year. When people find out that this is the one that won, a movie made with no money and no crew, everyone's going to pick up a camera and start making their own movies." It's been flooded with entries since then. It was a real change in the paradigm. End quote. The benefits of treating things like a test. Quote, "I didn't think anyone was going to see El Mariachi. It was really just a test film. That's why I did it in Spanish. I did it for the Spanish market. I figured I'll do 2 or 3 of these things, cut them all together, take out the best portions, and use it on my demo reel, and then use the money that I make to go make a real first English-language American independent film." I didn't overthink it at all. I would have treated it completely differently had I thought I would ever even show it to anybody. Had I thought it would go to a festival and I would submit it, I would have spent 10 times as much. I would have gone and borrowed money. Instead, everything was one take, even if it didn't work because the film's so expensive. And it was a noisy camera and a soundless camera. It would make so much noise you couldn't record sound at the same time. So I had to record sound the way you're doing right now. I would shoot a take, put the camera away, get the sound out, put the mic up close, so I got great sound, but it was out of sync. But you kind of talk in your own rhythm. So if I say, "Hi, my name is Robert," you put the camera away, and now you do the audio. "Hi, my name is Robert," you can pretty much get it to sync. If you look at Mariachi, it's almost all in sync. Where it started to get out of sync, I cut away to the dog, or I cut away to a close-up. It created this really snappy editing style, but it was really just to get it back in sync because I couldn't stand it. There's a freedom in limitations. It's almost more freeing to know I've got to use only these items: turtle, bar, ranch. You're almost completely free within that. End quote. Tim Ferriss. Excuses are a dime a dozen. In the case of entrepreneurship, the "I don't have" list, I don't have funding, I don't have connections, etc., is a popular write-off for inaction. But lack of resources is often one of the critical ingredients for greatness. Jack Ma, founder of China's Alibaba Group, is worth an estimated $20 to $30 billion, and he explains the secret of his success this way. "There were 3 reasons why we survived. We had no money, we had no technology, and we had no plan. Every dollar we used very carefully." Turn weaknesses into strengths, bugs into features. Quote, "I remember on From Dusk Till Dawn, the film, the special effects guys put too much fire in the explosion and the actors come running out of the building. It's in the movie. You see the building blow up, the bar at the end. It just kept going and engulfed the whole set, and that was the first shot. We still needed to shoot lots of other stuff with it. Everyone else was freaking out. The production designer was crying. That was all their work. My assistant director comes over and he goes, 'Are you thinking what I'm thinking?' I go, 'Yeah, it looks good the way it is. It's all charred. Let's just keep shooting. We'll do the little repair that needs to be done for next week, and we'll shoot that exterior next week, but let's just keep shooting.' You use those gifts because nothing ever goes according to plan. Sometimes I hear new filmmakers talk down about their film and, oh, nothing worked and it was a disappointment. They don't realize yet that that's the job. The job is that nothing is going to work at all. So you go, how can I turn it into a positive and get something much better than if I had all the time and money in the world? I love those experiences so much. I talked to Michael Mann about this during the director's chair. We talked about Manhunter once, years ago. He didn't have money. He'd fired the effects crew. Some of the really cool staccato editing was to cover up the fact that they didn't have effects, and I didn't know that. I always thought it was a stylistic choice, and he says, no, it's because we didn't have any money or time. I had to almost cut it myself, and I was throwing ketchup on the guy between edits. It was like, oh my God, I thought that was a brilliant stylistic choice. I said, I'm going to do that for all my movies now. I want all of them to not have enough money, not enough time, so that we're forced to be more creative, because that's going to give it some spark that you can't manufacture. People will tap into it, or they'll go, I don't know why I like this movie. It's kind of a weird movie, but there's something about it that makes me want to watch it again and again because it's got a life to it. Sometimes art should be imperfect in a way. End quote. Don't follow the herd. Stumble instead. Quote, it's good not to follow the herd. Go the other way. If everyone's going that way, you go this other way. You're going to stumble, but you're also going to stumble upon an idea no one came up with. That way, at least it's a new frontier. I always found success by just going the opposite way. There was too much competition over there. If everyone's trying to get through that one little door, you're in the wrong place. Sometimes at a film festival, when people ask, how do we break in? I say, the problem is, you're at a film festival. Nothing wrong with film festivals, but everyone else here is trying to get through that same door, and they're not all going to fit. So you've got to think bigger than that. There's less competition up there. I always wanted to get into TV, but instead of going and competing with everyone else trying to get in on 7 p.m. on NBC on a Friday night, I decided to own a network. You know how many people are trying to own a network? Nobody. When that network I got, El Rey, was up for grabs, there were 100 other applicants. Now, that sounds like a lot, but out of the whole country, 100? Really? How many actually had a solid business plan and a vision of something that could be implemented? Probably 5. So you're competing with the top 5 instead of the top 20,000 trying to get in on NBC on Friday or Saturday night. So I always say, try to look bigger. End quote. Failure is not durable. One of my favorite episodes of The Director's Chair is with Francis Ford Coppola, The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, etc., and Robert refers later to this quote from Francis. Failure is not necessarily durable. Remember that the things that they fire you for when you are young are the same things that they give lifetime achievement awards for when you're old. Robert, even if I didn't sell mariachi, I would have learned so much by doing that project. That was the idea. I'm there to learn. I'm not there to win. I'm there to learn, because then I'll win, eventually. You've got to be able to look at your failures and know that there's a key to success in every failure. If you look through the ashes long enough, you'll find something. I'll give you one. Quentin Tarantino asked me, do you want to do one of these short films called 4 Rooms, where each director can create the film of their choosing, but it has to be limited to a single hotel room and include New Year's Eve and a bellhop? And my hand went up right away, instinctively. The movie bombed. In the ashes of that failure, I can find at least 2 keys of success. On the set when I was doing it, I had cast Antonio Banderas as the dad and had this cool little Mexican as his son. They looked really close together. Then I found the best actress I could find, this little half-Asian girl. She was amazing. I needed an Asian mom. I really wanted them to look like a family. It's New Year's Eve because it was dictated by the script, so they're all dressed in tuxedos. I was looking at Antonio and his Asian wife and thinking, wow, they look like this really cool international spy couple. What if they were spies, and these 2 little kids who can barely tie their shoes didn't know they were spies? I thought of that on the set of 4 Rooms, and there are 4 of those Spy Kids movies now and a TV series coming. So that's one. The other one was, after 4 Rooms failed, I thought, I still love short films. Anthologies never work. We shouldn't have had 4 stories. It should have been 3 stories, because that's probably 3 acts, and it should just be the same director instead of different directors, because we didn't know what each person was doing. I'm going to try it again. Why on earth would I try it again if I knew they didn't work? Because you figured something out when you're doing it the first time, and the second attempt was Sin City. Tim: amazing. Robert: so Spy Kids and Sin City came out of 4 rooms. If you have a positive attitude, you can look back. That's why what Francis Ford Coppola is saying is correct. Failure isn't always durable. You can go back and you can look at it and go, oh, that wasn't a failure. That was a key moment of my development that I needed to take, and I can trust my instinct. I really can. Setting the precedent. Be a problem early. Robert has made all of his own movie posters since Desperado. Here's how he got there. Quote, the creative agency shows up to shoot the movie poster. Antonio was sick that day, and they were like, we're here only one day, so we'll put his outfit on one of the other crew members and we'll paste his head on later. I'm thinking, that's not going to look right. Nobody moves like him. Oh, geez, this is going to be awful. So we shot our own poster on the set, the famous one of him with the gun. I saw him doing that one day on the set, and I went and took a little snapshot that would be a great poster. When we went to show the studio the posters, the ones the other guys did looked like DVD covers. I put mine up there too, and Lisa Henson, the president of Columbia, looked at all of them. She looked at the one that I had and said, we like that one, and I said, that one's mine. She looks at me like, oh shit, had I known it was you, I probably wouldn't have said that. She goes, really? Oh, we didn't know. I'm glad I just put it up there along with the others and didn't say anything. Then that set a precedent. From then on, I could go to every studio and say, I do my own posters too. So you guys can go ahead and try and make one, but we'll try and make one. The key is to do it early. Do it while you're still shooting. First impression is everything. I'll cut a trailer while I'm still shooting and send it to a studio. They'll try to make their own, over and over, and they can't get that first thing they saw out of their heads. It's still not as good as the one we saw. End quote. Notes at midnight. Robert takes copious notes. He sets an alarm for midnight every night to input the day's notes into a Word document. He dates everything and stores them by year so he can find whatever he might want later. Quote, I have a little alarm that goes off at midnight because around midnight is usually a good time. And I'll write something down, because I found that even when I just wrote some items down, I could go back and fill them in later because I would remember. What kept it going is when I would go back and review the journals and realize how many life-changing things happened within a weekend. Things that you thought were spread out over 2 years were actually Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that Monday. So many occurrences happened in chunks that could blow you away, things that kind of define you. For anyone who is a parent, it's a must. It's a must because your children and you forget everything. Within a few years, they'll forget things that you think they should remember for the rest of their lives. They'll only remember it if it's reinforced. I'm a real family man, so I really love every birthday. I'll tell my kids because they forget by the next year what their first years were like. I'll just read through the journal entries and it blows them away. Or they'll say, hey, we should go camping again. I go, camping? Oh yeah, I remember that time we went camping, and I put the tent in the backyard, and it had electricity going through. We had fans, and we were watching Johnny Quest, and we were playing. I must have a journal on that, and I must have video. So year by year, I just search camping. Oh, May 4th, 1999, we went camping. It's on tape 25. I go find the tape and show it to them. After I'd show them the tape, they didn't have to go camping again. They just relived it. Or you ask your girlfriend or your wife, what did we do last year on your birthday? They won't remember. A year goes by and you will not remember the details. You go back and you see the journals. It's even better the second time. You live through it again and you realize the importance of it. End quote. You don't need to know. Trust comes first. Robert has many different jobs and doesn't view creativity as job-specific. It's a meta skill. He routinely plays guitar on set and invites master painters to set to teach the actors during breaks. He believes that if you develop creativity, trust and getting started often take care of the rest. Quote, the technical part of any job is 10%. 90% is creativity. If you already know how to be creative, you've kind of got the battle half beat because you don't need to know. You don't need to know what note specifically you're going to play when you get on stage and do your solo. Everybody will ask, "What did you just play?" And you're going to go, "I don't know." I asked Jimmy Vaughn, "How do you know what you're playing just now?" "I don't even know what I played." Ask any of the greats. I studied under a painter, Sebastian Kruger. I went all the way to Germany to watch him paint, to figure out his trick. How does he do it? Because I tried to do what he did and it looked like garbage. He must have a special brush. He must have special paint and a special technique. So I go, and now he starts with a mid-tone, starts knocking in some highlights, a little bit on the chin, and then he goes to the eye. I ask, "How do you know where to go next?" He says, "Oh, I never know. It's different every time." That drives me bonkers. "What do you mean? How come I can't do that?" And I'd go sit down, and suddenly I could do it. It blows you away. So I take those lessons back, and I teach my actors that. I teach my crew that. You don't need to know. End quote. Tim, sorry to pause, but this is so fascinating to me. So what clicked? What was the realization when you sat down and suddenly... Robert, you get it in your own way. Thinking that you needed to know something, a trick or a process, before it would flow. If you got out of the way, it would just flow. What gives you permission to let it flow? Sometimes if you take 4 years of schooling, or you study under somebody, then you've suddenly given yourself permission to let it flow. You're just opening up the pipe and the creativity flows through, and as soon as your ego gets in the way and you go, "I don't know if I know what to do next," you've already put "I" in front of it and you've already blocked it a little bit. "I did it once, but I don't know if I can do it again." It was never you. The best you can do is just to get out of the way so it comes through. When an actor comes to me and he says, "I'm not sure I know how to play this part," I say, "That's beautiful, because the other half's going to show up when we're there." They say knowing's half the battle. I think the most important is the other part. Not knowing what's going to happen, but trusting that it will be there when you put the brush up to the canvas. It's going to know where to go. Tim, so the trust comes first. Robert, the trust comes first. Lessons from daily cartooning. While at the University of Texas, Robert produced a comic strip called Los Hooligans. Quote, "I used to come home and I'd have to do a strip a day, and it might take 3 or 4 hours. I would sometimes not feel like facing the blank page, so I would go lie down and try and figure out if I could create this method where I could stare at the ceiling and it will just appear fully formed, and then I could go and draw it. I never could get that to work. I'd be running out of time. I'd run back to the table and I'd realize the only way to do it was by drawing. You'd have to draw and draw and draw. Then one drawing would be kind of funny or cool. That one's kind of neat. This one kind of goes with that. Then you draw a couple of filler-ups, and that's how it would be created. You had to actually move. I applied that to all my other work, filmmaking and everything. Even if I didn't know what to do, I just had to begin. For a lot of people, that's the part that keeps them back the most. They think, well, I don't have an idea, so I can't start. I know you'll only get the idea once you start. It's this totally reverse thing. You have to act first before inspiration will hit. You don't wait for inspiration and then act, or you're never going to act because you're never going to have the inspiration, not consistently. End quote. Tim Ferriss. This is also how Kevin Kelly writes, and the sentiment reminds me of Rolf Potts. The simple willingness to improvise is more vital in the long run than research. Even the pros don't know. Quote, on the director's chair, Robert Zemeckis said he thought he was making the worst movie ever in Forrest Gump, or that he was so punchy in Back to the Future that he almost cut the Johnny Be Good sequence because he thought, well, it doesn't really fit. I'm going to cut it before we even preview it. End quote. Tim. That's when his editor was like, just leave it in for the screening. Robert. Let's just preview it, he said. We couldn't peel people off the ceiling. You never know. It shows that you don't know. I want people to hear those stories because when you feel like, oh, I don't know if I'm doing it right, these other guys seem to know. No, they don't know. None of them know. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to know. You just have to keep moving forward. More on creativity. Quote, when people say, you do so many things, you're a musician, you're a painter, you're a composer, you're a cinematographer, you're the editor, you do so many different things. I go, no, I only do one thing. I live a creative life. When you put creativity in everything, everything becomes available to you. If I'm going to get into this character's head, maybe I'll paint him first and see what he looks like visually or musically, figure out what he sounds like. You can work completely non-linear that way. How you journal things, how you cross-reference, how you present things, how you inspire your crew, how you inspire other people around you, how you inspire yourself. It's all creative. And if you say you're not creative, look at how much you're missing out on just because you've told yourself that. I think creativity is one of the greatest gifts that we're born with that some people don't cultivate, that they don't realize it could be applied to literally everything in their lives. End quote. His pitch to Frank Miller to get rights for Sin City. Quote, I went to Frank Miller, and I showed him this test I did for Sin City based on the graphic novels. I said, I know what it's like to create original characters and to not trust Hollywood, but this isn't Hollywood. This is something totally different. I made this on my own, and I'm going to offer you a deal. How about I write the screenplay, and it will be unremarkable because I'm going to copy it right out of your books. It's November. I'll have the screenplay by December. We'll go shoot a test in January. I'll have some actor friends come down. We'll shoot the opening scene. I'll cut it. You'll be there. You'll direct with me. I'll do the effects. I'll do the score. I'll do the fake title sequence with all the actors we want to be in it, e.g. Bruce Willis, Mickey Rourke. And if you like what you see, we'll make a deal for the rights. And then we'll make the movie. If you don't like it, you keep it as a short film you can show your friends. End quote. Funny quote from his kids. Quote, that's what my kids always say. Dad's not cheating, it's just creative sportsmanship when I beat them at a game because I bent some rule in my favor. They're entertained by that. They don't feel bad. They actually look forward to how I'm going to bend the rules. End quote. Start with Why. Robert's most gifted book is Start with Why by Simon Sinek. Quote, I realized better what I was doing when I read that book, and I gave it to people to show them how to clarify what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. It's a very simple approach that they should take every day. For instance, if you go to an actor and say, hey, I'm a filmmaker and I'm making a low-budget movie and I kind of need your name as a marquee to help sell it. I can't pay you very much and it's going to be probably a lot of work, but if you want to be in it, you're thinking only about yourself. And the answer will be, no, get the hell out of here. Because all you're talking about is what you do and how you do it, which is, I make low-budget movies. Yeah? So what? It means you've got no money. Instead, I always start with a why. I go to them and say, I love what you do. I've always been a big fan. I've got a part that you would never get. I believe in creative freedom. I don't work with the studios. I work independently. I'm the boss there. It's just me and my crew. It's very creative. Ask any of your actor friends. They'll say, go have that experience. You're just going to feel so invigorated. I shoot very quickly. Robert De Niro did Machete in 4 days. I'm going to shoot you out in 4 days. You'll be on your next movie for 6 months. You're on my movie for 4 days, and it's going to be the most fun you've ever had. And you'll probably get great reviews. Your performance is going to be really free because I'm going to give you that freedom. That's why I do it. How do I do it? Well, I work very independently. I have very few people on my crew. We all do multiple jobs. We do it with less money so that we have more freedom. What is it I do? I'm an independent filmmaker. Do you want to come make this movie? They're like, yes, because it's all about what they can do and how it's going to fulfill them. End quote. You never have to be upset about anything. Robert recounted a conversation with his son, who was extremely upset. Quote, I said, I'm going to tell you a secret in life. You never have to be upset about anything. Everything is for a purpose. You just failed your driver's test and you're all pissed off. I couldn't be happier. I'd rather you fail with a teacher and take it 100 more times than go fail in front of a cop or make that same mistake and hit somebody. I can't even think of a negative reason why you failing that test is a bad thing. It's really how you look at it, and the way you look at it is so important. If you can have a positive attitude, look at it and say, let me see, what can I learn from this? Why would you ever get upset about anything? And he said, wow, that makes so much sense. You're upset because something didn't go according to plan? It might be for a good reason. End quote.
Good. Written and read by Jocko Willink, retired Navy SEAL commander.
How do I deal with setbacks, failures, delays, defeats, or other disasters? I actually have a fairly simple way of dealing with these situations, summed up in one word: good. This is something that one of my direct subordinates, one of the guys who worked for me, a guy who became one of my best friends, pointed out. He'd pull me aside with some major problem or some issue that was going on, and he'd say, boss, we got this thing, this situation, and it's going terribly wrong. I would look at him and I'd say, good. Then finally, one day he was telling me about something that was going off the rails, and as soon as he finished explaining it to me, he said, I already know what you're going to say. And I asked, what am I going to say? And he said, you're going to say good. And he continued, that's what you always say. When something is wrong or going bad, you just look at me and say, good. And I say, well, I mean it, because that is how I operate. So I explained to him that when things are going bad, there's going to be some good that will come from it. Oh, mission got canceled? Good. We can focus on another one. Didn't get the new high-speed gear we wanted? Good. We can keep it simple. Didn't get promoted? Good. More time to get better. Didn't get funded? Good. We own more of the company. Didn't get the job you wanted? Good. Go out, gain more experience, build a better resume. Got injured? Good. Needed a break from training. Got tapped out? Good. It's better to tap out in training than to tap out on the street. Got beat? Good. We learned. Unexpected problems? Good. We have an opportunity to figure out a solution. That's it. When things are going bad, don't get all bummed out, don't get startled, don't get frustrated. No. Just look at the issue and say, good. Now, I don't mean to say something trite. I'm not trying to sound like Mr. Smiley Positive Guy. That guy ignores the hard truth. That guy thinks a positive attitude will solve problems. It won't. But neither will dwelling on the problem. No, accept reality, but focus on the solution. Take that issue, take that setback, take that problem and turn it into something good. Go forward. And if you are part of a team, that attitude will spread throughout. And finally, if you can say the word good, then guess what? It means you're still alive. It means you're still breathing. And if you're still breathing, that means you've still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage, and go out on the attack.
And that right there is about as good as it gets. Sekou Andrews. Sekou Andrews, Twitter, @SekouAndrews, SekouAndrews.com, is the most impressive poetic voice I've ever heard. I first saw him perform at TED, where he amazed me. Sekou is a schoolteacher turned two-time National Poetry Slam champion. He has presented privately for Barack Obama, Bono, Oprah Winfrey, Maya Angelou, and for many Fortune 500 companies. Spirit Animal, Black Panther.
Tim Ferriss. Since we're getting to the end, or is it the beginning? My friends, this profile is short, sweet, and to the point. Here's just one line from Sekou's art to set the tone. Quote, You must want to be a butterfly so badly you are willing to give up being a caterpillar." End quote.
Conclusion. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. Pablo Picasso. Enjoy it. The best answer I've heard to what I always ask close friends. What should I do with my life? During the writing of this book, I would sit in the sauna for 20 to 30 minutes late at night to decompress. Then lie in the pool on my back, looking at the stars through the silhouetted branches of the trees. Under the light of a single bulb inside the barrel sauna, I would read something poetic to wind down my brain, such as Leaves of Grass, or, as I began at one point on a recommendation, Zen in the Art of Archery. I had just started the practice of archery, and my routine was to take 2 or 3 breaks per day for 18 arrows each. I had textbooks and a coach on the practical side. Zen in the Art of Archery, on the other hand, appeared to be 80% nonsense riddle talk and 20% genius philosophical insight. It makes a lot more sense if you've done psychedelics. But it provided a welcome break, a little mental stretching, and that was enough. One morning, my researcher, who I'd brought from Canada to work on the book in person, stopped me at the refrigerator where I was grabbing some food and cold water. "You're so calm. How are you so calm when you have a million things flying around?" I thought about it, and he was right. There was a lot up in the air. I was on the final sprint of my book deadline. There were perhaps a dozen unexpected business fires to manage. My dog had just been badly injured, our car had died, and I had various family members and house guests coming and going. It was a 3-ring circus, and I was the plate spinner. Historically, I'd been an anxious, short-fused mess on book deadlines. I was extremely unpleasant to be around. So what was different? I then realized and explained to him. In the process of reading and rereading the lessons in this book, I'd absorbed much more than I'd realized. On autopilot, I was using good from Jocko, inviting Mara to tea like Tara Brach, looking at the stars as B.J. Miller and Ed Cook would, and putting fear in line, just as Carolyn Paul did atop the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm a list maker. It's how I keep my life in order, my world organized. What most surprised me about my calmness was that there was no list involved. I'd simply tested 1 or 2 Titan one-liners or tools in my head every day, and, as Cal Fussman told me, the good shit sticks. The things I needed at any given time kept coming to mind. The more I reread and pondered them, the more I saw the impact. Perhaps 16 hours after the refrigerator talk, I was totally spent and ready for a good sweat and cool down. Solo, I headed out to the barrel sauna and sat down to breathe in the smell of cedar. The perspiration slowly poured out like the day's tension, and I reached the end of Zen in the Art of Archery. One passage, involving the parting comments of the Japanese master, caused me to stop for several minutes. I've slightly abridged it here. "I must only warn you of one thing. You have become a different person in the course of these years. For this is what the art of archery means, a profound and far-reaching contest of the archer with himself. Perhaps you have hardly noticed it yet, but you will feel it very strongly when you meet your friends and acquaintances again in your own country. Things will no longer harmonize as before. You will see with other eyes and measure with other measures. It has happened to me too, and it happens to all who are touched by the spirit of this art. In farewell, and yet not in farewell, the master handed me his best bow. When you shoot with this bow, you will feel the spirit of the master near you." This passage made me smile. For the nerds among you, it made me think of the end of Return of the Jedi, after the Alliance defeats the Galactic Empire, when Luke Skywalker looks up into the night sky of Endor, bear with me here, to see the shimmering and smiling spirit figures of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, and Anakin Skywalker. The first 2 were with him all along, and all 3 would be with him forever. It is my hope that when you listen and re-listen to this book, you will feel the spirit of these titans with you. No matter the hardship, challenge, or grand ambition before you, they are here. You are not alone, and you are better than you think. As Jocko would say, get after it.
This has been an Audible Studios production of Tools of Titans, the tactics, routines, and habits of billionaires, icons, and world-class performers. Written by Tim Ferriss. Performed by Tim Ferriss, Ryan Holiday, Kevin Rose, Jocko Willink, Tim Kreider, Rolf Potts, Mike Delaponte, Kaleo Griffith, Ray Porter, and Therese Plummer. Executive producers, Kristen Lang and Mike Charzik. Producer, Kat Lambrix. Copyright 2017 by Timothy Ferriss. Sound recording copyright 2020 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.